kunywa maji, ukimaliza kunywa pombe, peleka maisha pole pole, rajipe mwenyewe zitoke, songa ugali, foundation weka ya samaki, katikati ya Januari, kula ukasirishe kamati, twanga ugali, foundation weka ya samaki, katikati ya Januari, haribu jina jenga mwili, ayoyo Bwana leta shida pani mbwe, hapana leta vita pani mbwe, ukileta ngori ngumi pwetse, hapa ni mbwe, hapa ni mbwe, weta mbili hapa ni mbwe, wawili leo ni mbwe, aroro na biene meni mbwe, hapa ni mbwe, piga kazi kulima sichagui jembe, mzigo wangu wacha ni pepe, jipange ama tukupange, wacha kitu shetani ya hebe, si alijileta mwenyewe, hapa ni shangwe tuna mbwe, hapa ni mbwe.
My mind, take all the joy now, take me down, take all the love now, tie me away, burn me alive now, break me down right now. Now you wanna lock me away, I'm winning, you wanna add to my pain, I'm shining, now you want to for my face, ideally we're not the same, no, so why you wanna try me, can't try me, you're out to destroy me, she's driving, you try to challenge me, you try to distract me, if I want to be yeah, you bring the light, you're only giving light, set me on fire, yeah. So I woke up in the night, broke out of my brain, staying in lane, you don't know my name, you crossed the line, we will never die, this way when, ooh, child, I wanna love me away, I'm winning, you wanna feel my face, I'm shining, now you on top of my face, I did it, but nothing went not the same, no, so you wanna try me, can't try me, you're out to destroy me, you try to challenge me, you try to distract me, if I want to get that, you like that, yeah, roll me in pizza. It's happening on fire, on fire. So you want to be me, but you can't. Got the fire in the sky, it's burning. And I'm always gonna keep running, yeah, yeah, yeah. So why you wanna take me? Yeah, why you wanna try me? Yeah, why you wanna take me? Yeah, why you wanna try? Why you wanna try? Why you wanna try? Why you wanna try? Yeah, why you wanna try? Yeah, you wanna try?
No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, you know I'm crazy for you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Even when you're with my boo, you know I'm crazy for you.
I met this chick and she just moved right up the back from me. And she got the hots for me, the finest thing I ever seen. But oh no, no, she got a man and a son though. Oh, but that's okay, cause I wait for my cue and just listen, play my position like a show star. Pick up everything, mommy, and then in no time, I'm gonna make this with him mine. That's for sure, cause I've never been the type to break up a happy home. But something about baby girl, I just can't leave it alone. Tell me, mama, what's it gonna be? She said,
You don't know what you mean to me. All I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, you know I'm crazy over you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, you know I'm crazy over you.
I see all out and you looking, I never say a word. I know how niggas start acting tripping. I heard about that girl. No, hey, no lick on fire, but no day, hey, as you can see, but I like your steez, your style, your whole demeanor, the way you come through and holler and swoop me in his pussy, now that's gangsta. And I got special ways to thank you. Don't you forget it, but it ain't that easy for you to back up and leave a mother. You and Dirty got ties for different reasons. I respect that. Right before I turned to leave, she said,
You don't know what you mean to me. All I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, you know I'm crazy for you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, you know I'm crazy for you.
the one with relationship with you. Things that come along with to make me, the one with new relationship with you. Why don't we get on things that come along with to make me, or anything that came between us. You were like my best friend. I used to run and talk to when me and my girl was having problems. You used to say it'll be okay, suggest little nice things I should do. And when I go home at night and lay my head down, all I seem to think about was you. How you make me wanna be the one with a relationship with you. Sorry. The things that come along with you make me the one with a relationship with you. This is what you do. I don't even know the things that come along with you make me. Now what's bad is you're the one that hooked us up, knowing it should have been you. What's sad is that I love her, but I'm falling for you. What should I do? Should I tell my baby bye-bye? Should I do exactly what I feel inside? I don't wanna go, don't need to stay, but I really need to get it together. Oh, baby, relationship with you. Say what you do. You make me. Oh, baby, relationship with you. This is what you do. This destroys the situations I control. I never meant to hurt her, but I gotta let her go. And she may not understand it while all of this is going on. I tried to fight, but the pain is just too strong. Make me you make me wanna. Make me shorty got it all. 6 inches, yeah, shorty got it all. Lost lips where it kissed me through the phone. Kiss me in the morning, you gon' miss me when I'm gone. It's been a rough week, another drink please. I'm rocking the floor. You do your entrance, sexy movements. You knock me offshore. Girl, it seems like you need company. Can tell by the look in your eyes. Could you possibly, exclusively, give me just a minute of your time? Lady, I don't wanna dance with nobody but you. If you don't believe me, let me just work on your body to prove. Gonna miss me when I'm gone tonight. Gonna miss you when you're gone tonight. Hot like a tropic, no one can top it. We running the floor tonight. Your swag is so thick, you got me homesick. 3 o'clock and we're out. Girl, it seems like you need company. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Could you possibly, exclusively, give me just a minute of your time? Lady, I don't wanna dance with nobody but you. If you don't believe me, let me just work on your body. Gonna miss me when I'm gone tonight. Gonna miss you when you're gone tonight. Me and my girls having problems. I needed time to breathe, so I headed to the club, straight to the VIP. You should have seen little mama up in them Fendi jeans and them Christian Dior's, looking kinda good on her feet. She got me like, ooh. I had a couple drinks to me. Shouted talking shit to me, but that's not what I came here for. So I made my way to the door. I'm trying to leave the club, but I can't because she got her hands on me. I said I really need to go, but she's like no. She got her hands on me. She's trying so hard to tempt me. If she keep going, then she gon' get me. Next thing I know, she grabbing on me. She all up in my ear like don't leave. She all up in my ear like don't leave. Shawty got her hands on me. Shike kwa mikono mwangalia ndani ya macho mpeleke kando na mwambie commit a crime and I'll be your defender. Overpower me so that I surrender. I wish I could be your saliva so that I could taste your lips whenever I can be your hipster. Vile inakushika kwamba kwa kweli manzi umebarikiwa. Ndio maana tunaimba haleluya. I wish I could be in your shoe. I would have such a beautiful view. And if I was to sleep on your dress, my only life would be to aim for the highest. If only I could be your body lotion, I would walk with undivided devotion. Kila siku nakufikiria, ndio maana nasinzia, nasinzia nikikuwaza, nasinzia nikikuwaza. Miaka miaka nenda, nasinzia nikikuwaza, nasinzia nikikuwaza, nasinzia nikikuwaza. Kila siku ya kalenda nasinzia nikikuwaza. Chochote utafanya nitafuata, nitachora 8 ukichora 7. I will never be a player. You're my red card, no longer middle fielder. Be my wife and I'll be your bogey bender. And let no man try to lay a standard. Na wakijaribu kutulay a standard, Mungu mmoja nitawapiga ngeta. Na kama ungekuwa ngoma, ningependa kukuwa amplifier. I will amplify and equalizer. Baka hata matuta sitachuna. Nasinzia nikikuwaza, nasinzia nikikuwaza. Miaka rudi miaka nenda, nasinzia nikikuwaza, nasinzia nikikuwaza, nasinzia nikikuwaza. Kila siku ya kalenda, nasinzia nikikuwaza.
Love the way she tangle and me love the way she whine. From 9 to 9, yeah, she with me all the time. Telling everybody that she wants to be mine. Love the way you sing, yeah, she love the way you whine. Love the way you bring it on the microphone live. I ain't your brother, don't change the song. Me love to see my ladies move to it, bounce along. You can see I don't wanna be alone. I can tell you wanna hear me sing the next line. So me better bring the punchline one time. So me better bring the punchline one time. So me better bring the punchline one time. Move your body just the way that you like. Move your body just the way that you like. Move your body just the way that you like. Would you give me the space, nigga? Wait, I don't mean to make you hustle like this. Ladies are pouring on me like rain. I don't mean to make you all niggas split. So we better pop the drinks and just start. Hustling ladies all over the club. I think so much booty, I'm losing my vibe. You know we got the whole night to mingle and wine. Can I get a lady who's ready to wine? Let me have my shoulders yet one more time. You know I got you sweet, beats are in line. What is it you want? I'll be your genie. You know you gotta rub my things the right way for me to just bless you with my right spell. You know you just gotta focus on me. You know you just gotta focus on me. I like to make the ladies sweat up and scream. Put you right on my theme. Make you want to just scream. Are you calling out for me? Calling out for me. Ladies sweat up and scream. Put you right on my theme. Make you want to just scream. Are you calling out for me? Calling out for me. I want no man to get close. Tell a girl she can go and let her do. And if a girl get carried, how it choose. Not to let her live, not to let her do. I like to see the girl in my heart today. Yeah, that I'm a bit flushing. I'm the one that you purchase. Now you come and take love. Just show me your fantasy. I will mix up your all that make you go hard. Shop up the thing, honey.
Kani ningekuwa msanii wa sanaa ya silaha, ningekuwa na jamii ya masadam kawa saba na mabunduki na makofia kabilau. Bidhaa za kujijali tu hali mshao. Sikiza sauti kutoka Kenya mpaka Saudi Arabia, majabu ya Musa Firauni. Huyu kijana anafanya vibusa kwa town. Wavue mashati mapanti ni kama waoni. Wenda wazimu na saa, sikiza hii story vizuri jamaa. Rap naifanyia chapa na mafans wanao nipenda jamaa. Sata ukinitukia siwezi jali hata. Kawe ni MC, stick to the wax. Unafaa kuweza kutumia hip hop na other tracks. Sikukia wazitu wanatawala industry. Na we bado uko chini. Kabla jina yako grow jipe miaka 8. Kalasman kutukane ndo ujulikane. Hip hop ni culture ya love usisahau. Pole kukwambia sikuchuki na kudharau.
Oh, oh, yeah, my love. Oh, oh, my love. You make it too easy. I'm feeling it. La 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 li, la 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 li, la. Oh, oh, yeah, my love. Oh, oh, my love. You make it too easy. I'm feeling it. I'm loving you. You make it too easy. I'm touching you. And I'm loving you. You make it too easy. You make it too easy. You make it too easy. Cause any casting on the time. Nakuenda online, nakuwala na madem wengine siku zini kasi nanga time. Nakubishana na watu kwa comments, offense, nimeweka defense to be. La 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 li, la 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 li, la. Oh, oh, yeah, my love. Oh, oh, my love. You make it too easy. I'm feeling it. I'm loving you. You make it too easy. I'm touching you. And I'm loving you. You make it too easy. You make it too easy. You make it too easy. Cause any casting on the time. Nakuenda online, nakuwala na madem wengine siku zini kasi nanga time. Nakubishana na watu kwa comments, offense, nimeweka defense to be honest. I just wanna be with you and I know best. I just wanna be with you and I know best. I just wanna be with you, yeah. You elevate, and when we did together we marinate. And everything you say I resonate. And when I day inside you, you do it. I'm on fire, too easy. I'm feeling you, I'm loving you, you make it too easy. I'm touching you, I'm loving you, you make it too easy.
Amazing Kenyan music. Asante sana, mziki Mosmos, amazing. Welcome everyone. This is the second day of the Safaricom Innovation Week. My name is MC Langat Maina, and I'm not alone today. I came with someone.
As usual, my name is Doreen Kareza, welcoming you to our session. Remember to engage us in our online session as well.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. But also we have an audience here. Sasa ni watu. How you guys doing? Wase wase? Wase wase? Wase wase? Madam, ai. Wanume, amazing, amazing. So, online guys, karibuni sana to this session. This is the second day of Innovation Week, as I've said. We're going to be having some good goodies, and we're going to start this up. We have some amazing prizes for y'all. But I want all the ones who are here, at least, to look under your seat. If you find something there, you'll be eligible for a prize today. Iko. Kuna mtu amepata pale. Kuna ingine. There's another one. Hey, awesome. For those ones who have gotten something, definitely we have something for you. Mark will be jotting down your names so they can award you. I hope all of you know who Mark is, yeah? If you know Innovation Week, then you know who Mark is. You'll go to where Mark is and you'll get the presents. Amazing. So ladies and gentlemen who are online, definitely that's just the beginning of the day today. We're going to be having an amazing day. A lot of prizes to be won. But I have a question for you who are online. Can I have this, please? Steve. So we have a present for a question for those who are online. What is the Olympic sport that you relate to? Mine is football. What about you? Kindly chat us down there. Tell us what sport in the space of the Olympic space that you really relate to. What is your game in the Olympics? What do you like?
It has to be swimming.
Swimming.
Yes.
I mean, are you a swimmer yourself? I'm aware you are shallow head.
Mimi wa shallow end. Naochingi.
Amazing. Mimi wa gymnastics, and don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. Amazing. So to start this off, we're going to have a small vital ceremony that is quite important to us, just to be able to be in the same page in the space of safety. And I'd like us to take a moment to spell out our rallying call, which is zero harm, getting it done together, no one gets hurt. Let's say it all together. Zero harm, getting it done together, no one gets hurt. Amazing. But before we go to our first speaker, I'd like us to take some time also to appreciate our sign language interpreters with us today. Mr. Mwamba, who's here with us, will be taking us through ensuring that we all get to understand. And a lot will be coming up in store for you guys. Asanteni sana. And then again, I mentioned about the prizes that are available, right? So tutacheza na hiyo ring baadaye and you'll be able to win more prizes. Awesome. Now, going straight into it, we have our first speaker of the day, and this is our very own Tech Research Lead Safaricom PLC, and this is none other than Steve Odinga, someone who's passionate about Bitcoin, about innovation, about emerging technology. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Steve Odinga.
Welcome. Thank you, MCs. So, Steve Oginga, actually. So, I do research and design. It's been quite an amazing journey. Looking back from when we started in June, when we just launched on this role. Hello? Okay. Yeah, just looking back, we had to engage with several technologies. I think it came at a time when we had generative AI, the ChatGPT, really taking shape. We dived that. Hello? Okay, sure. So we dive straight into the generative AI space. And with the generative AI, we did a couple of POCs. Ideally, our interrogation process, we go through some technical interrogation, which may involve, doing a bit of POCs. So, we check around what's trending, what's in the space, what's Microsoft doing, what's Google doing, what's Forbes saying about the current trends, what Gartner's reports speak about. Then we try to reimagine business use cases that we can engage or undertake those trials within our ecosystem. Of course, we have the innovation framework, which we use as our guardrails to somehow tailor all these things to serve us as our customers. So I'm also subject to the Gate 1 template you'll hear Andrew speak about most of the time. We managed to create a community with this last year, the AI community. I can see several members here with us. Core members, what we do basically now with the Innovation Fridays, we do meet during these Innovation Fridays just to innovate around AI, applied to various use cases within the business, the applications that we do have. And we've been quite successful. I think Titus can attest. We've done the IT help desk bot just to assist you. This is more like Abby on steroids, like the SOS team. So yeah, there's been quite much done here, and how we achieved this was just to deploy a local ChatGPT. Allow me to call it a local ChatGPT. Technically, we'll call it an LLM that we placed on our infrastructure. Remember, we need to keep our data safe, so you're able to innovate around that. We have the APIs ready on our Confluence page. You can just check on enterprise architecture space and at the RDI space for you to experience those APIs and start integrating it. We're also happy to be powering around 3 hackathon teams here. Chatata. No? Yeah, yes. Retail Voyagers and as such. This journey has not ended. We've recently done a bit of blockchain. The Bitcoins. I've been called a Bitcoin enthusiast, where we trying to imagine the insurance industry, InsurTech, with regards to the premiums you get for your vehicles. How can we not just base that on evaluating your vehicle and its status? Can we evaluate also your driving status? And we want to keep that in the chain, involving, you know, the NTSAs. We have the insurance companies and the garages where you do your repairs for that. On to the next one. I think this quarter we had focused much on the gaming bit. We want to anchor on 2 core teams here within the hackathon, Jaribu Products, and also we Jaribu Products, and there's the other team doing what's that team? We have the Anunnakis also doing a bit of gamification. Yeah, so with this we hope to get into the attention industry, also to compete for attention like the big dogs do. And what we want to gain out of that is also to use that attention responsibly, to make wonderful products, fun products. And actually our first key use case will be around how can we use Bonga points for in-game purchases for those who are gamers. So that's it from the innovation team. Adiai, myself, you're welcome to join our communities. The gaming community, we're launching it next week on Friday. For all the gamers, those who use, do design on studios, the blenders, the unities, you're all welcome. Kindly join us next Friday and let us walk this amazing journey. Santi.
Thank you so much, Steve. Introduction. When you're doing the introduction segment, we introduced Mr. Mwamba for the sign language interpreter, and I forgot one person. It's only fair that I do the full team, right? And then the other interpreter with us is Miss Mudhoni. She'll be coming on later on today, so it's always fair to introduce her. So wapigie makofi tafadhali. This guy, it's a skill that is not very easy to find. But Steve, thank you so much for your passion. We usually say made by Kenyans for Kenyans, right? But I want us to change that. Made for Kenyans for the world. Sawa. Made for Kenyans? For the world. Made by Kenyans? For the world. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now, how do you find how you're transitioning into the innovation space today?
Actually, I really like the idea of gaming. A bit of a gamer. I've been trying the Upland and
Mpigie makofi tafadhali.
Good to see it happening in our right now.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now we are moving on to the next speaker. Now this man, many say he's a man of many talents. Again, he's a mentor to many. Then again, in our last treasure hunt event, we described him as the king of our area. I don't want to say the full name, it will be a little bit controversial, but he's a gentleman, a man that we all admire. And this is our cluster tribe technical lead, Mr. Felix Mene, who's going to talk about delivering opening remarks, emphasizing the importance of innovation within the company, highlighting the importance of innovation in driving Safaricom success. Let's put our hands together and introduce Mr. Felix Mene. Karibu sana, Felix.
Hackathon for 2024. Happy to be here. I feel absolutely blessed that we are here as we see this unfolding before us. So, as mentioned, my name is Felix Mene, and I'm yet beyond excited to be part of this particular week, which I'm calling the Innovation Extravaganza. So, let's face it, Kenya is renowned for many things. Our athletes are known for being champions and champion in the tracks. But there's one more item that we are known for. There's something that was birthed from Safaricom that is very big the world over. What can that be? Any idea? Any idea? M-Pesa. Awesome. So M-Pesa is one of the big things that came from Safaricom and changed the way we do the way we handle transactions in the world. And this was an idea that was an innovation from Safaricom that has changed the world over. So, and this was the beginning of many, many things that are coming for us. So as we do this Innovation Week, we have a pipeline of ideas that are coming. And what I can say this week is like a jet fuel that will propel how we become a tech company in the next year or two. If any of you was here yesterday, you remember how the CEO was able to give a speech. And he spoke about the 4 items that are touching onto the Safaricom spirit. Who knows them? Not Edna and not Eneth. There are 4 big items, not Stephen. We can begin. There's purpose. Number 2, customer obsession, collaboration. And the big one is, which is very, very much in line with particularly what we are doing this week. So even as we do hack away, it's a chance to prove that we can do all these 3 things. And when we have teams coming in from various areas of the business, you have guys from the business teams, from tech teams coming together to hack and pitch solutions. It means that we are bringing to life what we call collaboration. And this all ties down to what our purpose is. And apart from that, it also talks to what we are doing in terms of being customer obsessed while we transform lives. So speaking of inspiration, for you who were yesterday, you saw what George did. He had a grand entry. And you know what song he came in with? All we do is, so at Safaricom, all we do is win, win, and win. So that's the mentality we need to have. We are always winning in everything we do. So day 1 was epic. Very inspiring talks from our ESCO team. We had quite an amazing group of guys who can do a showcase in various areas. And AI was what was seemingly coming through in all the presentations. So how do we embrace AI? How do we ensure that even as we do our stuff, we remain in touch with what's happening around us? And beyond that, let's talk about the big stars of this event. And I know you'll tell me, oh, we have the innovators and the big stars. I think the big stars of this event are the ideas. We got 97, a whooping 97 ideas that were submitted, meaning that we have a team that is thinking and ideating and that's innovative. And this made us top 3 within our opcos in Vodacom in terms of submissions. And we know that out of this 97, we'll have a winner coming from there. We have a big team that has been able to work on this, and they're able to break it down from the 97 initially to 21. So let's give a big hand of to the team of 20 SMEs, as well as 20 volunteers who were able to work on these things. So our hackers haven't been sitting idle. If you've been to 5th floor, you've seen what's happening there. They've been through a couple of things, including them leveling up, doing master classes, coaching sessions, deep dives, and doing event pitch practices. They are aimed dangerously, not to hurt anybody, but with knowledge and the rights now, they're willing to come and give that pitch and show why the ideas are winning. Safaricom, as we are, I must say, we are winning this one. Innovation is in our DNA. And the ideas that are taking shape are mind-blowing. And as a coach and a judge, I've been able to see how profound these ideas, once adapted, will change how we do business for our customers and even ourselves. So to close, day 2 is about pushing boundaries, breaking barriers, and proving why Safaricom is undisputed champion of innovation. We have a lineup of great speakers, as well as ESCO guys will be coming in to give us a bit of a talk in terms of what we can do to be able to move forward in this business. And apart from that, we know that at the end of the day, we'll be winners at Safaricom. So we are off to a good start and let the games begin. Thank you, and back to the MC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Felix Mene.
Let the games begin.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Amazing. So we've been able to hear what Felix has in store for us. I'd like to remind you all, those who are joining us online, kindly interact with us on chat section just below your screen where you're watching. There's a segment where you can be able to communicate with us. And for all of us who are here, kindly interact with us in the same space also. You can maybe mention a few things or two that you've picked, or even questions that you have in that space. And then again, I'd like to encourage everyone to join us here at HQ2 Kiunga. You'll be able to join us, and we have goodies for you. I'd like to remind you, we have goodies to give you. I'd like us to move to the next speaker of the day. Now, we have the pleasure of welcoming David Kanyi, who is the tribe lead financial sector digitization Safaricom PLC. As our first keynote address, the topic is revolutionizing the public sector, embracing innovation. That revolutionizing is testing the Calais in me. Revolutionizing the public sector, embracing innovation. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. David Kanyi.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Morning, innovators. How is day two going? Good. I was here yesterday and I joined just listening to some of presentations. And I think already I can see winners. So I'm hoping that by the time we get to tomorrow, the cohort of the 21 that we'll be assessing will be taking some strong names and strong teams that can foster our culture of innovation. I think, as has been said earlier here, from the 4 pillars, Safaricom pillars, our culture is embedded on innovation. So as we innovate, I mean, if you go out there and talk to anyone, the first thing they'll tell you is, you guys are doing things. Things is equal to innovation, by the way. I've had the privilege of traveling out there and just talking about M-Pesa. They call it M-Pesa. It's not M-Pesa. The white guys cannot say M-Pesa. They say M-Pesa. And anytime we talk about M-Pesa, everyone stops and wants to listen, right? So it means that we already have the ear. People just want to see what is coming out of Kenya in terms of innovation. So I'll take you through what we're doing at public sector. It's a fairly new unit, and I'm here representing Boniface Mungania, who is our director, and our public sector team. I can see some of them here, right? So our vision has always been, and if you look at who is the greatest spender in this country? Government. So if you're not, we've been focusing on B2C, C2B, B2B, but this B2G, C2G. G becomes very critical for us. And government, when they collect all the taxes, it has to be spent, isn't it? So we want to have a cake of that. And one of our initiatives is to ensure that anything that passes through what government is doing then enjoys our innovation, enjoys our services, and of course, leveraging on our payments platform. So our ambition is to be a technology partner of choice for government to deliver their key transformation programs. And there are many, and I'll be taking you through some of those ones so you can see where the areas of opportunity where you can actually work with us. I was just speaking to Marcela and asking if we can have a Friday day where we sit with developers for just innovation, because there's a lot. Our government has been very manual for a long time. And what I can say is the opportunity that they have to get digitized, the innovations around the servicing that they are offering to Kenyans is enormous. The areas of where you can actually achieve your glorification as a person for innovation are immense. I'm a beneficiary. I'm a HSC. By the way, where is the MC? Don't forget my HSC next time when you introduce me. I got a head of state commendation because of innovations around Hustler Fund. And that just tells you, it's just what you do on a single day, on every day, that can give these people an edge, right? So where do we stem our drive from? So government pronounced itself in terms of being a digital government from the Digital Government Blueprint document, where they said, we are ambitious, we want to leverage on data and harness new technologies. And from that, they came up with a blueprint for digitization of government services. And we reign for that because that speaks to our core. Anyone talking about technology, if we are not in it, then we are not living our purpose, isn't it? We're a technology company. So what do they want to do? First and foremost, 100% electronic and digital payments. Aren't we doing all payments in this country, right? Aren't we doing all payments in this country? Anyone who has M-Pesa, that is payments, right? That is our core. It's our core. And then we drive on the various other verticals that we have. Then ease of access to government services. Again, a very critical thing. The reason why, I'll talk about a bit of Hustler. The reason why Hustler was successful is because people could not access credit. The bottom tier were not able to access credit because one, you're asked about so many things, including, your salary, probably you're just self-employed, your dental formula, someone said yesterday, and all that. But interestingly, what we gave is ease of access. With the touch of a button, you can get your 500 shillings that can unlock you to go to the next level. Simple access. Use of data as a digital service, critical. So the data we have as Safaricom, we need to now start sweating it across all the services that we offer. No one else in this country has much more data than we do. And that data lake can help us offer various services for government and also improve on the service levels. Now, government has various goals. One of them is they want at least 75 to 80% of citizens and businesses to be satisfied with their services that is technology driven. Then all services, government services have to be end-to-end digital platforms. And we are the ones who are offering those platforms. And then the other thing is cross-agency data fusion. Today, you go to you need to get any service from government, and they have to ask you go and bring a certain document, your birth certificate, your tool come with your ID. Yet, this information is actually be centralized, kept and accessed, and be offering services to our Kenyans. And the other thing is that we want also to ensure that at least 70% of eligible government systems are on our cloud. Again, that's an opportunity for us, isn't it? So infra, cloud, all these are opportunities that we've identified from government's pronouncement on their blueprint that they want to offer digital services. So how do we assist them? One, by strengthening the integration between policy, operations, and technology. So we listen to government because that's policy, and once it's pronounced, we hatch on it. And when we hatch on it, we look for an area where we can propel. Two, re-engineering the government ICT infrastructure. So one of the things that you'll hear me talk about today is government public infrastructure, which is all over, scattered all over. So our role is to bring all that centrally and then offer services from there. Again, a huge opportunity for us. And then integrating services around citizens and businesses. So we have our customers who we normally service, and then we have businesses on the other side. But we don't have a platform where they come and shake hands, right? So we want to bring everyone centrally somewhere where if you need a service, if you need to import, then you can get services from here all the way to China. And if you want to pay from here, then you pay directly from our payments platform. We have global pay and all those other things. So looking at all those opportunities, whatever we've done is critical. Now going to government is just offering the opportunities that are there and crowding in every other business and citizens who are available to consume their services. Then co-creating with government and businesses to facilitate adoption of technology. So the agenda of government is simple. Is digital to the core, and then services from the heart. And those services have to be true, transparent, accessible, and easy to use. And are in those buzzwords that we have normally talk about when you're on this stage, like access, transparent, honest for you, and all those things. All those are things that we live for. Those are some of the principles that we live for as Safaricom. Now, from where we sit as public sector, digital transformation team, we have 4-5 buckets that we want to work on. The first one is digital healthcare, which is a humongous and big opportunity. I'll start by asking a question. Today you go to hospital, even here. What is the first thing they give you? A form. You start filling a form, right? And then after you fill the form, they give you the service, then they take the form. You don't even know where they take the form, isn't it? Now, tomorrow, you go to another hospital, they give you another form. So for us, we are looking at how many forms can you fill? isn't this an opportunity where you can have that information centralized, such that if you want to see a doctor in Mombasa and you come to Nairobi and well, when they key in your details, they can actually tell your history, right? So centralizing that information is critical for us. Within the health sector, that has been missing, and it's actually by design, right? But what we're going to do is that first and foremost, address the flows that are there, provide a platform that when you go to any hospital, we can tell, for example, where you've visited, the medication you've taken. So there's no misdiagnosing anymore or trying at it. You know, I think you're in Kisumu, maybe it's malaria, and maybe it's just a small headache. And someone is actually injecting you with some other antidotes that don't work. Then, so we want to empower our customers with their health data. So when you go, you know that if someone is looking at your data, then they're able to tell what has been your history, what are the challenges you've faced health-wise, and how can you be helped, all right? If you're manifesting in new areas, then they can actually capture that for the next person. Digitize of care across all facilities, that is what I was talking about, and then empower health professionals with day-to-day digital tools. So all our doctors will be linked to this platform, right? And then deliver the healthcare digital superhighway. This is humongous because it services both public hospitals and private hospitals. So with all the policy that has been pronounced on social health fund, everyone is complaining about what is being deducted from our salaries, but it's along this line. So where government pronounces its policy, we do what? We follow. We follow to service that policy. Now, on the next one is on sector-based bespoke solutions. And these are various areas, including agriculture, education, transport, digital water metering, energy. So for agriculture, of course, we want to service the farmers from input all the way to the end, where they get their produce sold. So providing visibility to the farmer. One, they're able to know where to buy the inputs. Two, what they need to do in terms of ensuring that their yield is up. And three, ensuring that they deliver to certain markets that are already available for them. So what are you doing to this farmer? You're giving that farmer only one responsibility. Don't worry about the markets. Don't worry about the inputs. Don't worry about what happens in here. Just worry about taking care of your crop, right? We'll find you the market. We'll find you the inputs. And if you need credit, again, you already have credit propositions that are available through M-Pesa and the platforms that are already there. We provide you. If you need insurance, and Oginga talked about something that is very profound here on blockchain. That data, all this data for health and these other sectors will all be stored on a blockchain platform. So when I hear some of these words coming from already what you're already doing, then I'm happy because I know 50% of the journey then is done. So what we need to do is just plug what is already happening on the back end to ensure that we can deliver either those services and solutions that are already available. Education, digital textbooks, no more. I mean, when is the last time you read a hardcover book? Most people are doing it online. Or even our kids. Nowadays, our kids know how to operate our mobile phones. They know how to operate the devices. Again, we have a device factory. What propels that device factory? In education, ensuring that all books are in the devices. The kids are using the devices for their learning. So that's also another opportunity that we've also established there. Transport, e-mobility, digital water meters. So instead of waiting for a bill, you can actually consume as you use, depending on what you want to consume, just like what you have on electricity. Energy, clean energy, smart grid, electricity and all that. Then on the other sector is on driving government financial digitization, supporting government comprehensive modernization and digital transformation of Kenya's tax system. Again, we support government where they are doing certain things around taxation, collection. If that money can come through our ecosystem and then be utilized also through our ecosystem in terms of supporting some certain projects, then also what you're doing is that you're carrying the business across. Then delivering integrated county revenue management system. Remember, we serve both the national government and the county governments. So for it, whatever we do for national governments, we transpose it to the county governments. Again, supporting them. I don't know if there's anyone here who's ever gone to look for service in a county government. It's the most dehumanizing process, right? It is very difficult to get certain service. That's all the taxes that they collect, all these taxes are disbursed where? To the counties to give us service. But we've realized that they lack the medium or the ways of how to deliver these services efficiently. So we've partnered with a couple of counties. We are piloting with about 8 of them currently. Nairobi being one of them. So you'll see on our super app, you'll see our county app, and the drop down with all the counties that we are servicing, offering your parking, their own source revenue in terms of collecting their own source revenue, paying for land rates on all those things. Again, that is heavy business for us, and I think that's an opportunity where we can also shorten the process. Today, if you want to go and set up a restaurant, you have like 26 licenses to go and pay from various corners of this city. All that will be in one centralized database, so that you don't have to go elsewhere. You just go to one-stop shop. You're told this is a pay bill to pay for. These are the licenses, and they are digitally issued to you. You don't have to go and worry about that. I'm almost finishing. So, and then of course the usual financial empowerment programs, Hustler Fund, group empowerments, disbursement wallet. By the way, for the disbursement wallet, we've done something called Inua Jamii, where all this was being done through banks. And so the use case is some of the guys who are in, let's say, Turkana, before they get to the next commercial bank is about 10 kilometers. So we've managed to take that cohort of customers, and we are disbursing the money through their mobile wallet. Month one only, we've already made over 10 million shillings just by disbursing about 1 billion shillings to over 200,000 customers. And we can actually see now downstream utilization of that money. So paying for electricity, paying for some services through M-Pesa platform. And finally, on digital public infrastructure, that is scaling e-citizen services. Digital ID, Maisha card. You all have heard about Maisha card. So now one card, one identity for all your government services. Isn't that a good thing to have, right? So you want a driving license, it's your single card. You want to go to hospital, everything is loaded there. Everything on one card. You don't have to carry 17 cards in your wallet. Partner with county governments to roll out a county-based address system. Again, that's a big ticket for us. Every building should be addressed, and that is what we're also doing with the county governments. And then co-development of national payments gateway. A national payments gateway means any payments are happening either through a MasterCard or Visa or M-Pesa, then it goes through our ecosystem, and that's infrastructure. So as we sit as public sector, we want to ensure that anything that government consumes, then we drive it through technology, through innovation, and ease of access to those services. And we invite all of you to come and innovate with us. We'll be happy to have these sessions every week. I think I've committed that to Masila, that every week on Friday we can spare a couple of hours just to talk about some of those areas. When you pick an area, run with it. We're happy to support you and guide you, and hopefully we can get more HSCs and OGWs from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for that. Did you hear about the forms?
I did, and actually I feel like we need to appreciate David more. People from government, we have a way we appreciate them. Sindio? So you know that Makofi we do? The 1, 2, 3. Makofi! Moja! Mbili! Karibu! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we are moving on with the program. At this particular point, you're going to the video to give us a perspective of where we are from and where we are headed. We've been having what is called Innovation Fridays, happening every Friday. And we'd like to give you a perspective. If you see yourself on TV, at least tweet your mom, take a photo, and send it to your mom. So you're going to have a video for the Innovation Fridays giving us a perspective about the Innovation Day.
So welcome all to the Innovation Fridays, brought to you by the Innovation team. We are really set up to discover, accelerate, and scale tech solutions. And what you're seeing here is a typical Innovation Friday, where we bring together people with ideas that can bring value across the business.
We're here for Innovation Fridays, which has been brought to us by the Research, Design, and Innovation team. This is in readiness for the Vodafone Hackathon. So we have a lot of brainstorming going, one-on-one session with our mentors and coaches to help us understand what is expected of us in this hackathon. I'm here to represent the Smart Retail Voyager team, and we're going for the global win. And our idea from the name is the Smart, where we have the AI bits, that's artificial intelligence and machine learning, to bring in the smart bits to our product. And the retail part is for us to be able to, what are we presenting? our retail agents, customer care agents, account managers, and also to expand it to Folks Mission, where we are able to scale it to the people out there.
So far, so good. The hackathon journey has been an incredible opportunity for me. I've been able to meet talented teams, interact with like-minded individuals, and besides that, I've received training from experienced coaches, which has improved my problem-solving skills. Besides that, the collaborative atmosphere has been truly inspiring to me. And I would like to encourage anyone in this space to participate in the hackathon journey. It's a nice experience for you to challenge yourself, innovate, and contribute greatly to this tech space.
Going forward, this will be a very powerful tool to actually bring total transformation and embed innovation as a way of working.
Right.
So welcome all to the Innovation Fridays, brought to you by the Innovation team. We're really set up to discover, accelerate.
What are you doing? Come downstairs, join us. We are here, we are waiting for you guys. We are looking for people to come and win our prizes. Please don't sit upstairs. Come down, join us. If you are around the HQ, come and join us. We want you here.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Before I forget, one pointer also for those ones who are joining us online. We have a selfie section. We'd like to see, where are you? Where are you logging in from? Please take a selfie, upload it, and give us a caption of two of what's going on in your space. When I was allowing the guy from government, in quotes, to leave the stage, he had told me to introduce him in the right way, right? So he's HSC David Kanya, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that I have that there so that we're in the same page. But now, we are honored to have another keynote speaker who is going to deliver a speech, give us insights on navigating the ever-evolving new business operating models and ventures. This is our very own Chief Business Development and Strategy Officer, Safaricom PLC. This is Mr. Michael Mutiga.
All right, can you hear me now? Okay, great. Good morning once again. It's good to see everybody here all energized and talking innovation, because fundamentally as Safaricom, what we are at heart is an innovative company. If you look at our journey from when we started to M-Pesa, to some of the work being done around, for example, Hustler Fund, the work being done around other propositions that we're working through, Safaricom is an innovative company. And at our core, if you look at what our purpose is, it's to be a purpose-led technology company. And if you look at our Vision 2030 that we're going to the board with, we want to be Africa's leading purpose-led technology company. So a lot to be done in terms of how we innovate, and innovation for us is all about how we solve real issues, real problems for our customers, for our country. So as we look at today's Innovation Week, I know the team have worked very hard. Of course, we're rooting for Team Kenya. So how many are here representing Team Kenya? Are there any? Excellent. So I'm sure we'll do a great job in terms of great ideas that we put forward. But always remember that as Safaricom, innovation is key to who we are. It's part of our key values, right? Innovation, customer obsession, collaboration, and purpose, all right? So thank you so much, all of you, for your time here. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the great ideas, and good luck to the winners. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mutiga, for that. As you heard, innovation, purpose, customer obsession, collaboration.
Amazing, amazing. And I'd like us to write that down. Yeah, write that down, because we think we'll be hearing those words very more, a little bit more often. Yeah. So thank you so much, Mr. Mutiga, for that. I don't know, has anyone here taken a selfie at the space? Has anyone taken a selfie? Has anyone taken a selfie? Please post it up there so that you can see what you guys are doing. Even those ones who are here, please just take a selfie of yourself, post it in that platform so that you engage in that platform also, the Ujala platform. All right. So we have some few presents for those ones who are here. And I'd like to ask, what is something that has been said that you feel like you resonate with the most? And I'll give you a present. Filling forms. And that was the thing from the speech from David Kanye, filling forms, right? So I think we have a solution around that. I have something for you for sure. Those ones who are online, where are you joining us from? And also, tell us one or two things that you've been able to pick so far from the beginning of this session to this point, so that we can be able to know that you're also resonating with us. This is the Innovation Week, and we are also joined by a team of experts. Just following up from what has been mentioned here today. So we have the Consumer Business Innovation Showcase, which this segment is to it will showcase how Safaricom is using technology to enhance customer experiences and provide innovative solutions for everyday needs. And it will be brought to you by Michael Mbatao and Minal Patani. I'm sure they're here. Karibuni sana to the stage. Wapigie makofi tafadhali as they come.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we feeling today? I can see all smiles in the auditorium here. Mike, how are you feeling?
Feeling great this morning.
Excellent, excellent. So we're here to tell you literally what the Ventures Tribe do. And our mission is to actually be Africa's leading venture studio that has an effective transformation for good ideas that then build into great businesses. We want to embed a high performance culture that is based on collaboration, execution, and excellence. And we have actually done this by launching our device assembly plant, which we all know as East Africa's device assembly plant, which has actually created a new market. And we are also reshaping existing markets like the Spark Accelerator and our e-commerce platform called Masoko. So as a business, we want to connect with over 20 million customers with 4G enabled devices by the end of 2025 in Kenya. This means the purpose of EDAC is to prioritize the production of high quality and affordable 4G devices so that we can boost the digital access in Kenya and Africa at large. So our aim is to produce 1.2 million smart devices by the end of this year. So in the spirit of Agile, this initiative was actually spearheaded by our chief, who you all met earlier. And the EDAC assembly plant was launched by His Excellency, the President of Kenya, in October last year. So we strongly believe that a smartphone in everyone's hand will act as a pathway to accessing government services, mobile money, and endless opportunities on the internet. So you then ask me, Manal, how many have you actually currently assembled? Be wowed. We've assembled over 251,000 4G. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. And guess who our first customer was? It was the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health bought devices for their healthcare workers so they could enable and digitize their workers on ground so they could literally get a pulse of their patients and update their records in real time. We didn't stop here. We at the factory went ahead and hired 300 local talent, and we did not shy away from making sure that they were, of course, we did not shy away from making sure that the talent of the workforce was diverse and inclusive regardless of their age and gender. Mike, we are Safaricom, aren't we?
Yes, and we are transforming lives.
Of course, we are transforming lives.
So in continuing with the same spirit, so at the factory we currently assembling two models of the Neon, which is the Neon Smarter and the Neon Ultra. The Neon currently on the Neon Smarter, which is a 5-inch device at 2 plus 32 GB of memory and 3,000 of battery, retailing at 7,499. We want now to improve the device by continuously working with our business partners and keeping up with the spirit of customer obsession to increase the battery of the device and also move the platform from Android 13 Go to Android 14. The second device that we currently have is the Neon Ultra, which is a 6.5 inch screen with a 2 plus 32 and 3,750 of a battery, retailing at 8,999. And now we want to introduce 2 versions of the Ultra, which is the entry variant, which has a bigger screen of 6.75, increased memory of 4 GB plus 64 with inclusion of additional 4 GB of infusion memory, increased battery and camera, as well running on Android 14, and at the same time introduce a new another Ultra 2 with the same specifications, but with an increased memory of 4 plus 8 plus 128 GB of memory. So we in the next financial year, we don't want to just stop there. We want also to introduce other versions of and other categories of products. These are from your tablets, KYC devices, my phones, MiFi devices, as well as CPEs, and many more products that we want to bring in within our category. So with that, we'll play a short video of EDAC, just to give you.
Kenya, our storied and beautiful land. The technology hub of Eastern Africa achieves yet another key milestone in our digital transformation journey. Through the power of collaboration, Safaricom, Jamii Telcom, Tele1, and Industrial Technology Trading Company Limited have come together to democratize access to smartphones for all Kenyans and open up a world of opportunity. East Africa Device Assembly Kenya is a huge leap forward in our vision to transform Kenya and improve the lives of ordinary citizens through access to technology. East Africa Device Assembly Kenya is proud to present Kenya's most affordable locally assembled smartphone, presenting the Neon Smarter and the Neon Ultra, assembled in Kenya and available at Safaricom retail shops or on www.masoko.com, and fiber shops and fiber agents or on www.fibershop.com. East Africa Device Assembly Kenya. Power mkononi.
Amazing. I think I need to upgrade my iPhone to a Neon Ultra. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, yes, you can upgrade your device.
How can I do this? How can I actually upgrade my iPhone to a Neon Ultra? Hand me downs.
So
Andrew.
these devices are available, as mentioned, within all our Safaricom retail shops. At the same time, our dealer network, and available at masoko.com, which will take you through the customer journey, just to give you a sense of how efficient and easy it is to access the devices. So from your Google, from a Google page, just search Neon, which will take you to the Masoko page. Just click on the page, which will open up the page. So from here, you can see different products within the platform. Minal, I think I'm feeling happy today to buy you a device today. So I'll add the Smarter on my cart. From here, actually, let me just put the 2 because I know you want
2 phones.
You want to upgrade the device.
Great.
Yeah. So you can click on the device. You can also see the different specifications. You can add it to cart. So once you click on add to cart, you can see the products that you have within your cart. Once you click it, which also gives you a sense of the pricing. From here, I can go to my checkout. We have two options. You can log in as a guest, or you can log in as a customer. Just enter your shipping address, where it can be delivered to your doorstep within Nairobi. And outside Nairobi, we have a pickup station, which is within all our Safaricom shops across the country. At the same time, available on all G4S points across the country as well. So just put in your, I'll put in Manal's address to be delivered
Safaricom,
at
please. Yes.
yeah, to be delivered at a desk. Then just select the delivery address. So from here, it will take me straight to the payment options. So we have two options, that is M-Pesa and Lipa na Bonga. So using M-Pesa, so I'll just put in my number. Please don't save it. I'll put in my number, then I'll get an OTP for me to now complete the payment. Then just get the order number, and within 3 hours, your order is delivered to wherever you are.
This is fantastic. I get two phones, and I think the customer journey looks amazing. I think previously we had a what, 9 clicks or 12 clicks? How
Yeah,
many
the
clicks
customer
did we have?
experience previously was quite long, and keeping with the spirit of innovation, we've been able to now improve the platform, improve the customer journey, and improve the experience, reducing for you to complete your order in only 3 clicks from, as Minal
3
mentioned, from
clicks.
9 clicks.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we're not stopping here. As going into Innovation Week and embracing Innovation Week, we want to also now launch Masoko 2.0, which I'll quickly showcase that to you. And this is Masoko 2.0. So compared to the previous version, you could see it has a very sleek and clean landing page. It will then identify the different categories of products that we have. So smartphones, gaming, smart living, computer accessories, and the latest deals. This actually speaks to our business. Okay. And then if you look at now the value proposition, which are the 3, which is reliable delivery, customer service, meaning you've got a customer at the call of your button, and then you've got guaranteed product quality as well. So those are the 3 value propositions that we've got. And if you then scroll down, you'll be able to now see even further key features of having AI incorporated into it. You'll be able to now get recommendations based on your portfolio. So if you've got made in Kenya devices that are under 10K, they'll be showcased here. It will then also get attached to maybe some accessories that you may want. And it's pretty much a very sleek customer journey. You're able to also pick what sort of colors you want, mix and match that as well. And once that is done, you then go it's very simple. You add them to cart. You then have the option of now, again, guest or customer registration. You pick now your shipping fee or shipping address, sorry, and it has your order summary on the right hand side, and you have the options of whether paying via Bonga Points, M-Pesa, or even card option is also available. And I think that's Masoko 2.0. Thank you very much. I don't want to stop here because, Mike, what's the date today?
I believe today is the 7th of March.
It's the 7th of March. Do you know what? A little birdie ventured onto Masoko today. And the birdie came to me and said to me, Manal, we have 7 items, and I hope the guys online also are logged into this conversation, and I'm going to tell you. We have 7 items on Masoko today that are going for 7 shillings. 7 items. It could be a phone. It could be a gaming accessory.
So it's up
So
to you
go,
to check
go
out the
on
websites.
www.masoko.com right now. There's this little hunt for 7 items for 7 shillings. I don't know where they are. You got to find them and enjoy the experience.
So please log into www.masoko.com. Feel free to go through the platform, look for the items, and good luck to everyone.
and Minal for the presentation. Sometimes.
Or sometimes.
Ah.
I'm telling you, for those ones who are looking for the 7 things for 7 bob, I see you. Focus. I'm back. I'm on stage. Angalieni juu kidogo. We need to continue the program. How to operate time? We give you 7 minutes to look for 7 things for 7 shillings. Where is my phone? This is when I need my phone. Where did I put my phone? I'm feeling lucky today, but and it's I need my phone. I need to be looking for those 7 things. What do you think it would be? Those 7 things. Let's give you guys ideas.
I feel good about the PS2 games.
It could be a PS, huh?
It could be a PS.
Because I saw a PS there.
Yeah, which one is your favorite game?
If I go to PS, I think of the minimum to a FIFA. You to a FIFA in the building? To a FIFA in the building? No one is listening. Everyone is looking for the 7 things.
Yeah.
Everyone is scrolling for the 7 things. I don't know if you're online. Are you scrolling for the 7 things? Kindly chat and tell us, because we'd like to know if you're even listening. Are you listening? Hello?
Mortal Kombat.
People who are there. So for this conversation of how we've grown in the space of innovation and digitization takes me to back them days. And I can tell you a story because no one is listening. I can take you back to when we used to use this Simu ya Jamii. Did you ever use Simu ya Jamii? There was a time, okay, I know there are so many Gen Zs in the building. So there was a time you needed to go and queue and to access a phone so that you can be able to call home. And you should pray that the person you're calling is at home, because if they are not at home, Pia, your some small shillings is also gone. So just taking me back. And now I'm very amazed that at this point, the government is involved in purchasing 251,000 devices.
Imagine
The government, the ones who we call them under the space of, there's the early majority. There's now those ones, they're usually more of the laggards, yeah. But they're the ones who are buying the devices. You can imagine. But I have to say, government is picking up so fast.
Yeah, kudos
to them for sure. Yeah. So what is something that you'd like to get in the Masoko space, and who would you like to get something for? Because just from Valentine's, Valentine's is not over completely until you get into Easter. Did you get something for Valentine's, and did you buy it through Masoko? Am I putting you on the hot soup or hot spot?
I got some airtime.
You got some airtime?
Yeah.
Did you get someone something?
I didn't get. I didn't
so now I have an idea for you. Go to Masoko. Look for
Masoko.com.
Yes, look for something that is worth 7 bob and give to them. Usiwaambie ni 7 bob. Hiyo ni siri yetu. For sure. Awesome and amazing. So we thank you all. Mmerudi, mmepata hizo vitu? Are you back? Anyone in the building?
Anyone who got
Hello, is anyone here?
PlayStation?
Are you here?
Good about the PlayStation segment.
Everyone left. I don't know. I should call back Minal and ask her to bring back my people. Where's Minal? She took my people away with her with the 7 bob idea. But thank you all. Now you can look up. If you're looking down, I'll call you to say your name. Amazing. Sawa. So we do have another session here, and I'm going to say a word that in Kenya it has been really dirtified or sorts. But this is one of the people who make this day available or make this day possible. With us, we have partners and people who collaborate with us to ensure that we have a beautiful day. And this is our sponsor. Sio sponsor yenye mnasema. Sponsor wa event. Si Mubabez wa event. And this is our sponsor with a video. Please join me in welcoming Mr. JP Van Tandar from Accenture to take us through his remarks.
Good morning, all. My name is Damir Turkovic, and I am a foresight strategist forming part of the commerce team at Accenture. It is truly an honor to be here with you today as we set upon the course of shaping the future. There are three types of futures: possible, probable, and preferable. Most of us would choose the preferable future, one that we don't allow to happen to us, but rather the future we create today. You now stand as agents of change at an extraordinary point in time where Vodacom and your cherished customers embark on a journey into the future realms of innovation and technological evolution. With great excitement, I'm privileged to share with you an insight of the futures that promise not only to be exhilarating but also deeply rooted in the core values of imagination, courage, and human-centric technology. Imagine, if you will, a world where artificial intelligences gracefully handle the mundane and repetitive tasks, liberating human potential to focus on the innovative and the extraordinary. In this world, machines not only alleviate you from the chains of routine, but empower you to dream on a grander scale. Picture a reality where technology acts as a bridge, dissolving distances and weaving a tapestry that binds you together, irrespective of geographical boundaries. This might sound like a utopian vision or a mere figment of imagination. However, it is an achievable reality within your grasp. You, as architects of tomorrow, stand poised to shape this into a preferable future. Let us now dig deeper into the existing trends and see how they are shaping our active future. This intelligent network is more than just efficient. It is intuitive, optimizing performance, predicting issues, and proactively preventing disruptions. No longer will your customers endure the frustrations of network congestion or outages. Your networks will boast surplus capacity, with flaws rectified before they cast even the slightest shadow on the seamless experience promised. Inspired by the strides of AT&T in real-time AI monitoring of network traffic, which resulted in a remarkable 20% reduction in congestion thresholds, commit to implementing cutting-edge congestion avoidance mechanisms. Your vision is one of a network that dances to the tune of efficiency, constantly adapting to the demands of a dynamic digital landscape. But your commitment to excellence doesn't end there. Automated anomaly detection, reminiscent of the pioneering efforts of Ericsson, will enable a new era of proactive maintenance. Their AI-driven analysis of telemetry data successfully identified abnormalities, slashing outage rates by up to 35%. Picture your networks immunized against downtime, resilient and robust in the face of challenges. The concept of insights-driven organization, where information is turned into actionable knowledge, send us on a journey to infuse artificial intelligence throughout your operations. This infusion is not merely a technological enhancement, it is a transformative endeavor aimed at unlocking actionable insights that propel you into an era of data-driven decision-making. Machine learning emerges as your guide, predicting customer needs, reducing churn, streamlining processes, and inspiring innovations that set you apart. In pricing, inspired by Zain Saudi Arabia's success, envision algorithms optimizing rate plans based on usage patterns and demand forecasting, leading to a significant revenue boost. Personalized rate plans tailored to each customer segment become the norm, heralding a new era of customer-centric pricing. In the realm of customer service, draw inspiration from Nedbank's conversational AI, which handles a remarkable 70% of queries without human intervention. The potential to automate repetitive tasks and unlock unparalleled efficiencies within your call centers becomes a reality. Imagine a customer service experience that is not just efficient but also tailored to individual needs. Armed with the insights garnered from artificial intelligence, enter the third act, where you craft bespoke customer journeys. Usage patterns become the brushstrokes that inform bundles and promotions tailored to the minutiae of individual needs. Contextual notifications, guided by the subtle intelligence of your algorithms, provide helpful information at precisely the right moments. Customer is still the king, and everything designed, built, and deployed must be tailor-made to suit the customer's needs. Your commitment extends to creating unified customer profiles across omni-channel platforms. Whether through SMS, apps, web, or social touchpoints, customers will experience a seamless, personalized journey that transcends the limitations of time and space. Where does the connected digital ecosystem take us? The digital ecosystem takes us into a realm of strategic partnerships, forging connections that transcend individual industries to converge world-class connectivity, entertainment, finance, and retail into unified digital-first experiences. Safaricom's Masoko or Vodacom's VodaPay e-commerce marketplaces stand as a testament to the power of such collaborations, offering customers a seamless fusion of telecom and digital services with perks like free deliveries and discounts. Inspired by this success, envision similar value mashups, transforming partnerships into experiences that resonate with your customers on a profound level. Firstly, embracing emerging technologies is crucial. The future demands a proactive approach to integrating cutting-edge innovations such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, AI, and generative AI, Gen AI, into your operations. These revolutionary technologies hold immense potential not only to enhance your existing services, but also to open new avenues for customer engagement, satisfaction, and revenue generation. By being an early adopter and building expertise in these transformative fields, you can gain a significant competitive advantage and position yourself as a trailblazer in the digital era. Secondly, as your organization becomes increasingly digitized, cybersecurity must be a top priority. Future digital strategies must prioritize robust measures to safeguard customer data, protect your systems from cyber threats, and maintain the trust and reliability that your customers expect. This may involve fortifying your infrastructure, implementing advanced encryption and authentication protocols, and fostering a culture of cybersecurity awareness across all levels of your organization. By making cybersecurity an integral part of your digital strategy, you can mitigate risks and instill confidence in your stakeholders. Thirdly, agility and adaptability are essential traits in the rapidly evolving digital landscape. Your future strategies must be dynamic, responsive, and capable of pivoting swiftly when necessary. This requires cultivating a culture of continuous innovation where new ideas are actively encouraged and explored. By fostering an environment that embraces change and remains open to new possibilities, you can stay ahead of the curve and seize emerging opportunities before your competitors. Finally, as your organization accumulates vast amounts of data through its digital operations, future strategies should explore ethical and responsible ways to monetize this invaluable asset. This could involve developing personalized services tailored to individual customer preferences, forging strategic partnerships with other data-driven organizations, or even contributing to larger data-driven initiatives that benefit society as a whole. By harnessing the power of data, you can unlock new revenue streams, enhance customer experiences, and position yourself as a leader in the data-driven economy. The digital future holds immense promise, but it also presents significant challenges. By embracing emerging technologies, prioritizing cybersecurity, fostering agility and adaptability, and monetizing data responsibly, you can chart a course towards sustained success and navigate the uncharted waters of the digital landscape with confidence and foresight. The future of customer engagement will be shaped by evolving expectations and a deeper understanding of individual needs. Your future customer strategies must align with these shifts to ensure not only satisfaction, but also advocacy. To repeat once again, as the old saying goes, the customer is king, and everything designed, built, and deployed must be tailored to suit the customer's needs. Building on your current hyper-personalization efforts, the future will demand an even more nuanced understanding of individual preferences. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will play a pivotal role in crafting experiences that are not just personalized, but anticipatory. Imagine a world where your services and offerings adapt to customers' needs before they are even expressed. By harnessing advanced analytics and predictive modeling, you can anticipate their desires, recommend relevant products or services, and preemptively resolve any issues that may arise. As technology continues to advance, customers will expect seamless integration across all touchpoints. Your future strategies must focus on creating an integrated ecosystem where customers can transition effortlessly between channels without sacrificing consistency or personalization. Envision a future where a customer's journey is unified, whether they engage with you through a mobile app, a website, a call center, or a physical store. Their preferences, history, and context should flow seamlessly across these touchpoints, ensuring a cohesive and tailored experience at every stage of their interaction. Anticipating and resolving issues before they impact the customer experience will be a key differentiator in the future. Your customer strategies should leverage AI-driven analytics to predict and address potential issues, creating an environment of trust and reliability. By analyzing usage patterns, network data, and customer feedback, you can proactively identify areas of concern and take preemptive measures to mitigate or resolve them. This proactive approach will not only enhance customer satisfaction, but also foster a deeper sense of trust and loyalty. Community-centric approaches. The future customer is not just an individual, they are part of a larger community. Your strategies should embrace community-centric approaches, fostering a sense of belonging and shared experiences among your customer base. This could involve creating digital communities where customers can engage with each other, share insights, and provide feedback. It could also involve leveraging social media platforms to build a sense of community around your brand, allowing customers to connect with one another and share their experiences. By cultivating a vibrant community, you can not only enhance customer loyalty, but also tap into the power of word-of-mouth marketing and advocacy. By implementing these customer-centric strategies, you can position yourself as a leader in the digital age, delivering exceptional experiences that resonate with your customers on a profound level. Remember, the customer is the cornerstone of your success, and by focusing on their needs and aspirations, you can forge lasting relationships that transcend mere transactions and shape the future of customer engagement. The conscientious transformation. As you seamlessly transition between these different components, now enters the final act, a conscientious transformation that transcends corporate goals to embrace a broader responsibility to society and the planet. Your commitment to uplifting communities takes on new dimensions. Digital skilling programs become a cornerstone. Empowering the youth for the future economy, your networks serve as bridges, eradicating digital divides and fostering a sense of connectivity that transcends socio-economic barriers. Sustainability is not an afterthought, but the very heartbeat of your operations. Renewable energy, circular consumption, and digital equality are not just buzzwords. They are the pillars upon which your conscientious transformation rests. The question that echoes through this narrative now stands before us. Are we ready to lead this transformation, to shape tomorrow rather than merely react to change? The future is not a passive entity, but rather an active force that awaits our guidance and direction. We have the power to mold and influence the course of events, to chart a path towards a better tomorrow. The time for bold vision and decisive action is now. We must seize the initiative and take control of the active future, proactively shaping it rather than merely predicting it. The world is ready for our prompts of change, for our collective efforts to steer the course of history towards a brighter, more prosperous, and more equitable reality. It is time to move beyond mere predictions and start making prognoses, to actively envision and create the future we desire, rather than simply forecasting what might come to pass. With courage, determination, and a shared commitment to progress, we can become the architects of our own destiny and forge a tomorrow that reflects our deepest hopes and aspirations. I see before me an organization united in purpose and brimming with potential. Together, let us imagine, build and lead. The future waits for no one. It's a canvas awaiting the strokes of our collective creation. So, let us create a preferable future. Thank you.
Awesome. That was from JP from Accenture. Thank you so much for that video. And now we are at a point where I think we've had a very good morning, and we'd like to maybe stretch ourselves, stretch our hands, stretch our legs. So maybe this is a 15 minutes break. Just go, have a small break, have a drink of something, and then we'll be able to resume in a few. But now, I want to introduce our very own DJ Mish to take us through another section, another segment of amazing, amazing mixes from DJ Mish.
Fes café banga, 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 banga. Ding ding dong, people like Amanda Wilson. Violette, please fire ban. Oui, ma aime femme. Hypocrite, je t'étrangle. Hypocrite, fes café banga. Tic, tac, 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 fes café banga. Tic, fes café banga. Tic, tac. Bad girl ka kriye youpi. Poum poum bad ka fe bad man digging. Bad girl ka kriye youpi. Den sol chata man ka chak bidim. Doucement messieurs mon en pack a femme. Fes ka fe boum bam blakatam. Hey voleta son a badaman. Fes ka fe banga. Tic tac. 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 Fes ka fe banga.
Every day you feel the thing for one. How we got determination, mental creation. I find out where to go. Every day you got one fight. Every day you feel the thing for one. How we got determination, mental creation. I find out where to go. Ngoja kusema itakuwa easy. Toka makini ndugu yangu nisikize. Umeteseka siku nyingi. Ukiwa ndo umekosa nini. Tension toka kila upande. Toka juu chini kando kando kila upande. Tunashindwa fanya nini. Open now what else on me. Kazi tukupiga dede. Na yeshe fanya ruka sema yes. Oswali unavyodele. But itabidi tumuweke Yesu mbele. Saskiza time na kuandika. Usiposema word na kupelta amuka. Shetani anasika cheki blessings zinashuka. Wataya tukwe waki na word for every day. You got one fight. Every day you feel the thing for one. Now we got determination in salvation. I find out where to go. Every day you got one fight. Every day you got the yellow one. I go determination in salvation.
Every time you go to bed while you're inside, and now you're going back. But let me tell you that you have to die. So many times it makes you cry, makes you feel lonely inside. No one can afford to lose, because they be laughing at you. And you're thinking you need him more, and you just can't let him go. But I know for sure you don't need him anymore. I know someone that really cares, someone that you'll always be there. This isn't a blind date. Someone if you're feeling let him go, oh, let him go. Oh, let him go, oh, let him go. Oh, let him go, oh, let him go. Oh, let him go, oh, let him go.
Don't naive at your heart when you get hard. You better be a Latin so smart. Never is coming in a shotgun. All you want to do is see you falling down flat. It's really hard, seem they get to you not growing strong, and never keep for longer. Smoking much of ganja, their life in danger. If you tell them, yeah, the anger gonna rise upon them. Gonna scream this chorus. Gonna scream them.
Oh, let him go. Oh, let him go. Oh, let him go. Oh, let him go, oh, let him go. Oh, let him go, oh, let him go. When Jesus knew I in real full control, angels in a middle of them do patrol. No demon touch me, no, not at all. Blessings like a river, them one flow. When Jesus knew I in real full control, angels in the middle of them do patrol. No demon touch me, no, not at all. Blessings like a river, when God is in control. Oh, no matter who said what and when, with Jesus in control. Oh, he might make me much better than them when God is in control. Oh, no matter who said what and when, put Jesus in control. Oh, he will make you much better than them. I will say this, me no bother them. I will say that, me no bother them. Enemy them, me no bother them. Liar them, me no bother them. Backbiter them, me no bother them. Man mind them, me no bother them. Blood of Jesus covers me from all of them. I will say this, me no bother them. I will say that, me no bother them. Enemy them, me no bother them. Liar them, me no bother them. Backbiter them, me no bother them. Man mind them, me no bother them. Blood of Jesus covers me from all of them. And when Jesus, you are in real full control. Angels in a middle of them do patrol. No demon touch me, no, not at all. Blessings like a river, them one flow. Jesus, you are in full control. Angels in a middle of them do patrol. No demon touch me, no, not at all. Blessings like a river, them one flow. Control. Oh, no matter who said what and when, with Jesus in control. Oh, he might make me much better than them when God is in control. Oh, no matter who said what and when, put Jesus in control. Oh, he will make you much better than them. I would say, Nigga access to VIP. Oh, wanna say kanyama flesh with nana. How my thing is like. Sing a thing chola ne groovy. Ah, ukuna beko no nabi. Nyala, sing a thing chola ne groovy. Ah, ukuna beko no nabi. Nyala, izinja zempilo ma. Umuto titi, otiti titi. Minister, ufuna kuhlala nama-minister. Relax, amusopenika. Sama umungutili, sama umungutili. Minister, ufuna kuhlala nama-minister. Relax, amusopenika. Sama umungutili, sama umungutili. Groovy. When I let go, do nothing. Nyala, say nothing, chola, groovy. When I let go, do nothing. Nyala, isn't it big?
Ngasme nangizoyithini ndaba. Ihamba nendokotela, ihamba nodokotela. Oh, I'm a superstar, oh, pastor. Yeah. I'm ihamba nendokotela, ihamba nodokotela. Superstar, oh, pastor.
Now which kind life where I never see? I carry God so I fear not. Steady increase in the commands, command. Original no be part of me. You know fit clear for your memory. Whether now winter or summer, I take Papa just stop now. Living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Smally way they my feet and never know I color. To remove my check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. Energy don't got more friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to suckers. I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on bono. Everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion. Things happen inside life. Try to make I live my life. Dreams come true. If not by the fight, make you no go tired. They go. Fire, they go. You need to put your body in school. If your worries run on, I don't stop. Living life in my fire, burning bright. Within the inside me, only way they might be the never know I can. To remove my check and balance everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. You don't got love, more friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to suckers. I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on bono. Everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion.
They go. Come down to save myself, but see after they roll. You think that I can know. Internet, the internet, oh, down, feeling intellectual. I can't take a feeling the pressure. I can't take a feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression. I can't take a kill pressure. You can't take the whole direction. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression. See they go, baby, I like to see they go, baby. Move my way, I like to see they go, baby, I like to see they go.
Make your body come, my body make a cool my tension. I'ma give me a looking like your body, they call my attention. Big ways, 5 days, I'm not gonna lie for you, I can't wait for you. I'ma get a dog face for you. Follow me, lick it up like for Dubai. Anything you want, girl, I go buy. You dey put me for high tension. This one, I'm my confession. We go do holiday for Mumbai. Anything you want, girl, I go buy. You dey put me for high tension. This one, I'm my confession. You got me like I wanna love you for life. I don't go like to say goodbye. Is my disease, meditation, you know the buttons to press to ease up my stress. I cannot compare you.
I can't take a feeling the pressure. I can't take a feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression. I can't take a kill pressure. You can't take the whole direction. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression.
First time I saw you, I knew you're the one. Don't wanna lose you, I need you with me. Sweet melody that I needed most. Can't imagine life without my shady. Never wanna hear you cry. I wanna bring out the best in you so that we can share this life. There's nothing I wouldn't do, only wanna see you smile. Even if you don't have a reason to, you came at the perfect time. It's like I was sent here to rescue you. My baby, oh my baby, my baby, oh my baby, my baby, oh don't stop it, oh my baby, oh my baby, my shit is so
pour me water, holy water, when we fire. Pour me water, holy water, make it quench with fire. Anybody want me, make I no fall in love with you. But I know after them, I tell them, say, now you. Right now you come and then you play me for a fool. I'm out here wondering, waiting, I do. Yeah, baby. Pour me water, holy water, quench with fire. Yeah. Pour me water, it's me, Callie. My baby, they confuse me with that bomb. But she get the guy where they send her money from London. She dey treat me like a Johnny just up. My monkey they okay, baboon he don't talk. Yeah, I go chop all you want it, as long as you give me my push. Baby, make you know the rush it. I beg you, make you treat me with caution. Leg over, my baby, give me leg over. Hangover, baby, she dey give me hangover. Hey, leg over, oh no, make me leg over. Hey, game over, she dey come give me game over. Hey, I dey confuse you, I dey confused when you turn around, baby, you dey make her confused. You do all like a Cameroon, mesmerize the boy, baby, make her confused. Commando, you dey command the boy, if he overload. Yeah, I don't feel stand alone. I must call my guy before rendezvous. I go trap all the water, as long as you give me my portion. Baby, make you know the rush it. I beg you, make it fit me with caution. Leg over, my baby, give me leg over. Hangover, baby, she dey give me hangover. Hey, leg over, wanna make me leg over. Hey, game over.
Nilipendi lao kweli baby nipe tu, na ukinikuta nimelala unakuja juu, tena kwa jinsi liko hoteli na watau, na ukinikumbatia moyo unadunda pu, unadunda pu, 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 unadunda pu, 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 unadunda pu, pu. Unadunda po 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 po. Ulala.
Hai, wacha niseme kitu bu. Siwezi kukutoa machozi maana mimi sio kitungu. Kila siku kwetu siku kuu, Valentine so issue kwetu. Ni siku tu. Najua napenda zawadi na gifti. Na ndo maana wokaje kufix me. Iwe shida ya mavazi, chakula na maradhi, sometimes niko razi nijiriski. Nachofuraha kankikosa na nombe kwa Mungu. Wapo walowainitosha kita sina fungu. Nakumbuka long time, limekuwa hard time. Kabla hujanitoa kwa ukungu. Ushaambiwa maneno shati. Ushaambiwa mimi sina hali. Ukaambiwa mimi jambali. Kapelwa mapenzi na bado ukanihitaji. Ushaambiwa maneno shati. Ushaambiwa mimi sina hali. Ukaambiwa mimi jambazi, kapelwa mapenzi na bado
nilipendi lao kweli baby nipe tu, Ukinikuta nimelala unakuta tu tena kwa jinsi hoteli na watamu. Ukinikumbatia moyo unadunda tu.
Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Na kuona bright, hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees. Ukipesa na kamini none of my busy days. And I see you in London, silicone on your mama, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Banderas. Somebody
mwanamke tabia shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa tabia na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamme hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona Brazil hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje nano mabusiness. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your behavior, Susanna Banderas. Susanna Banderas.
I'm on a romantic call. Baby panda mti kama network ni blanda. I'm on a romantic call. Better option ni wewe safa elewe. I'm on a romantic call. Nimekunokia na techno kuhanga papana. I'm on a romantic call. Better option ni wewe. Leo nimebaibamba, leta mamako tuonge. Tulikosana tangu masikio nitoboe. Hii namba ni ya msee wa movie hapa base. Usireply hata kikutext. Uliwacha kubonda tangu kuku zenu ziende missing. Mliacha kushuku kule Mkisi kuna ukame. Na hopa pako aliunda fence. Na gopa sana kuliwe na fisi. I'm on a romantic call. Baby panda mti kama network ni blanda. I'm on a romantic call. Better option ni wewe safa elewe. I'm on a romantic call. Nimekunokia na techno kuhanga papana. I'm on a romantic call. Better option ni wewe. Kielewe, kielewe, lazima nikuweke, kielewe, kielewe, lazima nikuweke.
Haka katek kazuri joka kofero, kishamsham kinyam kitamtam, shuka na ngeo sezi mendata kapedo, demi kafupi kanapenda magendo, ngoma nikaliuliza makurutu kanga, nimebaki shangwe kelele na nderemo, shambra kelele na nderemo, shambra kelele na nderemo, sham kinyam kitam sham rasham kisham sham kelele na nderemo, kisham sham kinyam kitam sham rasham kisham sham kelele na nderemo.
Sherehe ni meja tumekujadi na tamba, tulibeba meja yule alifanya bablas, uzi ndo rende tunarogadi wa kamba, ole kitanda ole kandanda, tingisha kichwa na kisha kama kedanda, kingfisha na pita shaka piga la snap sana deku tiponyo ya
dem kazuri joka kofero, kitam sham kinyam kitam tam, shuka na ngeo sezi mendata kapedo.
DJ Mish in the building, man. Leo umesikia mix. Mashamra sham la sham. La shawarma. Awesome. Azed. Thank you so much, DJ Mish, for that entertaining segment, which also was our break. I think now all of you have come from break. All of you are relaxed. The 7 things for 7 bob. You are now grown away from that because what was Mesepata? Amazing. Now we are going to a game though. We are not done with the games. Now we have a game. This is because we remember we asked guys what is their favorite Olympic sport. You remember? What was yours? Remind me. Yours was swimming. Yes. Yours was swimming. Mine was gymnastics. But now, for this segment, mine is soccer. We do have a game. And we'd like all of you who are online and those who are here, just log in into the platform Ujala. We do have a soccer game lined up for you here. I'm going to give you some few instructions and some rules of the game, and I'd like you to follow it to be able to participate. If you have not been able to, you've not been able to log in, you can scan the screen in front of you, and you can be able to have access to the platform. So the rules are here. I'm going to read one and help me read the other one. So get into the landing page of the soccer ball and press shoot.
Fill in your first name and second name and press continue.
And then, now here's where the game is. You drag to the left or drag to the left or right, depending on where you feel like you can score, and then swipe the ball in the direction you want, then shoot to go. So I think guys should shoot their shots. Shoot your shot, try and attempt this game of ours, and try and also get a chance to win.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck, definitely. Good luck. I think guys are already participating and everything. I'm seeing some guys are in there trying to shoot their shot. If you can see the screen right now, I can see some guys are shooting. Someone has missed. Hey, mtu ameweka over the bar. I can see someone scored.
One goal.
There's a goal there. No keeper ni nani. If you're going to give that keeper a name, I think we'll call him Onana. Watu wa Onana, we see you. We see you complaining. We'll keep anaitwa Onana. Awesome. I think guys are continuing to participate. Please do participate. We're going to tally the scores, and later on, we're going to announce who are the winners. We do have presents for the best two. I hope I've got that right. I think the best two will be given a prize for participating in that game, and you will be given something, or a token of appreciation. At this point in time, though, we're moving on. As we talk about digitization, as we're moving in the space of digitization and improving our solutions here and there, there's a very fundamental part that I think if we miss to do, we'll have a little bit of trouble. And this is matters security. Security in the cyberspace is very important for us to be able to grow in the space of innovation, because security for all of us is what is very fundamental and gives us the confidence that we're growing together. Now, to speak for us today, we have one of our very own speakers doing a presentation, and this is our head of department cybersecurity, Safaricom PLC, who's going to give us a bit of what they have in store in the space of cybersecurity in tandem with innovation. And allow me to welcome, put your hands together for Mr. Samuel Ocheng. Karibu sana, Samuel.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana. You can use the mic.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, or it's already afternoon? It's morning. Yeah, I'm not hearing the responses, and I don't know where guys have gone to. Yeah, so today we are going to look at the cybersecurity landscape and the complexities that are there in the digital space, as we also try to protect the information systems that we have in the environment. And then lastly, we'll do a demo on some of the innovative ways that we are using to bridge the threat landscape also in the environment. Yeah, so to start us off, I'll do an overview on the information security space, the digital era, how it is, how it has evolved with time. So we started the information technology space around the 90s. I know it was early there, but in the 90s, I know some of us were using diskettes, if you're in that space. And of course, there were certain malware that were then also exploiting this particular disks. It came an era of the year 2000, where the usage of the web was really taking shape. And right now, if I can just maybe progress, right now, again, the usage of web, IoT, cloud computing, the usage of AI. I think a number of speakers really spoke about the usage of AI. And one of the areas we are also going to look at is how does the use of AI also bring problems in terms of protecting business information systems. We see now attackers are also creating their own tools using AI to exploit systems. For example, ransomware that are based on AI. So they have evasive mechanisms also just to make sure that they are not detected in the environment. Yeah, so if we look at, for example, the IoT space, every now and again, as an individual, most people right now have almost 3 devices. You have either a laptop, a tablet, a phone. At home, you have a smart TV that is using internet. Somewhere, somehow, you have a printer that you're using. So globally, we are looking at a case where 57,000 new devices are being introduced almost every 1 second. So in that case, how do you provide security protection on these particular devices? By the year 2025, that is next year, we are looking at a global 75 billion devices that then you need to protect. It means the attack surface is getting wider and wider each day. And also we have developments ongoing. I think like the DIT team, right now we have almost 400 plus developers. So they're developing code. This code are getting integrated to several business systems in the organization. And as a result of these integrations, we are introducing new software in the environment. The attack surface keeps on widening. So then it means you also need a very large team of cybersecurity to provide protection. You need a very big investment in terms of cybersecurity tools to offer protection for these particular information assets. As at now, if you check maybe on the internet, the research that has been done by global leaders, you find that the world right now lacks almost 3.5 million cybersecurity professionals. It means we need that number around 3.5 to protect our information systems. Maybe just back home in Safaricom, we also keep recruiting, equipping our cybersecurity engineers so that we can provide that protection. It's a big challenge for us, but then we need to find ways then that we don't hire the whole world to come and protect a business where we are not making maybe an equivalent amount of money to pay these particular professionals. So as a result, what we've done, we have the Bug Bounty program, where right now I think we have about 1,500 professionals that we've then onboarded, who can then help us check for bugs on the information systems that we've published, developed, and that way we are able then to cut the cost of hiring new people or engineers to protect us. So what are some of the common cyber threats that then we see? Some of you are aware, like last year we had a DDoS case. So this is still there in the world. We have cases of ransomware creating havoc across the globe. We have issues of phishing. So one of the engineers we have in the room, Stephen Sungu, will take us through how then we are trying to automate this process of dealing with phishing. Business email protection. Normally, the first place that attackers try and get to is the access. So how do they access your credentials, for example? So they need to find a way to harvest this credential from you so that they can have access to your systems. The easiest way, we know every time you don't check your mails, you feel almost unwell. You need to check who is communicating with me. And attackers know that so well. So they'll make sure they send you something that is so enticing. Now I know some of us are also getting ready either for Easter or something. So if someone were to tell you about an Easter holiday, a number of people will then click on that link so that they can get maybe the offer that is in place. Globally, the research done by IBM some 2 years back predicts that the cost of cybercrime will be about $10.5 trillion. I'm not sure whether we'll be able to pay that even as a country. When we had our share of the cyber incident, there was a lot of engagement even from the government side on how to deal with the cyber attack. So this is not just for maybe small businesses. You can imagine a small SME that cannot hire cybersecurity professionals. How can they deal with these cyber issues? The big corporations that we know, the likes of maybe Microsoft, the T-Mobile, these are companies that have also had incidences of cyber attack, and they're on different scales. So if you look at a technology like cloud computing, every now and again, I think like Safaricom, when we started cloud, we started with the Microsoft Azure. From there, we learned our lessons. We moved to AWS, where now we are adopting a lot of workloads in that environment. But again, it poses a challenge to us because this is a space that is outside our ecosystem. So it's not in our physical data centers. So how do we provide control? Because then you are trusting someone to take care of your data, your information systems. So things like data privacy, service availability, how will you guarantee that will be in place even as you adopt this cloud computing? So someone can easily get access to that because we'll find people accessing these systems outside the environment. Big data, this is now you're collecting large volumes of data. And we know from today that data now becomes the new oil. So, yeah, so the more you have, the merrier it is. So most companies like the Facebook of this world, Amazon, they are using this data just to form the kind of products they're going to create, how they're going to serve their customers. So the more they give them, you give them this data, the more they are also able to serve you. But then there's the flip side. They can also use it in a wrong way. IoT, of course, now there's a widespread usage of these devices. How many controls? Can you imagine now you're having people exploiting your printers? Then you ask a cybersecurity professional, should I install an antivirus in a printer or how do I deal with it? And there are many of them coming up. In our environment here, we have people with mobile devices. So you access your Teams, you have email there, the presentations, you access them on your mobile device. So then we say, should we enroll you on an MDM solution that can then control, you continue using your device at a personal level, but when it comes to the office data, it gets containerized. Then we also have the way our users work. Since COVID, I don't think we've been to the office 100%. A good number of us are still working remotely. You don't know who that person is in the room. So this is a person who can view your screen, see whatever you are doing, and take control of either the data or even the credentials you are then passing into the information systems. Like, for example, you want to view your payslip. Of course, the ERP will present you with the login screen. As you type, the guy behind you at home will be seeing this. Yeah, so these are some of the challenges that then you have in this complex environment. I think AI, I mentioned it. So kind of a framework that then we need to build. I think Charlotte and the team are also already doing this. So how do we build a framework that people don't abuse AI in the environment? But again, we need to be just on top of the game as people adopt this AI. Does it pose certain challenges in our environment? DevSecOps, we have engineers. Normally, if someone will introduce to you a new software, of course, you'll be very agitated to install it. So how do we ensure that as we introduce new code, we have this code checked, it's productive, and it doesn't introduce more bugs into the systems? The other bit is also just the usage of all technologies that we have. More and more, as we move into adopt new technologies, do we decommission the old ones? I think in the environment, we have to do an assessment. Quite a large number of either the vulnerabilities that we have are due to these old technologies. Yeah, so the other way that we are dealing with this is just through now monitoring automation. That is where now I'll bring in Steve just to take us through how are we then using automation to deal with these particular cases. An area that we've put a lot of focus is threat hunting and intelligence. So we check our systems internally. So this is recommended across, not just our business. So a hunt can be based on some hypothesis. So you are saying maybe our CFO's credentials have been compromised. So that will be your hypothesis. So you try and find out which systems does, for example, the CFO have access to. So you check, are there any abnormal usage? Has it traveled? If not, why are we seeing, for example, logins coming in from Australia? He logs into, for example, the ERP system to make some approvals. All of a sudden, you are seeing he's in the office, but he's no longer logging in. So these are some of the hunts now we do in the environment. And also on the threat hunting side, we check that which organization have been compromised. An example, we've partnered with all the Vodacom markets. So anything seen, for example, in Vodacom South Africa, is it Turkey, and other markets, that is shared across all the other markets, then we implement appropriate controls. So it's a challenge because as we speak, we have almost 40 different types of controls. So you have an engineer who then needs to log into all these 40 systems to apply this control so that, for example, maybe a malicious IP gets blocked. Now this he needs to do on 40 plus systems. So how can we reduce that time that an engineer takes to log into almost 40 systems? As you wait to log in, for example, to the 20th system, the attacker has already done havoc in your systems. Or it's a phishing link that has come in. As you try to log in again to these multiple systems to contain it, the more people are already clicking this link. So what you'll do is to make phone calls to people. I saw you click this link. It's not effective as expected. So we need a different way to deal with a situation like that. So that's the reason why Steve will be on board today, just to showcase us what we are doing then in that space. Yeah, so we have different kind of security controls that we've then applied. The last bit that we normally focus on a lot right now is the data, because we know that is where the attackers are now going to. Issues to do with service availability, for example, maybe bringing down a service. They use it as pride. I've compromised you, but there's nothing really much the attacker is gaining. However, if the attacker has your data, then they'll ask you to pay for some ransom. The brand reputation that will come as a result of that is so huge. You'll find customers calling. I've seen my data outside there. Who gave it out? So again, some code fines that might be there. So we look at application security. I think we've embedded in the DevSecOps pipeline. So we have our tools there. The human element, that is the weakest link right now, either from a cybersecurity side, as a user side, as a system custodian side. Somehow, somewhere, you are not doing things the right way. So as a result, the compromises are happening. They are normally just basic things. Have we checked the link you are clicking? As a cybersecurity professional, have I done the basic thing? Like, for example, the coverage of our tools on all the systems, has it been done appropriately? Yeah, so we do more advocacy in that area. And then on the endpoint security, the MDM solution, authentication, I think I mentioned about that being the first attack vector. An attacker will look at a way to access your system. Normally it's a credential. So what programs are we then doing? You have a program like the multi-factor authentication that we brought in, just to make sure that as much as maybe someone might get your credential, this other factor, they also need to apply it for them to have access to the system. Then now we are also introducing the Windows Hello as part of our biometric to provide protection, the multi-layered defense as part of the network security, and also the perimeter protection. Yeah, so I think I would want to post there for Steve to come and maybe just do for us the demo on the automation that then we've done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. And when you're speaking on cybersecurity, first of all, it puzzles me how you sleep comfortably at night, looking at the fact that cybersecurity is a really contentious issue. And you mentioned something about data and clicking of links, and that when we have most attacks, we find a situation where someone attacks our system, but they're trying to get access to the big data, or to the data specifically. Would you give us a perspective of how you've been able to see ourselves curbing that in the recent past, and what do we need to do from our perspective, or from us as staff, or even the larger group, to do to ensure that we stay safe?
Yeah, so I'll start from the people side.
Yes.
As you access the data, you need to be very cautious, cautious of the data you're accessing. Then you also need to know, what data am I accessing? So do you have the permission to access that data to start with? So if you find yourself, for example, today, like where I sit, I don't have access to the payroll data.
Yes.
And if I come across a payroll data, then it's my responsibility to report that I have a data which I don't need access to. So as a person, then there's a responsibility as the information user to make sure that you provide these reports whenever you come across maybe certain data that maybe either you are seeing it publicly or yourself, you are able to then access this data. Internally, what we do here is primarily around access management. So we make sure that As Samuel, I don't have access to CRM. So I have a team then that does access review to make sure that Sam doesn't have access to CRM. And if I do, if I should have access to CRM, what parts of CRM should I have? Do I have excessive privileges on this particular data that can then expose? For example, it should be on a need to know. I only need to know this part of data. So we have a team that then does that review. It goes beyond that. So for example, right now, like big data, a lot of data we have in the environment, but we don't know where this data is. So to start with, we need to do a discovery of this data. I need to identify where are the PIA data, where are people using their credit cards on the data, where do we have, for example, the payroll data as an example that I gave, the CDR data that we have in the environment. So if I am able to discover this data, in cyber we say you only protect what you know. So you have to know the data first, then you provide the applicable controls. Yeah, so we have programs that we're applying to discover the data across the environment, then you create that data warehouse for us then to apply the protection. The protection now can come in different ways. For example, I can decide to mask the data. I don't need to see certain parts of your ID number. So maybe just the first 2 digits and the last 2 digits. So I need to mask the rest. Or I can choose to encrypt the whole data because it should not be visible to anyone. So for example, if I were to come across a password that is in plain text, then that's a problem. So what should we then do? We should be able to encrypt that particular credential so that it's not visible to anyone. The other bit now is on monitoring. I monitor what access are ongoing in the environment. Like today, at any given time, we are able to see what's happening. If you click maybe on a certain link, you access a certain system, I can know that so and so access this particular system at this time. This is but the type of data that they pulled. And if you try to push this data out, like for example, to public cloud shares, I'll be able to see that so and so tried to push this particular CDR M-Pesa statements to this particular cloud shares or through email. So we have that monitoring mechanism. We have the 24-hour monitoring SOC at the 5th floor, where we now do the 24-hour monitoring. Yeah, so of course, when you see that there are some remediation mechanisms that we then apply, you can try to monitor also the dark web, where this data is going to. And then we apply either takedown. We've seen a lot of data outside there. So can we take it down just to provide some kind of damage control that might be there? Yeah, so of course, if we still find it and we are perpetrating this, the next step will just be a legal action against whoever is trying to exfiltrate this particular data. So there are different layers that would then apply for maybe the data protection mechanism. I wouldn't say they are all enough. Otherwise, you'll have a whole multitude of systems. That is why we have the monitoring still ongoing and user training, which is also a big component of this.
And that's what I was asking, how do you sleep? Because looking at all those components, it's quite amazing what you guys do. And there's a word you mentioned, and I'm sure for the Jangos in the house, for those who understand, he said it's a word called phishing. Some people are imagining fishing in the lake. But I want to come back home. We've had so many trainings on the space of phishing that we usually do, and it just goes to the point of accessing links that are not necessarily, you're not supposed to be accessing them. And from the trainings we've had, we've looked at situations where you are triggered, it's time bound, you are supposed to do it either today, and you find yourself clicking that particular link. And my question to you specifically is this: looking at that we have so many so many parts of communication that needs to happen within ourselves, and even with our external partners, with our vendors and all that. You've mentioned in our trainings things that we need to look out for. However, we do find ourselves having new guys joining in, like on a daily basis. How do you handle this? What is normally there's usually called a fuse. I'll call it a fuse plan, where maybe there's a shot and the fuse comes on to support us. How do you handle that space?
Yes, that is why so that is why we have those phishing simulations on a continuous manner. and also the training. So for the new staff coming in, they go through this particular training as well. And after now you've gotten onboarded to the business, you are part of the employees. We also have now this, we do it now quarterly. So what we again normally do, if you go through that phishing simulation exercise and you don't pass it, you'll find a specific training coming to you. So of course we start with very, very easy ones where employees can easily click. A good example, let's say the company performs well and maybe in May there's some bonus. So a good way really to fish someone will be to say, click here to approve your bonus, or you'll find almost 50% of the people will click because it speaks to your emotion, it speaks to your financial needs. So that is how the attackers also think about you. They try to reach onto your inner core on something really you can't ignore for them really to get what they want. Yeah, so it's upon you also as an individual to take those precautionary measures to just validate that whatever I want to click, has it come from, for example, like bonus should come from HR?
Yes.
Is that the case? The source. So you should look at things like the source, the URL in place, the language. Most of the attackers, of course, they're in a hurry to get that money quickly. So you'll find a lot of either grammatical errors, the typos will be in this email, but sometimes as an individual, now at that time, it's your emotions driving you. I need this money and I need it now.
Yes.
So you go ahead and click on this particular link. So you'll be like, okay, it's just a link I'm clicking. But what might happen in the background, this link connects to a command and control center somewhere.
Yeah.
So someone now takes full control of your machine. And as a result, because the machine is connected to the network, the whole network is now owned by someone who is seated somewhere in Pakistan or another country. Or it can just be an employee next to you, trying to make sure that they fire you indirectly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for that. And we really appreciate the fact that you've been able to highlight on those issues. Sorry, I cut you.
Was it no problem? No, you were saying something that Steve was to give us more information.
Yes.
Okay, that's
all right. So we are going next to the next showcase, and this is on corporate security. The next showcase from Stephen Sungu. Be with us as we continue.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Stephen Sungu. I am an analyst at the Cyber Defense Center. Today we are going to showcase how we investigate phishing attacks. Yeah, so I will be comparing the old way we used to do and now the automated way. So start the slides. Okay, so I'll start by introducing phishing. So phishing is basically when an attacker sends malicious email to a user. The main goal of that attack is to get sensitive information like passwords or steal information from that user or their machines. So we've implemented numerous security controls within our environment, but somehow the attackers are getting more, are evolving and becoming more sophisticated. Yeah, so for some reason, some of the attacks are able to bypass our security controls. Next slide. So this is an example of a phishing email attack. So things that Sam had mentioned to identify a phishing attack, one of the things is confirming the sender by looking at the email address. Sometimes they attach some malicious attachment to the email, such that when a user downloads and runs, it has malware and it will infect the machine. So the malware will be able to steal passwords and also get control. Some malwares are able to get control of the machine, and then the attacker will be able to access the machine at any time. Others have malicious links whereby they entice the user to click and log in, assuming it's let's say an online banking email. Let's say if the attacker wants to get to harvest your online banking credentials. So they will put the link there, and then when you click, they'll be able to and log in. They'll be able to steal your passwords. Next slide. So during investigating phishing attacks, initially we used to use manual runbooks. So our day-to-day activity at the SOC, we respond to attacks. We monitor cyber threats and attacks and also respond to them. So one of them, we have different runbooks, but today we are going to highlight on the phishing. So these are some of the steps that the analyst used to do manually when investigating, let's say, a suspicious email. One is to validate the sender's email address. So by looking at it, and then also we have some intel websites which are able to tell you if there's any history of that sender in terms of if that email address has been involved in an attack. Next is extract IOCs, indicators of compromise. From the email, examples are the URLs, IP addresses, and domain names. Further, if it has, if that email has malicious attachments, they usually take those emails, those attachments, and then detonate in a sandbox. From there, they check the reputation of the IOCs from threat intelligence sources. So here you can have a list of, let's say, 10 URLs, 30 IPs, and 50 domain names. So imagine like an analyst having to confirm those manually. So it takes a lot of time. So in case the email is confirmed to be malicious, now there's the part where the analyst needs to respond. So blocking the IOCs on the blocking the IOCs in different entry points. Here we're thinking of the firewalls, the email gateways, and the endpoints of the computers. Next is use the IOCs to run searches across the environment to identify how many users were targeted. So sometimes you can find a case whereby one user has reported the phishing email. So on that point, now the analyst has now to use now the IOCs that they have retrieved from the email now to search across the environment to see how many users were targeted. From there, you can find that maybe out of those users who are targeted, a few were able to click and then maybe run the attachments or click on the links, and by so doing, the machines or their credentials might are compromised. So from there, let's say if it's a machine, we suspect that the user went ahead and installed something, installed the attachment which compromised the machine. Now is the isolation. So from there, there's the forensics investigation that takes in place. Next slide. Yeah. So that was the manual part. So we have an automated way. So the tool that the screenshot has been shown there is look at it like that tool is like an octopus. Some mentioned that we have different security devices that we need to push controls. So for example, we've identified bad IOCs or indicator of compromise. And then now we want to implement a block on our perimeter. So look at the tool as an octopus which has so many hands or legs. So each leg is able to connect to a certain device and then run an automation task. And that automation task can be run simultaneously. So, okay, apologies, the slide is not that clear. But the steps that I'd mentioned previously in the previous slide, now the tool is able now to create, or it gives us the opportunity to create workflows. Yeah. So, for example, you can see the first step could be, let's say, the email address. Okay, when the user reports the email address, when the user reports the malicious email, that email is by the reporting is automatic. The reporting is automatic, whereby the user just sends the email address to a certain email box. Our tool is able to ingest that email, and then based on the email, it kicks in the process. So one, it will get the details of the user who has reported the email. From there, there's another part here whereby now it starts processing. Yeah, processing the email. One, it will connect, it will take the details of the email, get enrichment from it. Example could be getting the hashes for that for the attachment, retrieving URLs, getting the domains. So doing, it will get a list of those the IOCs, and then it will then connect to our intelligent to our Intel Source platform. So the Intel Source platform contains information about those IOCs. So it will check against that platform and then give the analyst or give information related to those to the OSCs that have been collected. So you can go to the next. Okay, this is just still the workflow, but so behind it, there are some, the tasks are automated using a programming language. Yeah, so it picks all that information and then go to the next slide, please. It picks all that information and then it portrays the results to the user. So, sorry, to the analyst. So the analyst is able to see the information. Most important will be now the verdict of the IOCs. Are the IOCs or is the source address valid? So based on the information from the tool, and the tool has referenced the threat intel sources, so it will be able now to give its own verdict. So from there, the analyst will get the report, look at the report. Now, depending on their investigation, depending on the investigation, now they'll be able now to kick in further investigation, or maybe go with the verdict of the tool that has given. Next slide. Next. So this is just part of the workflow. Next slide. Next. Yeah, so this is the sample report of the of the investigation. So you can see the results are given. So for example, this one which is not clear, this could be, let's say, the tool has gone, has taken the attachments, detonated it, and then give you the results in form of a screenshot. Yeah, so down here, these are now the IOCs that have been collected, and the green part, the second column, it shows the verdict. So if something is clean, it will be indicated clean with the red, with the green color. Yeah, if something is malicious, then it will be also indicated malicious with the red color. So from here, there's another part of automation. Now where the different, now where after now investigating, getting the results from the phishing, now it's in the next step. Let's say to contain. So the tool is able also to connect to the different security devices and then pick all the IOCs that have been categorized as malicious, and then implement blocking automatically to them. Yeah. And next. So by doing the automation, there are some benefits that we've gotten from it. Number one, we've been able to standardize our process. So depending on the analyst who's on shift, the automation tool is able to, or the phishing phishing investigation is done in a standard way. Number two, the process whereby the analyst logs into different security devices to implement control. The old way was manual, it was time consuming, but now with the new way, it's done automatically and it saves a lot of time. If I can compare in terms of time, the manual way will take around half a day for someone to complete conclusively a phishing investigation. But nowadays, by using the automation, we're able to do that within 2 minutes or less. So yeah, that is the end.
Thank you so much. You talked about a lot of things that are quite fascinating, and I asked some few questions to our head of department cybersecurity, and I have some few for you. We have so many risk areas that you're talking about, and you've shown us a solution of how internally we've been able to ensure that we keep ourselves safe. I want us to take like a step back, kidogo, and go to a space where probably is one of our our weakest link from within. And I remember the head of department mentioned that our weakest link is ourselves, the people, and our devices, where we get to access different platforms and different spaces. Now, my question is, when we get into different public spaces, we've seen online that you could be charging your phone, and when you're charging your phone, like a software or a system is instilled in your phone and could pose as a threat here internally. Do you know about it, and is it something that you guys have thought around that space? Yes.
Yeah. So for such a situation, yeah, we as the HOD has said, we have devices within the environment, and one of the key things that we may ensure is that those devices always keep on sending their logs to a central place where the analytics is done. Yeah, so for such a situation, let's say if a user is by bad luck attacked in such a way, yeah, so one thing with the malicious, okay, one thing with the part of the device, if a foreign application is installed in the device, there are some activities or events that device will generate.
Yes.
Yeah. So those events, when they're generated, because we have a central logging system, so everything that, or each and every activity that is done on that device will be sent to the central logging system. So from there, we have analytics built on that logging system to detect such abnormal activities. Yeah. So from there, it will be picked and then sent now to the CDC team. The CDC team is that is the cyber defense team. They run 24/7. Yeah. So each and every time, if it's in the middle of the night, when such an activity is picked, they are able to identify and then respond to it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. You have something for us?
I would like to ask about the is it phishing or phishing? Yes, I'd like to ask about that. Is there any other way that you can be attacked when someone is doing the phishing, not just through a link? What other way can someone be attacked?
Okay, the objective of phishing is okay, or the vectors that the attackers use when they do phishing. Most common is links and then malicious attachments. Yeah, there's some other ways of advanced way of phishing, which is via voice, which is called phishing. So instead of you clicking on a link, they are able to call you and then manipulate you through the call. And then from there, they can be able now to direct you to do activities which you are not aware that there are maybe the activities they are doing for their own, let's say, financial or fraud case, fraud gain. Yeah. So other than the clicking on emails and attachments, you can also be phished or vished using via the call.
Oh, someone
Yeah.
calls you and is recording your voice for some biometrics or just guiding you to do some.
Yeah, guiding you to do something. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So we appreciate Sungu here giving us a perspective in the space of cybersecurity. Thank you so much for the showcase. We do appreciate you and what you guys do. Asante sana. So at this point in time, nimekuwa nikijisumbua sana. Semeni ngori. Semeni ngori. So today ni 7th. Na being 7th, sijalipa rent nimesahau. Sema ngori. Semeni ngori. Na charges mob, kuna rent, kuna kulipa mse wangu wa job, kuna kutumia madhe upkeep yake. Semeni ngori. So lilisahau. So lilikuwa nafaa kufanya payment za mine za rent, na sasa hivi venye kunaenda manze, mimi naona nikifukuza hiyo story. Semeni ngori. Semeni ngori. So manze, sijui nifanye nini. Sijui nifanye nini because now I cannot keep up with these things, man. I can't keep up with putting on any easy my rent zimenilemea. If I'm supposed to be paying my rent every like before 5th, and then again I'm supposed to be doing this, si ati dondo sina. Dondo niko nayo. Shida ni ati nasahau kufanya hizi payment maze. Nasahau kufanya hizi payment. This is becoming a problem. Maze, this is becoming a real problem. Semeni ngori. Semeni ngori. So I'm in a position where I'm really fixed. I don't know what to do. This is a problem that is manifesting itself to me, looking like I'm not a responsible man. But don't I look like a responsible man? Semeni ngori. Ni ngori maze. So sijui tutafanyaje. What solution do we have? What solution do we have to come out of this position we are in? Manze, so nataka kujua nani anaweza nisaidia hapa? Kuna mtu anaweza nisaidia? Kuna mtu anaweza nisaidia? Nasikia nimeitwa mahali. Yes. Nimeitwa, niambie. There's something you have for me.
I do.
Yes, tell
You
me.
actually look very responsible.
Don't I?
But then
Yes.
you need the right solutions to enable you.
Solution ndo nimekuwa nikingoja. So last month nilipa rent 8th. This month ndo hii naona nikilipa 7th, nishasahau. Next month naona nikilipa. Unless unipatie solution itanisaidia.
I have a very good solution for you.
What is it?
It's called M-Pesa Ratiba.
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 Unajua kuratibu ni kufanya nini?
Kuratibu.
Yeah.
Oratibu. Kuratibu. Kuratibu ni kupanga vitu.
Kupanga vitu.
Sio?
Tumekuja kukusaidia kupanga vitu.
Yaani mnataka kunipanga nijipange.
Kupange kabisa.
Nipange please.
So
Niambie,
we
what is
have
the
a
solution?
product.
Yes.
It's called M-Pesa Ratiba.
Yes.
It's your payment assistant. Nimesikia your concerns.
Yes.
Unasahau.
Nasahau.
The thing we are good at M-Pesa
Yes.
is helping you to have solutions.
Yes.
Zitakusaidia kutosahau.
So what is this solution?
So the
Break it down for me.
solution
Yes.
will enable you to schedule your recurring payments,
Ah.
all expenses. Uko na rent, uko na sako,
Yes.
uko na maji, uko na stima. Those are things that you do on a monthly basis.
Yes.
So for the product,
Yes.
it's going to help you to schedule. It's a worry-free journey. Wewe kazi yako tu ni kusema, ninataka kulipa rent tarehe 5.
Yes.
Next month.
Aha.
Tuko which month?
Tuko tarehe
March.
7 mwezi wa 3.
Mwezi wa 3.
Yes.
So unataka kulipa mwezi wa 4.
Nne.
Unaweka standing order yako, una create schedule, unaweka tarehe, unataka kiwango ngapi itolewe,
Yes.
unataka itolewe saa ngapi, alafu sisi tutakufanyia hiyo kazi.
Ajua umesema standing order nikakumbuka standing order lazima niende bank. So inaenda bank ama naenda M-Pesa agent?
Sasa tumekuletea vitu kwa mobile.
Yaani ni
Unafanya kwa
digital.
M-Pesa yako.
Ni
Digital kabisa. Digital.
Amazing. Acha nikuachie stage waambia watu wangu ni kama hata hawajui.
So M-Pesa Ratiba is a product that is going to enable you to schedule your recurring payments. You have different frequencies. Unaweza schedule on a monthly, on a daily basis. Kama kuna kitu unalipa on a monthly base, on a daily basis, unaweza schedule. You can schedule monthly. You can schedule quarterly or annually. So it's available on the M-Pesa Super app. It's a mini app. Ukiingia hapo unaenda under financial services. Unatafuta mini app ya M-Pesa Ratiba. The mini app una opt in. Wakati ambapo una opt in ni kukubalisha kwamba unataka kuschedule na unataka unakuwa auto debited kutoka M-Pesa. So once you schedule, so now you can do different scheduling. You can do a send money transaction, you can do a buy goods transaction, and you can do a pay bill transaction. Those are the various transactions on a day-to-day we usually do. And as I said earlier, it's a worry-free solution. So tunataka wewe relax tu useme tarehe 20 mwezi wa 8 nitumie hizi pesa kwa mtu fulani, and we will do that. Yeah. So that's how you do the scheduling and the opting in. Manu, uko na swali?
Looking at this solution, I feel like mmefanya vitu deadly. So what happens is that I get into this system, I access it, I schedule it, and it does the payments for me.
It does the payment.
Na kama sina pesa kwa account,
tutakupatia, we'll give you a notification.
So you'll send a notification to me.
Tutakukumbusha. Hatutaki usumbuke. We will remind you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this team. I don't know where is your team here?
Yes, the team is here.
Please come. We want to appreciate you. Kujeni tu kidogo. We appreciate you. I know this is impromptu, but please come. Come in. I want them to say these words after me. M-Pesa Ratiba ni ngori. Sindio? Because mimi na feel ni ngori mbaya, right? This is a team of M-Pesa Ratiba. All of us together. Nataka tuseme all of us in the same time, sindio? M-Pesa Ratiba ni ngori. 1, 2, 3, twende. M-Pesa Ratiba ni ngori. Awesome. Wapigie makofi tafadhali. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for the solution. And as you can see in the screen, M-Pesa Ratiba, how do you opt in? So to opt in, you open your M-Pesa app. You can go back to the slide. After going to the M-Pesa app, you go to the M-Pesa app, click on the financial services place. That is the second step. The third step is select M-Pesa Ratiba. And then lastly, you opt in. And after opting in, you can now put in all the details you need to put in for the payments that do recur, and then you'll be good. One more time, M-Pesa Ratiba.
Ngori.
Amazing. Wapigie makofi tafadhali. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So what do you think about M-Pesa Ratiba?
I actually have a small question for her.
Yes.
What if I forgot my password? Not my password, my PIN. Can it launch and will it prompt me and ask me to put my PIN and I've forgotten? What happens?
So when you're doing the scheduling, you will be requested to put your M-Pesa PIN.
Yeah.
But if you don't remember your M-Pesa PIN, we have self-service channels for you to reset your M-Pesa PIN. Put the one that you remember or the one now that you'll be using, and then you can proceed to schedule. So at this point, when you have opted in and you've created a subscription, itakuitisha M-Pesa PIN. The reason why it will ask you for your M-Pesa PIN, it's because it auto debit your M-Pesa account.
Yeah.
So you say, I want you to deduct 500 shillings
Yeah.
Today at 3 p.m. and send to my mother.
Sent to my mother.
So you have given an authorization for us to be able to auto debit your M-Pesa.
And of course, there is somewhere where I can see what I've put as my standing order.
Correct.
Nisikuwe nimesahau, nilisema nitatumianga Jemo wa Butchery pesa kidogo alafu nishindwe Jemo. Jemo anani hack. Huu ni Jemo nani? So kuna pali mtu anaweza enda angalia, nimesema nitatumianga Jemo hii pesa, nitakuwa natumia Michelle pesa. Hivyo, there's somewhere where you can see what you've put as your list.
Yes.
There's a list.
There is a list. So every time you schedule, iko na paka jina yake. So there's a subscription name. unataka tuhitaji your subscription, ni ya pesa, ni ya nini, ni ya rent, ni ya sako, ni ya Jemo, unaandika hapo Jemo wa Butchery. Then ukishatuma,
Yes.
ikishatuma utapata notification, itakwambia umetuma M-Pesa ratiba kwa Jemo wa Butchery ya shilingi 500. Itakuonyesha.
So it will send, do the payment,
Yes.
and then it will just give you the information that you've done the payment,
The
that you've scheduled.
notification. Yes.
That's amazing. I think, to be honest, I can't put two things here separate. And this is first customer obsession, because to really think about this kind of solutions, you need to have some really deep level of understanding of how our customer works and operates. And then again, now come up to the space of innovation and come up with solution that definitely sorts that particular problem. So I put my hands together for you guys, the whole team. This is amazing. Kindly, guys, I think we need to give them a round of applause again. Can you please do that? Asante sana. So the next, Peter, what is happening next? We'll be having a small session where we'll be having a video, and this video, but I think what makofi zimepigwa tena. Can you do it again, Bas? Let's do it again. Tuwapige makofi tena. Asanteni sana. So we do have a video for you guys watching us online. We don't know if you're still there. Kindly chat. Tell us, are you still around? What do you think of the M-Pesa Ratiba solution that we have with us? Give us your suggestions. Give us some of the ideas you have on store so that we can improve this thing together. Because we know all of us are customer obsessed for sure. So we do have a video we want to play for you. Kindly stick around as we play this video.
So welcome all to the Innovation Fridays, brought to you by the Innovation team. We are really set up to discover, accelerate, and scale tech solutions. And what you're seeing here is a typical Innovation Friday, where we bring together people with ideas that can bring value across the business.
We're here for Innovation Fridays, which has been brought to us by the Research, Design, and Innovation team. This is in readiness for the Vodafone Hackathon. So we have a lot of brainstorming going, one-on-one session with our mentors and coaches to help us understand what is expected of us in this hackathon. I'm here to represent the Smart Retail Voyager team, and we're going for the global win. And our idea from the name is this Smart, where we have the AI bits, that's artificial intelligence and machine learning, bringing the smart bits to our product. And the retail part is for us to be able to, what are we presenting for our retail agents, customer care agents, account managers, and also to expand it to Force Mission, where we are able to scale it to the people out there.
So far, so good. The hackathon journey has been an incredible opportunity for me. I've been able to meet talented teams, interact with like-minded individuals, and besides that, I've received training from experienced coaches, which has improved my problem-solving skills. Besides that, the collaborative atmosphere has been truly inspiring to me. And I would like to encourage anyone in this space to participate in the hackathon journey. It's a nice experience for you to challenge yourself, innovate, and contribute greatly to this tech space.
Going forward, this will be a very powerful tool to actually bring total transformation and embed innovation as a way of working. So welcome all to the Innovation Fridays, brought to you by the Innovation team. We are really set up to discover, accelerate, and scale tech solutions. And what you're seeing here is a typical Innovation Friday, where we bring together people with ideas that can bring value across the business.
We're here for Innovation Fridays, which has been brought to us by the Research, Design, and Innovation team. This is in readiness for the Vodafone Hackathon. So we have a lot of brainstorming going, one-on-one session with our mentors and coaches to help us understand what is expected of us in this hackathon. I'm here to represent the Smart Retail Voyager team, and we're going for the global win. And our idea from the name is this Smart, where we have the AI bits, that's artificial intelligence and machine learning, bringing the smart bits to our product. And the retail part is for us to be able to, what are we presenting for our retail agents, customer care agents, account managers, and also to expand it to Forbes Mission, where we are able to scale it to the people out there.
So far, so good. The hackathon journey has been an incredible opportunity for me. I've been able to meet talented teams, interact with like-minded individuals, and besides that, I've received training from experienced coaches, which has improved my problem-solving skills. Besides that, the collaborative atmosphere has been truly inspiring to me. And I would like to encourage anyone in this space to participate in the hackathon journey. It's a nice experience for you to challenge yourself, innovate, and contribute greatly to this tech space.
Going forward, this will be a very powerful tool to actually bring total transformation and embed innovation as a way of working.
We are now coming to almost the time where we are going through the Hackathon Week, the Innovation Week. And in this time, we are going to have the 21 teams competing against each other to come up with the top teams. We had 3 pillars this year, which is customer, simplicity, and growth.
What we are looking for is a couple of things. Firstly, the soundness of the idea. Does it make sense? Does it look like it can be implemented? We're also looking at the clarity of thought that was brought into the ideas. And as we listen to the pitches, we were looking to see, does the team have a clear plan, a clear roadmap, a clear business and operating model for how the solution could be actualized?
Do they have the idea thought out properly? The idea, does it align to business strategy? Is it innovative? Is it something that has been done before? Or is it something totally new?
Sales on Steroids team has come about with the intention of helping sales agents navigate selling technical products.
Chatata team is all about mental health. Our solution is focused on solving the mental health issues that the people in the workspace face. So we built a chatbot using generative AI, which will be acting as an assistant for employees.
We are trying to solve the problem of slow adoption of RCS by providing a platform where businesses can use a simple drag and drop system to build RCS user journeys.
My experience for the hackathon has been great, and I've learned a lot. And as a project lead, I've also gained some project management skills, and that has helped me a lot to deal with my teammates and also manage them well until we reach the final phase of the hackathon.
Very good presentation that we have seen, touching on key aspects of experience, of revenue, of future business, of growth. If I had my choice, we'd just take all the 7 ideas. But again, we have to pick the top 3.
It's been a wonderful experience. It's been very enjoyable to listen to very innovative thinking. The teams brought a lot of passion into the exercise. Everybody was fully convinced in the idea that they were presenting, and that was quite exciting to see.
If you feel that you can change something in the area that you work, in the space that you work, just do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back, and we do have one of our speakers with us today. But before we go there, so tell me, what do you think of we've achieved so far from the beginning of the day?
We've achieved quite a lot. You've heard about from our cybersecurity team. We've heard about how we can safeguard ourselves from the malicious links, how to make sure that someone somewhere is not trying to phish us and do things with our devices. What about the morning? But I still go back to the morning.
Yes.
The morning session where we were talking with our.
I remember Steve Oginda came in, introduced the whole day, give us perspective. Felix came in and gave us what innovation is all about to the company and a perspective on that space. And at this time, we are continuing to grow, continuing to engage with each other. improving our sense of innovation in our minds and trying to make sure that all of us are in the same angle. So at this point in time, we still have a very important member with us who's going to give us perspective or a keynote presentation. This is a director in our space, Information Technology Safaricom PLC. He will be joining us to give us a perspective from his end on where we are and where we are headed and what all this is about and why it is very important for us to continue being innovators. Allow me to welcome our next presenter. Put your hands together for one and only Anthony Gashanja.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good. So thank you for this opportunity, and apologies for running late. Maybe the excuse that I will use is this one, that as I was driving here, I was thinking, okay, so what will I talk about when we speak about innovation? And two stories came to mind. So the first one I'll share is of the Apollo 13 mission. So in the Apollo 13 mission, for those of you who are into space missions, was an interesting mission in that when the crew was still in outer space, before they came back, there was an oxygen tank that was in the spaceship that exploded. That's the worst thing that can happen when you're in a spaceship before you come home. But, you know, through a stroke of ingenuity, resilience, and innovation, they were able to safely bring back the spacecraft to Earth. And they had to use things like duct tape, cardboard. This was not something that was planned to happen. So it's interesting how, you know, using duct tape and cardboards, and they created this carbon diffuser. So it just shows us, you know, even in the face of adversity or when things are strenuous, you're able to then drive innovation and to achieve your objectives. So I think that story sticks with me because, you know, if we could tap into even a portion of that in our journey of innovation, that would be a great one. Then the second story that came to mind is that of the stroke of luck and also innovation on penicillin. So for those of you who know or who may not know, penicillin was actually discovered through a stroke of luck and innovation. And I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he left for vacation. He left a petri dish that had some bacteria. And after he came back on vacation, he noticed that there was a mold that had grown, and around the mold, the bacteria that was touching the mold had actually died. But through his curiosity, he bothered to find out what was happening, and he said there must be something in this mold that can kill bacteria, and that's how antibiotics were born. Again, through a stroke of, I guess, serendipity, but also curiosity. And I think these are tenets or principles that should speak to us even within our business in terms of how it drives innovation. So coming back home then, when we reflect on the journey that we've had as a company and specifically in the area of mobile communications, if you look back, say around the 1990s, if I'm correct, at the start of this mobile journey, just picture a street, and I don't know which street I would pick, maybe Kenyatta Avenue or Moy Avenue or whichever street, or Westlands if you wish, and people walking down the street with phones the size of a brick, yeah, communicating. And, you know, some of them were even carried in briefcases at that time and trying to communicate an only basic voice at the time. But if you reflect on the evolution that we've seen since then, now, there are very many people on sleek phones, sleek tablets, phones either the size of your hand or slightly bigger that have more compute processing power than some of the PCs that we used in university to learn, computer science as well. So that transformation just represents a glimpse of that remarkable journey of the evolution of space, and which speaks to us that we should not get stuck in how we do things. The other storyline that comes to mind is that of, we've seen the advent of basic voice, basic SMS. Those are the only services that we could enjoy back then. Now, fast track to now, we the era of 4G and LTE. Now we're talking about 5G. Just came back from a Mobile World Congress. People are now talking about 6G, 5.5G, 6G. So that just anchors the point that, there's a fascinating digital journey that awaits us in the future and the kind of things that we can do. And we have our own story as well to tell. When M-Pesa started in this very building in Safaricom House, I remember there was a session where this was being presented to Michael Joseph, and Pauline was talking about, we've brought on board 100,000 customers, and they were very proud. 100,000 customers on M-Pesa. And Michael Joseph said, go away and talk to me about 1 million plus. So again, stories of innovation and driving ourselves to make sure. And the story of M-Pesa today is a fascinating story. More than just P2P services, a lot of services in terms of how we use our phone to manage our lifestyle. And I think, and that continues to play out as well on my side of the business, where we are seeing advances in 5G, fixed wireless access, and the likes. And if that trend continues, just to anchor the point, is that we will see much more explosion of data in the future. There will be a lot of demand over and above just voice. And I know a lot of people even today talk on WhatsApp voice, which backhaul is data. So we'll see a lot of data. And I was reading something online that says the home of the future will produce a lot more data than you and I. The devices that we use, down to even our fridges, our water meters, our smart TVs, will generate lots and lots more data than we will. And the explosion of Internet of Things and interconnected devices behoves us to really make sure that we are keeping pace with that evolvement, well beyond the history that I just talked about of voice and data. The other advances that we are seeing on this evolution journey is that of compute. Compute is doubling by the day. The capacity to do so much more on a chip is the processing power of our chips are doubling by the day at a fraction of the cost. So that means we can achieve a lot more at a fraction of the cost than we could a while back. I think the phone that I have in my pocket is probably much more powerful than the university lab machine that I used back in camp. So that's a very interesting story as well. But there are also things that also stand between us and this digital utopia, and that is the risks and uncertainties in this journey. Cyber threats being one of those as well. That as we adopt more of online services, digital lifestyle, then there will be people lacking in the wings who will want to take advantage of this embrace of digital technology. So that's something else that we need to reflect on. And the other thing is that as we do this business, and customer expectations will also continue to rise, right? I think internet connectivity, we can truly and confidently say now, is more of a right than, an option, right? And I know in certain countries, this is enshrined in law as well. So we will expect a lot more from our customers who will demand more in terms of not just connectivity, but also how are you helping me with my lifestyle in terms of connecting me with other people, connecting me with other with opportunities, and being able to do more. So those are the factors that we need to consider in our innovation journey, in keeping with the theme of this hackathon or innovation framework that we have. The other thing that will also challenge us is the economy is also taking a turn as well. It's very challenging times out there, even in your own homes. And I'm sure you know that. And an example I'd offer is your electricity bill is probably not the same electricity bill you used to have a while back. So our cost to serve is another factor that's going to be very, very important for us to continue to observe, to make sure that, we are lowering that a lot more to be able to meet our customers and meet them in these pressures that they're having on their wallets as well, and to maintain our relevance as well in some markets being very fragmented, like in the fixed space, where it's a very fragmented market, unlike the traditional voice space as well. And personalized offerings is another factor that I think will continue to drive our innovation or to challenge us in our innovation journey, rather than giving me one product that fits all. How are you tailoring an offering that speaks to me? And I think some of the digital natives in this space, the like of Spotify, Amazon, and the likes, do a very good job of this. So I think we can look to them to see how can we learn from them and offer personalized offerings that speak to our customers, and not just a one size fits all for everyone. And it's a challenging space, but a challenge that we need to take up. So how will we get there? What are the key imperatives that will help us drive there? Of course, advances in AI or artificial intelligence are going to be key. I believe this is something that will continue to shape how we do our journey. So leveraging artificial intelligence, machine learning technologies in our operations is going to be key. If there are certain mundane tasks that can be automated and kept off our hands, I think that's an opportunity for us to explore so that we then focus on being a lot more strategic and forward-looking and challenging ourselves on innovating a lot more. So AI is a very good option there as well in terms of automating processes. I was just reviewing one of our reports as well on how that connects to our cost to serve. If I remember the figures correctly, we are saving tens of millions of shillings per hour on tasks that we used to do on the network that are now automated through autonomous processes that run in the background without us needing to bother. The other fringe benefit of that is that there's less errors, right? We are prone to human error, but if you design a process well and you use some of these autonomous processes, then there's also less chances of error as we move along. Then the other thing would be, of course, in looking at cost-effective and deployment models across our operations. A good example of this, I know the DIT team are doing very well, and we are challenging ourselves on the network side, is how we embracing open source technologies in our operations to reduce our cost to serve. Not to say that they are insecure, they should not be used, they're not supported. I think there's value also in exploring open source technologies as well in how we deploy our technology platforms and to see how that helps us to manage our costs. So as I wind up, maybe just focus on maybe 5 or so key things, talk about 5 or so key things that we are doing that'll continue to shape ourselves in our readiness for the future. If you buy into the reason on why we need to innovate and why we need to drive forward, is that we'll continue to scale 5G technology. I think there's a lot of benefits with 5G, not just because it's fast, etc., but because it presents an opportunity to deliver innovative solutions to our customers in terms of these demands that we've said, more demand for data, IoT services, smart cities, etc. Even in industries as well. We're talking to industries in the energy sector as well, and we're running very innovative trials on how 5G to be business cases can support them as they run their plans or smart ports, etc. So we'll continue to scale 5G and challenge ourselves in tangible use cases that can help us deliver more value to the customers and also make sense to us. Our fixed network as well, we'll continue to focus on that and rolling that out, challenging ourselves in terms of not just growing fiber, but also fixed wireless access and pursuing low-cost solutions in how we deliver internet connectivity to our customers as well. So that's another key initiative that we will drive. On the side of the network, and one key important agenda that we have is the quality of the network as you use it. And where is the place of big data and AI in assisting us to ensure that we can predict before you drop a call, we can predict when the network will be congested, we can predict all these scenarios or build predictive models that help us to narrow down quickly, much more faster than Tony or Andrew would on an area where we have a challenge on the network. So we are challenging ourselves in that regard. And one particular use case that I like that maybe I could share is we have a program called No Need to Call, leveraging our SOC platform, which is an automated platform that we're using, that if we have a major fiber cut in an area and the system picks this, that it will know this is our customer base affected in that area, it will send an SMS notification and it will give you a 5 GB free award to keep you connected as we sort out the issue as well. So that's a very interesting concept that we want to start with and see how that can scale. And in other areas, even in our operations, right? Use of smart sensors and IoT in fuel management. Fuel management is a big topic in our space as well, because fuel is gold, if you like, on our sites. So how can we be a lot more efficient in leveraging IoT to know how much fuel is delivered on site to stem pilferage and abuse in that area as well? Even on our antennas, on our masts, when we offer service in a specific area, how is IoT or smart sensors going to help us in terms of how the antenna sits, the tilt, the coverage, etc. So those are areas that fascinating areas that we are exploring, and we welcome those of us within the business who have value to add to continue to challenge us in that regard. And I've already talked about the process automation as well. So I think I'll stop there and just finish off where I started off, saying that we are not just innovating for the sake of it. And I know in some cases, some things come up because you're driven there, which is the case here. But I think also the digital utopia that I painted, I hope I did a good job of painting it, that exciting world that awaits us ahead of us. We need to keep innovating so that we can get there and enjoy the benefits there as well. And, we welcome input from across the business. For anyone who can add value and challenge us more to do more, then we welcome that. And I wish to see a lot more innovation in the business. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Director, Information Technology, Mr. Anthony Gashanja. And when he was speaking, I was really reflecting on what he's trying to say. I feel like we are in tuko kwa barabara tunaenda Canaan, and all of us are the Moses right now. But to be able to get there, we need to be able to invest more and invest more time in that journey to get to the digital utopia that he's talking about,
Yes.
which is quite something. And also, I like to pick up something that when I was listening to Anthony, I felt something. This is someone who's, I feel like he's quite well read. And there are some words he was using. There are some words he was using, and I was like, okay, I'm going to ask you to put this in a sentence. I know the production team is imagining I'm not talking to them too, but to everyone, put this in a sentence, even you that is online. Use the word tenets. I know tenets is not so big, but I'm just starting. Tenets. Use tenets in a sentence. Serendipitous. Use that in a sentence. Another word, behooves. Who know what behooves means? Behooves. Behooves that. Use that in a sentence. And the last one, pilferage. Pilferage. That's not very heavy, but I'm sure some people don't understand. So, Anthony, thank you so much for giving us not only a class in the space of innovation, but also a class in English. Asante sana. We thank you. That is Anthony Gashanja, Director, Information Technology. We thank you. And what do you have to say about what has happened here?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. From the presentation from Anthony, we really do appreciate that kind of a communication. And to everyone online, we're still looking at some of your communication and bringing forth. Please continue. We are very excited to have you online. But now, we are moving on to one of our sponsors, and we'll be having a video from Pierre Duprise, taking us through a presentation from Deloitte. The video.
Imagine Google Cloud Technology and Deloitte's Insight and Transformation Experience. Together, we'll help map your journey across workloads to optimize operations, reduce risk, adapt quickly, and unlock competitive advantage. Access transformative experience through award-winning innovation and industry knowledge. Take your business further, faster. Reinvent the game with the power of Deloitte and Google Cloud. Imagine Google Cloud Technology and Deloitte's Insight and Transformation Experience. Together, we'll help map your journey across workloads to optimize operations, reduce risk, adapt quickly, and unlock competitive advantage. Access transformative experience through award-winning innovation and industry knowledge. Take your business further, faster. Reinvent the game with the power of Deloitte and Google Cloud. Imagine Google Cloud Technology and Deloitte's Insight and Transformation Experience. Together, we'll help map your journey across workloads to optimize operations, reduce risk, adapt quickly, and unlock competitive advantage. Access transformative experience through award-winning innovation and industry knowledge. Take your business further, faster. Reinvent the game with the power of Deloitte and Google Cloud. Imagine Google Cloud Technology and Deloitte's Insight and Transformation Experience. Together, we'll help map your journey across workloads to optimize operations, reduce risk, adapt quickly, and unlock competitive advantage. Access transformative experience through award-winning innovation and industry knowledge. Take your business further, faster. Reinvent the game with the power of Deloitte and Google Cloud. Imagine Google Cloud Technology and Deloitte's Insight and Transformation Experience. Together, we'll help map your journey across workloads to optimize operations, reduce risk, adapt quickly, and unlock competitive advantage. Access transformative experience through award-winning innovation and industry knowledge. Take your business further, faster. Reinvent the game with the power of Deloitte and Google Cloud. Imagine Google Cloud Technology and Deloitte's Insight and Transformation Experience. Together, we'll help map your journey across workloads to optimize operations, reduce risk, adapt quickly, and unlock competitive advantage. Access transformative experience through award-winning innovation and industry knowledge. Take your business further, faster. Reinvent the game with the power of Deloitte and Google Cloud.
Now we have with us one of our speakers, and this is from Deloitte, and this is our very own Pierre Duprise. You're going to tell us how that name is pronounced, but from my end, it's Pierre Duprise. Can you hear me?
Yes, no, that sounds perfect.
Hello, can you hear me, Pierre?
I can hear you, yes.
Awesome, I can hear you too. Is that how the name is pronounced? Is it Pierre Duprise?
That was perfect.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. I know you have something in store for us from Deloitte. This is your session. Take it away.
Perfect. Let's quickly share my screen. Okay, guys. Thanks, and my name's Peter Duprise, and that was beautiful pronunciation of everything. And yeah, you know, it's a privilege for me to join you guys today and just share a little bit of my journey into my Paralympic gold medal. And hopefully it will help you guys believe that you're just one mind hack away from defying limitations, redefining possibilities, and ultimately innovating the solutions to any problem. And hopefully that will help you in your Hack Olympics here today. Now, since I was 6 years old, I was praying and dreaming of going to the Olympics and winning a gold medal. And little did I know that it would take another 35 years before I finally achieved that gold medal. And little did I know that it would change from an Olympic gold to a Paralympic gold. You know, obviously it didn't come with a lot of bumps in the road. There was a lot of bumps in the road. And I mean, even in this slide, you can see at the top left there, I broke my shoulder and completely dislocated my AC joint a year before the actual games. So yeah, it's an interesting story and we'll jump into it. But I think the most important thing for me is there's a saying, if you're not enough without it, you'll never be enough with it. And, you know, for me, my dream and goal was that gold medal. And then the question is, if you're not enough without it, you'll never be enough with it. And people often then ask, how do you know you're enough? And, you know, for me, the simple answer to that is, if you make sure that all the way along this road and journey towards your dream and goal, whether it's a gold medal, wanting to have a family, wanting to just land some job at some special place, whatever your dream and goal is, that's your dream and goal. But as long as you make the road and the journey on the way to there impactful and purposeful, and everybody that touched you and you touched them on that journey on the way to that gold medal, if you make it impactful and purposeful, you will be enough when you get to that point where you reach the dream. And even if you never reach the dream, it wouldn't matter because you're going to be enough. And honestly, for me, this gold medal was just a cherry on top. I was already enough before it. And like I said, hopefully you're enough, because taking 35 years to get to this gold, you're going to have to make peace with the fact that you're going to be enough by the time you get to it. Now, I'm going to give you a bit of a background of what I was all about before my accident. Now, I'm the middle child of 3 brothers, and I think importantly, my parents brought us up to live a balanced lifestyle. And I think they managed to do so, making sure that we participate in all different, you know, walks of life, culture, events, social. I had my friends, obviously the academics and studying to give yourself something to fall back on. Obviously, of course, as you can see in these pictures, I was still big on chasing my dream, my sporting dreams. And so by so that I ended up studying actuarial science at the University of Johannesburg. Back then it was Rau University. And I was busy with my honors degree in investment management. I did participate in many culture events and sang sari, played guitar and those kind of things. Had a good bunch of friends, and obviously still continued chasing my sporting dreams. And at that point, I had made the South African students team in cycling and triathlon. And I actually made the SA Under 23 team. And I went to World Champs in Canada in 2001. So at that point in time, I thought I was well on my way in achieving all my dreams and goals. Another thing that happened in my life is I was born with a degenerative eye disease called choroideremia. And I was only diagnosed with this at the age of 17. So that was the first time I realized me and my older brother has this. And we were told that eventually we will be completely blind. So it's a slowly degenerating condition that makes your retina die off slowly. And where I'm sitting today at the age of 44, I've already lost central vision in my left eye. I don't have peripheral vision. I'm starting to lose contrast. I'm going colorblind. And in actual fact, I don't really even like driving anymore by myself. So obviously you can imagine how this impacts my sporting, cycling on the road and racing. But yeah, you know, interestingly, as you can see what I'm saying on the slide here, I saw this as a superpower. And I mean, that's strange and it's a funny thing to say when you get news of somebody telling you you're going to be blind one day at the age of 17. But for me, the way my mind worked was I then realized, well, I've got a limited time of having eyesight and being able to do things that require eyesight. So I better make the best of it while I have it. So for me, being diagnosed with this, I changed it into a superpower that motivated me to every day remind myself that when bad things happen, you can turn it into something great, and you need to live today. You need to live now, because you know you never know what's going to happen in the future. And in my case, I already knew I was only going to have a limited time of my eyesight. Now, you know, with all of that and that mindset, I think it prepared me for something bigger to come, because then came 6 October 2003, when everybody thought all my dreams were shattered. So I had to do 60 kilometers of cycling on the day. And I actually had a bit of a hamstring heel, so I was actually seeing a chiropractor. So it's very ironic because I decided the chiropractor is 30 kilometers away. I'm going to cycle there and back and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, do my training and go to the chiropractor. And on my way to the chiropractor to get my spine in alignment, a car knocked me off my bike and completely knocked my spine out of alignment. Now, it was an elderly lady, and she thought a rock hit her car. And when she got out of the car, she saw my bike, and then she looked across, and then she saw I'm lying on the tar, face down. And at that point, I was still conscious, but I couldn't move a thing. So I knew something was wrong with my neck, whether it be permanent or not, that I couldn't say. And it was in the middle of the day, very hot in the sun. So this lady started crying and screaming hysterically on the way towards me. And for me, it was just amazing how the grace of God was there with me, because I actually calmed her down while not being able to move a thing. And I told her, look, ma'am, I forgive you, but please calm down so we could deal with the situation here, because I can't move a thing. Anyway, other people also arrived. She carried on being hysterical and crying. You know, I told them where my cell phone was and to phone my dad, because I knew my mom would freak out if they phoned her first. Long story short, 45 minutes later, I was on my way to the nearest hospital. And then when I got to the hospital, that hospital couldn't deal with the severity of my injuries. And they had to transport me to another hospital that could deal with the injuries. And what had basically happened was I broke my femur, crushed my kneecap, broke both my wrists. And then the most severe of all of that was that I broke my neck. Now, at that point in time, I actually started battling to breathe as well. So they actually had to put me on a ventilator, and they actually had to put me in a coma for a week before they could even operate, because there was a piece of bone lying on the spinal cord. So with all the swelling, it was too dangerous to operate. So they put me in a induced coma so that I would lie quietly. And then I had these screws into my head with this halo thing, and then weights hanging from the back, pulling my neck into traction while they waited for the swelling to go down. And after 7 days, the swelling had gone down enough and they could operate. And then I came out of the coma and still unable to breathe at that point. But 32 days later, I started breathing by myself. And then because of some other complications, after 42 days in ICU, looking at the same roof, I don't know if any of you guys have ever been in the hospital, even just for 1 day. But I lay there not being able to move much at all, not being able to speak while the ventilator is in my mouth, and looking at a roof for 42 days before I was finally ready to go to rehab as a C6 quadriplegic. And I'll jump and explain to you exactly what that means just now. Now, the photo you see here is me still in ICU, but I had a nickname, Super Pete, which you've probably sort of seen now on the slides. And that nickname I was given before my accident already, because I was pretty good with everything I did. And yeah, the guys, it was just incredible, as you can see here. I mean, these aren't even a tenth of the people that was there on this day just before I went to rehab. They made these cycling shirts with the Super Pete sign on it, and they cycled a whole bunch of cycling events in my country in support of my situation to support me. So it was very special. Now, rehab, I spent 12 weeks in rehab, and it was really a stepping stone for me to learn what this quadriplegic body of mine is all about. And obviously, you know, most people think quadriplegics can only move their head, and I'll explain to you now exactly what I do have. But, you know, one of the big things people don't realize is you also lose control over your bowel and your bladder. So I was 23 years old in the prime of my life, chasing my dreams, and suddenly I'm back on nappies. I have to stick pipes into my body to empty my bladder, amongst many other things. So I had to learn what's going on, what this body of mine is now about. So rehab was really just a stepping stone for me to learn what it means to be a C6 quad. Now, like I alluded to, quadriplegic means you broke your neck. Paraplegic means you broke your back. And depending on what level you broke, you can have certain muscle function or not. So if you are a paraplegic, you broke your back, but you will have complete arm function, complete hand function. So your arms work completely. That's why paraplegic means only 2 of your limbs are affected. But even depending on the level where you break your back, you might or might not have trunk and some hip flexors and those kind of muscles. When you break your neck, I'm going to go down from the first vertebra, the cervical vertebra. If you break C1 and 2, you will be dead. At C3 level, you'll be on a ventilator permanently, but you'll be able to survive. At C4, you can start moving your shoulders. So shrug your shoulders like that. At C5 level, you get your biceps. So I don't know if you can see now, but you can lift up your arm with your bicep. And then at C6 level, you actually get wrist movement, wrist extension. So you can lift up your wrist. So that's what I do have. So I can lift up my wrists. I've got my biceps and my shoulders, and that's it. That's the only muscle function I have. I do not have a tricep muscle yet at the back of my arm, so I can't lift up my arm now against gravity. So anything where I have to lift up my body, it all comes from the shoulders. I have to lock my arms. There's no balance. Everything from my nipples down, no trunk, no muscles. And then on top of that, you also don't have feeling over the rest of your body. And then other big factors that people don't realize about spinal cord injuries, but especially quadriplegics, is I can't sweat at all. So I would be training in the middle of the day at 40 degrees. You won't find a drop of sweat going down my face. So obviously temperature regulation is a problem. My blood pressure is very low. So on warm days, it could be anywhere between 80 or 90 over 40, 50. So you're sitting in the chair and you're just dizzy, and you have to stabilize, and you have to learn how to adjust and adapt with that. And on good days, it's about 100 over 60. So a normal person's blood pressure is about 120 over 80. And then a big delimiter that I don't have is I can't get my heart rate up. So my max heart rate when I'm training as hard as I can go on the bike would be about 120. You guys will stand up and your heart rate will go up to 120. So all of those things are big delimiters. So especially the heart rate. My lungs, again, has a lot of capacity, but I run out of heart rate way before I run out of lung capacity. So all of these things you need to learn how to deal with as a quadriplegic. So, and by the time I finished rehab, I still couldn't do much. Now you can imagine you can't move your hands. You've got very little function. You've got all these other issues. So everything I was told in rehab was just that I was never going to be independent. Maybe I'll be able to put a shirt on, but I'll always need people to dress me. And it was just a lot of doom and gloom that was painted. And, for me, being in the actuarial space, this is where I, talk about this mind hack, mind shift to the solution to any problem. I just didn't want to believe that. I thought I will figure out how to do this. Anyway, I went home as a C6 quadriplegic, and I always tell people my getting dressed story, because that's where I really started believing in the impossible being possible. And I had figured out for myself, there was nobody to tell me this is how you do it, and this is how you can dress your sock. I had to figure out all these elements by myself. So obviously, first I had to figure it out. And I also didn't want to use any tools to, for instance, put on my sock, like you can see in this video. And here I'm actually in a rehab showing other guys how I do get dressed. And once I'd figured out every element, I decided I'm going to time myself getting fully dressed and then see how long that takes me, coming from the sporting side. So the first time I timed myself, there was a lady that was with me. On your marks, get set, go. I gave her my stopwatch. It took me 51 minutes to be fully dressed. Now, obviously, I can't almost dress for an hour every day, although I'm very sure there might be some people that I'm speaking to today that take something like an hour to get dressed, purely because they can't decide what dress to wear or what shirt to put on. But nevertheless, you know, for me, that wasn't functional. And I was dead tired after that 51 minutes of dressing myself. So I decided my functional target would be 15 minutes, 1-5, hoping that if I dress every day and I get to 15 minutes, that every day I'll get closer and closer to be fully dressed at 15 minutes. And then every day, once I get to 15, I'll stop and the person that's with me can finish up helping me to get dressed. And, you know, in the beginning, I could see that this person who's with me was laughing inside because it's on your marks, get set, go, timing myself to get dressed. And, you know, she thought I would never get there. Anyway, 2 weeks later, she started cheering me on because she started seeing, geez, this guy's getting closer and closer to be fully dressed. And I think it was about a month later, I opened my eyes, I broke 15 minutes and I was fully dressed. So I decided I'm not going to leave it there. I'm going to make my world record impossible target to be fully dressed 7 minutes. I knew I would never get there, but as I was getting faster with dressing myself, it meant I was getting better at living a life as a quadriplegic. I started timing everything I did, like in and out of the bath once I figured that out. You know, from there, getting dressed, going to the eating breakfast, and at work, in and out of the car, from the car into the office. I timed everything. Anyway, you know, a month went past and I was under 12 minutes. And I think it was 2 months later, I opened my eyes and I broke 7 minutes and I was fully dressed. Now, through a simple thing as getting dressed, I started realizing how the impossible is possible. And, you know, with this simple story of getting dressed, I started believing in the impossible being possible. And what I'm trying to show with this is sometimes we all see things. Maybe today in your Hack Olympics, whatever ideas you guys have in your event, you might get to an obstacle or a barrier and you just think, geez, this is impossible. We're not going to get past it. But I promise you, if you keep trying and trying, maybe you'll never get entirely past that obstacle or barrier. But I promise you, you're going to be a hell of a lot closer than if you just immediately turned away and just never even tried and walked down that road. And sometimes you're going to go past it and you're going to look in the rearview mirror at that barrier. Now, I don't time myself getting dressed every day anymore, but every now and then I do go for a record, and currently my record is 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Now, that is almost 2.5 times faster than what I thought was going to be impossible. Now, this is just quickly, same thing like I said, getting in the car. And when I started this, it was 25 minutes. Now I can sit outside the car, get in the car, take my chair apart, put it inside next to me, and drive off in 1 minute and 20 seconds. So it's still very functional. And, you know, for me, up till today, despite all my sporting achievements, my proudest moment is still that I can tell you guys I'm living independently as a C6 quadriplegic. Now, obviously, I was back at home after my accident and I had to get financially independent. So I landed a job at Deloitte. And as you can see from this, now I've been there now for 19 years. And they've been supporting me in my endeavors all the way. I also met my wife along the way. And I asked her to marry me 3rd of February 2008. And we got married 3rd of May 2008. And yeah, I can do a whole talk about how amazing she is. And she's on this journey with me. But yeah, I got all those ducks in a row. And then I could start chasing my sporting dreams again. Now, you know, I'm going to talk about triathlon towards the end. But when I started, there was actually no events at the Paralympics for me. So I was just told about paraplanes that do triathlons and Ironman. So obviously, you know, I started playing around with how I was going to do these 3 sports. And this is me actually, when I started swimming, I did like 6 minutes per 100 meters. And, you know, it slowly got better and better. This is me, this photo, actually swimming the Robben Island crossing. Now that's a 7.5, 8 kilometer swim over the ice cold Atlantic. And I was averaging about 2 minutes, 24 seconds per 100 here, doing it at just over 3 hours. And a lot of able bodies were pretty happy with that swim on the Robben Island swim. This is me on my first hand bike. The hand bikes was made for paraplegics because they got hands and they could do the gears and the brakes with their fingers on the handles. So I had to figure out ways of how I'm going to do grips and how I do the gears. So this was my first bike, and I did the brakes and the gears with my chin. Today, this is what it looks like when I cycle. So, you know, you can see it was amazing to be part of it, of the evolution of hand cycling, especially for quadriplegics. And yeah, you know, today I even had to, with electronic shifting, hack the wires of my electronic shifting to put different buttons on it so that I can actually do the buttons with my forearms and the brakes there. So now I do the brakes and then the gears of the buttons with my forearms. I'm lying flat like that, and it's a completely different ball game. This is what it looks like when I run, you know, in a racing chair. And this photo and everything you see here is where I actually, in 2022, finally, after 10 years of trying and chasing, broke the world record. And people often say, "Oh, you've never failed," because I mean, a lot of the times I win my race, especially in the marathon. I'm still unbeaten in every marathon that I've finished since 2011. So, you know, but for me, from 2012, every marathon I started, the goal was to break the world record. And that world record carried on getting older and older. And in 2022, it was the oldest standing wheelchair racing record of 27 years old at the point when I finally broke that record. So a very special moment for us. What you see here is in 2016, I was at the Laureus World Sport Awards. And unfortunately, even though I was at the top of my game, double world champion in the hand bike, and that year I broke 6 African records, including the 10,000 meter world record in the racing chair, as well as winning 4 international marathons. You did not see me at the Rio Paralympic Games. And unfortunately, I'm not going to go into that. There's some politics there. The fact of the matter is, it was very disappointing for me being at the top of the world in 2 sports, but I couldn't go and showcase it at the Paralympic Games. And once again, obviously get an opportunity to chase that gold medal of mine. And, you know, important thing for me here is that life isn't always fair, but if you can turn whatever happened, a bad thing, into a good situation, or turn it into opportunity to be great, it can fuel your fire to move forward. And like I said, if you're not enough without that dream or goal, you're never going to be enough with it. Now, that, you know, you saw my wife now already, but importantly for me, the journey continued towards Tokyo, obviously. The picture here, you can see my wife and my son. We did struggle for 7 years to get kids. And on our last try of IVF, we finally had my son, who is almost 7 years old today. And yeah, they traveled the world with me. They are my team wherever we go. In South Africa, there's not a lot of funding supporting me and our sports. So it's a lot of it self-funded. So, you know, you have to take your own team, and this is my team. And yeah, you know, it's very important, the communication and all these things between the team, and having the team to believe and be on your journey towards your goal. Because, you know, if it's not everybody, if not all of us believe in that end goal, it's going to be hard to achieve it. And yeah, pictures here is just a whole bunch of different physical things that happened to me since I broke my neck. Bad things happen. It's an opportunity to be great. And I finally did reach that dream, like you saw in the beginning, 35 years later at the age of 41. And it was a change dream to a Paralympic gold medal. Incredibly special and, you know, absolute grace from above. But for me, it was just absolutely humbling and an honor and a privilege to bring a little bit of hope to everybody that was on that journey with me. Obviously, my country in a big way, but there was a lot of people, a lot of fans all across the world, you know, and to give them that little bit of hope during COVID times. And there was all these riots in South Africa, which is an incredibly bad time. And even if it was just to give a bit of hope and inspiration for one day, that was an honor and privilege for me. Now, I want to finish off with my journey to my first triathlon. And when I say first triathlon, I started with the shorter races, but the end goal was to become the first quadriplegic to finish a full Ironman distance triathlon. So for those that don't know what an Ironman is, it's 3.8 kilometers swim in the sea, 180 kilometers on the bike, which I do on that hand bike, and a full marathon run, which I do in the racing chair. And I have to make the able-body cutoff times, which for me is very cool, because if I cross that line, I made it next to an able-bodied person, then we did it under all the same conditions and the same cutoff times. You know, with me only having 15% of the muscle function that you guys have, and it's never been done before, you can imagine, you know, the task behind it and the amount of training. You know, my training for my base periods, some of my toughest weeks, I physically trained 35 hours that week. And I still had to work at that point 3/4 days, so 6 hours a day in the office. And it was all just eat, drink, and sleep, training, working, recovering, and to get all those hours in for training towards my end goal of doing this Ironman. And then 6 weeks before the race, I broke my forearm when a cyclist who didn't see me did a U-turn. It was his first time on a racing bike, able-bodied cyclist, and I broke my forearm badly in 6 pieces. Now, I'm going to play you a video of what happened on race day, but I decided God is telling me this can still happen. And the problem was there was 2 other quadriplegics with more muscle function than I have in the sport class above me, who was also chasing to be the first quadriplegic to become an Ironman. And everybody remembers the first guy on the moon. Nobody knows the second guy on the moon's name. So, you know, for me, with this whole journey and everything, God was just telling me this is still going to happen. I'm going to play you a video of what happened on race day.
South African Peter de Vries has been on a remarkable journey. Peter de Vries has been on a remarkable journey. 10 years ago, it's now his dream to be the first quadriplegic to ever complete an Ironman.
I'm a C6 quadriplegic, and yeah, since I had my accident 10 years ago when I broke my neck, a cycling accident, I was a triathlete at that stage. It was just my biggest dream to do an Ironman. I really just have biceps and shoulder muscles and wrist movement. I've got no finger movement, no tricep movement, and completely paralyzed over my whole body. So people just think it's just not possible, you know. It's been a very long journey, but did the half in May, and so I'm going to give it a go.
As if Peter didn't have enough challenges, just 6 weeks before Busselton, Peter broke his left forearm in a training accident.
About 6 weeks ago, I broke my forearm with a guy didn't see me, did a U-turn in front of me. And then again, the doctors told me I shouldn't come and do it. I've got a plate in here now, it's still broken, but taking a bit of a risk, but you know, I just really felt it's still on the cards for me to do this. And yeah, now we're here today, awesome day, and we're going to do it. I think I'm ready.
So the last 6 weeks definitely been challenging, but we both just felt that this is meant to happen. It's been really a team effort, and it's awesome to be so closely part of something as big as this.
Peter now wants to show the world that nothing is impossible.
My wife always tells me I can't say this, but you know, I said if I actually finish my full Ironman, then I can die. You know, it's like for me in the world to me, but you know, for me at the same time, in this whole journey, it's just shown me how we can inspire each other. You know, so me doing this, I inspire people, yes, but by them coming up and telling me yes, well done, and so on, it absolutely inspires me, probably even more than I inspire them. You know, so we all have that power to inspire, and yeah, you know, for me, it's just incredible.
Well, I've got to say we've covered some extraordinary stories over the years in Ironman events all over the world, but Matt Keenan, my co-commentator, that is as extraordinary as it gets.
If any of the professional athletes or the age groupers were looking for a little bit of inspiration, they've found it. The elites are underway. One
Here at Ironman Western Australia, and the extraordinary story of Peter de Vries continues.
It was good, eh? It came out exactly as planned, under 1 hour 40, so very good. So far, so good, eh? I'm gonna go at it as hard as I can. I trained for it, so. But I mean, everything is on schedule, so I'm confident that I can still do this. So, weather's good for me, so can't complain about anything. It's just up to me to do it.
Well, I do believe you'll need to get me another thesaurus, Matt, because I can't find the words. I mean, the swim, saying good swim, 1 hour 39.
Plenty of the able-bodied athletes in the age group would be very happy with that. Luke Bell.
And so 13 hours and 20 minutes later, against all the odds, Peter de Vries is the first quadriplegic to ever complete an Ironman. For Peter, it's been an incredibly emotional journey.
You know, I was tired, but it's like, you know, you're going to finish it. I just knew I was going to do it. So, yeah, the support just carried me. It was incredible. My time, I just can't believe I did 13 hours 20, breaking my arm 6 weeks ago. It's unbelievable. And the support on the course was incredible. Just grateful for the Ironman guys allowing me to do the race. And yeah, yes, I'm a bit lost for words.
It's just a huge achievement. All the hours. Yeah.
The most amazing thing for me is, you know, this is something nobody can ever take away from me and nobody can ever do. I'm the first quad in the world ever to do this, and actually still can't believe it, man. It's incredible, eh? Yeah, I think it's the most emotional moment of my life, eh?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say with this video today is not that you guys should go out and do something stupid like an Ironman after you break your arms, but what it does showcase is that there's so much more possible than what our minds can perceive. So I just want to finish off with a shortened version of a poem by Marianne Williamson. And that is that our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light and not our darkness that most frightens us. We were all made to shine as children do. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fears, our presence automatically liberates others. Now, on a daily basis, I don't think you guys realize how many people look up at you, even if just for a second. And that creates an opportunity for you to shine your light and be the best examples you can be the best hackers you can be in your Hack Olympics, in your team. So I just want to encourage you guys, go out and be the best examples you can be. Go shine your lights brightly. And yeah, have a great Hack Olympics, believing in yourselves. I'm Peter de Vries, and this is not the end, neither is it the beginning. This is life, and I'm just living it. Thanks for the opportunity, guys.
Put your hands together
Amazing.
for Peter de Vries. Man, I don't know about you, but for me, I feel like I've not been taking advantage of the things I have in my life, man. This guy has come from a very, very, very dark past and found light, and not just light, amazing light for that matter, in this space today. So I think, how did you find it?
Inspired. I'm actually so inspired.
This is
That
amazing.
so amazing.
Mr. du Preez, we do appreciate you. Thank you for inspiring our lives. We're not only just going to do it for the Hack Olympics, but personally in our lives, I think I want to give you my thanks and thanking you also for being so strong, because your life is a good example to share with ours, to make ours better. We appreciate you, Mr. du Preez.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Together, Mr. du Preez. Thank
That
you,
was
thank you, thank you.
amazing.
Now, where are we headed now? At this particular point in time, I'd like to say that we are at a point where you can now say, I'm sure everyone is now feeling their tummy is talking to them. So I want to sing a song that will take you there. Asani lanchi taimu tufunge. DJ, do you have that song? Do you have that song, DJ? I don't think she has that song. You know, people from Gen Z don't know that song. Let me give another song. Let me give another song. T-shirt near white. As a Gen Z, T-shirt near white, you're going for lunch. You put on
mi niko na njaa.
Umepata tikiti yako ya lunch?
Natafuta.
Natafuta. All right, for those ones who are online, grab something, grab a cup of tea if you don't have lunch. But if you're not so far, come join us. We're having lunch from here. Asante sana. Over to lunch. Thank you for staying tuned.
Hamba bajubala ngayobona phambi sekuphelile mntakamama sekuphelile mntakamama hamba jubala ngayobona phambi hamba jubala ngayobona phambi hamba jubala ngayobona phambi hamba jubala ngayobona phambi So heavy sit on, so heavy sit on. So heavy sit on, so heavy sit on. It's coming to you. It's on the arena, sitting on the phone, shining. Papa, sitting in the arm. It's coming to you. It's on the arena, sitting on the phone, shining. Papa, sitting in the arm. Kani, Kani, It's coming to see you. It's coming to Sweet lami lomkhuhlane ngokaka sempilweni yami ikhapha ngenhliziyo ehlanganyela Sweet lami lomkhuhlane ngokaka sempilweni yami Kani Kani
Otujabulise wonke yebo ukuthi tola kundlulile konke kwazolo Finitolo uqhubeke uhombele inkibi ikhululeke uzobona uzoba moja ube mnandi yo moja, 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 nani wenu doba moja, 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 doba moja, 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 na utobona mbili doba moja. Itikatindwana yositanda ubulele mnyango wesimanga ngenza kahle osujabulise woku yebo ukuthi sola ukuthi sola kunzulile konke kwasolo Finitolo, utubele, ubumbe, intizi kululeke. Uzobona, uzoba moja, ube mnandi yo. Moja, 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 nandi wenu uzoba moja, 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 uzoba moja, 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 na uzobona mbili doba moja. Tango ya tabuli soya kalisa, aketo es falsane mo es lisa, namingi ya fisa ugo tola, algo tabatan herda. También, candule ganen, también, candule ganen, también, candule ganen, también, Sokatalu solala Angas Michelanga Bata heard solala Sokatalu Kotabata heard Chandayana Chanduele Canena Chandayana Chanduele Caneno Chandumuntu Chanduele Caneno Chandayana Chanduele Andoya tabuli soya kalisa Aketo espasane West Lisa Namingi afisa Buktola Algo tabatang herda Atao herdo kachali solala Angas Michelanga Atao herdo solala Sokatala Kotabatang herda Undeniable, would forgive. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. And if only who then say that. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. And was to me, guess I'm putting I and was to police. And it was to me, guess I'm putting I and it was to double Ade, 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 Yakutana God, Lilo Tasa, Lilo, Yakutana God, Lilo Tasa, Lilo, God, Lilo Tasa, Lilo, Yakutana God, Lilo Tasa, Lilo, Ade, 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 Yakutana Undeniable, I hurt you. Ndifundi ukuzenzisa. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. Ukunikeza okudingayo. Angikwazi ukukulabulisha. Angikwazi ukunikeza okudingayo. Angikwazi ukukulabulisha. Hare 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 Yakuta When we go my way, when we go my way, when we go my way, we go my way, we go my way. When we go my way, we go my way. We go my way, we go. Now you go. We go. Now you go. I'm shy of the I'm shy of the I'm tired of Il t'appelle ce soir, ouais, elle a. Uyangisangisa, uyangitanyisa, uyangiphambanisa. 생각이 기쁘고 신수고 자극다 이렇게 생각할라 싶잖아 두고 속에 기쁨 나오고 나와 Started and I to the oya, Benui Bendia, Benu Bengo Ambe, Bebuya Sengo Mingi Kumbu Sintu Sagutana, Ingas kissing Kashala Sitandana, to forget.
A stranger in my heart. A stranger in my heart. Put you inside my life. I'm a stranger in my heart. I'm still thinking of you. I've met you one night in my life and still dreaming of you. You're a stranger in my heart, I'm still thinking of you. I've met you one time in my life, I'm still thinking of you. You're a stranger in my heart. You're a stranger, yeah. I keep dreaming of you. I've met you one time in my life, I'm still thinking of you. Total stranger in my heart, I'm still thinking of total stranger. Total stranger. I'm still thinking of you. Met you one time in my heart, and I'm still dreaming of you. Total stranger, I'm still thinking of you. Total stranger, I'm still thinking of you. Total stranger, I'm still thinking of you. I met you one time in my life, I'm still thinking of you. Total stranger in my heart, I'm still thinking of you. I met you one time in my life, I'm still dreaming of you. Total stranger. I keep dreaming of you. Total stranger. Hello, hello. Sama sangkali, sama sangkali. Autaliwa, umshira nina. Aulaviwa, umshira nina. When you pull us down, when you pull us down, dia huyo paundi, ama pupa kese, autaliwa, kawendo tongu, autaliwa. I want to don't I want to don't I want to don't I want to don't Daliwa Unjiranina Aulaviwa Unjiranina Let me go. Bendiga sita ndisoze dije kukutana wena Bendiga sita ndisoze dije kukutana wena my love oh ay ay ya zara we ya zara wena ay ay ya zara wena Abe sita ndisoze kukutana ngempela Abengade sitandi soze nje kukutana ngempela Uyadlala wena uyadlala wena uyadlala wena sokushiye dlala wena uyadlala wena uyadlala wena uyadlala wena bengimthanda wena yekudlala wena When you tanda when I put it on the Gusana when you tanda when you tanda when you tanda when I put it on the Gusana when you tanda when you tanda when you tanda when I put it on the Gusana when you tanda when you tanda when you tanda when I put it on the Gusana Ningakudedisita bisoze ike kukutanda wena ningakudedisita bisoze ike kukutanda wena melape oh ya yo ya zara wena yo ya zara wena yo ya zara wena Abelisita bisoze anye kukutanda ngempela abekade sithanda isoze nje kukutanda ngempela uyadlala wena uyadlala wena uyadlala wena Sofiya dlala wena uyadlala wena uyadlala wena uyadlala wena Ningitanda wena yakuthikolezana wena ningitanda wena ningitanda 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 wena ningitanda wena yakuthikolezana wena Itina maposa, itaba makeba, ay, usipone makeba, ebaba lechela, itina maposa, itaba usipone makeba, baba lechela, itina maposa, itaba usipone makeba, baba lechela, baba lechela, baba lechela, baba lechela, oh, baba lechela, baba lechela, baba lechela, baba lechela, itina maposa, itaba makeba, usipone makeba, baba lechela, baba lechela, itina maposa, itaba makeba, Pasaso juluka, sase pafumo kuthi namupa, siyofana monya bahlushwa yiphaya, ukala kanjani bahlezi paneplan, lento ngishoba namatariyana, isikhathi sami ntombi sakufuna ikalavani, bakukhala ngalona nofuna intwana engani, omhlonishwa nganofuna intwana engani. Pasaso juluka, sase pafumo kuthi namupa, siyofana monya bahlushwa yiphaya, ukala kanjani bahlezi paneplan, lento ngishoba namatariyana. Isikhathi ntombi sakufuna ikalavani, bakukhala ngalona nofuna intwana engani, omhlonishwa nganofuna intwana engani. Inkulungwane, sakala matela mina. Inkulungwane. Baba lechela. Oh, Obatini nani, Barikilimeke, Atama, Itina maposa, itaba makeba, Dali sana tingalana ang sakon seti binang sakon usut halus panwana wasala na fungpon wasala na fungus uteno salangin pana kadi spanding Bena yang kita ngondoi pamit chulu kadi spanding
Welcome back from lunch. This is Safaricom Innovation Week. This is Langat Maina with our co-MC Doreen. Will you have any lunch, by the way? Chicken. May I had some fish. When I heard about fishing in the cybersecurity presentation, the only thing ringing in my mind was fish. So, you had chicken. Because of the legs. All right. So right at this particular point in time, we are going to have some small games coming through at the Ujala platform. So I'd like to invite you to log into the Ujala platform. But I can't go without recognizing some people that I actually do admire and love. People that built me to what I am today. These are guys from the customer obsession team. Makofi, yeah. These are people that I'm very, very happy to see because they built the person I am today. So we are going to a game. I want us to go to the game, yeah? So for the game, we'd like you to have some rules. We'll follow up some rules there. And everyone who's here and also guys who are online, I'd like you to follow the rules. And the first thing I'd like you to do is answer all the questions in the Ujala platform before time runs out. So there's a time barrier there. So answer all the questions. You have 10 seconds per question. You have 10 seconds per question. Rule number 3.
The game ends when you have answered all the questions. Get as many questions right as possible.
Right, as fast as possible. So like we said, it's a time factor. So you have to answer all the questions and get them right as fast as possible. Number of questions are how many? There are 5. There are 5 number of questions. 10
seconds per question, 5 questions.
So in terms of the scoring methodologies that we have points. So for points for correct answers is 100 points.
And you get extra points for remaining time.
Sawa. So if you score it as fast as possible, the amount of time remaining is what will add to your extra points. So guys, are you ready to participate in this game?
No, Scholar looks
so
like
there's the Ujala platform.
Scholar,
I'm sure you can be able to log in.
Yeah, let's get there.
The link that was used, when you're getting into the platform, but then again, we'll be showing it in the screen. I know it's fluctuating, but it will be able to show it in a few. So for those who are online, I'm sure you can be able to see it. Yes, on the corner left side of your screen, I'm sure you can see a scan there. And all of you are tech savvies, so you can just scan the code at the corner side of your screen. If you're online, you'll be able to see it. Apologies for the fluctuations at the screen here, but you can definitely log in through that platform and answer the questions. Are you guys ready? So guys, you can continue answering those questions. So what will happen is that the tally will be done, and at the end of the game, you'll be able to have the winners.
Olivia, are you in? Liz, are you in? Scholar, are you in? All right. Please, Olivia.
All right. So for guys who are online, I'm sure you've been able to join in and log in. I'd like to appreciate the fact that with us we have our very own lady who I'd say is a rock in our team. She's very strong. She's very passionate, and I'd like us to do a small wedding. The wedding is between innovation and customer obsession, because for sure, you can't separate those two things. The only way you can be innovative is if you are customer obsessed. So for real, that wedding should be done today. I think we need to organize for that and look for budget, isn't it? All right. So now I'd like to invite our keynote speaker, and this is Lucille Aveva, the Director, Customer Obsession, Safaricom PLC. Aveva is a renowned leader in bringing the CX factory to life, and we are excited to hear her insights. Lucille Aveva, karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Wedding, let's go. So, enjoy.
Thank you very much. Technology is already a problem. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Really great to see you. Amazing faces in the room. And to those joining us online, how are you all doing? So I really love what you've said about the wedding, because it is true. It is what we've actually been working on with the Innovation Hub team. Because we say, you know how they make stainless steel? Who knows how they make stainless steel? Any guesses? Scientists in the room? Annette? Because this is really what we need to do across the business to bring customer obsession to life. To bring stainless steel to life, or to make stainless steel, you take carbon and iron, and you then have what? Stainless steel. So this is what happens across the business. One area is either carbon, another area is iron, but when we come together, then we truly collaborate to innovate for the customer. We absolutely then transform lives. And as we get into the new financial year, you did talk about the CX factory. One will wonder, what is the CX factory? Really nothing new, but bringing a framework of how we innovate, how we ideate, how we then build prototypes, take it to the market or bring it live, which is exactly what Andrew and the team are doing. So what is missing? Because we already have pop-up squads. What is missing is because we are doing very incremental, probably not incremental, a few tweaks here and there. So we want to really blow the lead out of innovation, leverage the assets that we have in the business in terms of the great talent that we have. When we speak to people across the business, they have amazing ideas, and they ask for two things: allow us the time and give us the support. And therefore, that pain the customer feel, the new growth areas that we are failing to leverage off of, allowing our teams to come together to form stainless steel in the Innovation Hub, using the CX Factory framework, will surely get us to where we need to be. We are also embarking from a customer obsession perspective in terms of our focus on the customer. We've made 10 very bold commitments to our customers. And those are opportunity areas that will be unlocked through innovation, through the involvement of everybody, through putting the customer first and saying, we have spoken about this for years. Focus on customer or customer pain elimination programs or customer first programs have not started today. And those who've been in the organization since the beginning will know, because it'll be, yes, here's another one, yet another one. So what can we do with the brilliant minds that we have, with the space that we have? And I think, Andrew, I'd like to thank you at this point for the great idea of bringing an innovation space to life. Innovation Fridays will allow us that focus. Innovation Fridays means that we are building a culture in the organization where we are saying, one day a week, after running up and down those challenges, we are saying, let's focus on the customer. Because focusing on the customer is not just about pain. Focusing on the customer is, what does the customer want? And ultimately, we get the commercial KPIs that we keep saying is standing in the way of focusing on the customer. Walking in, I was speaking to Andrew, just as I finish in terms of the Innovation Hub, the marriage, bringing a customer first. A letter that a customer wrote and said, the hold music is very boring on the IVR. So we know, for what? Press 1. Dear Mteja, and then you listen. And just speaking to Andrew, because I'd indicated to some teams, why can it not be like you've just entered a Safaricom metaverse? Yeah? You've watched trailers of movies. What does that make you feel like? Like, I either watch this or forget this one. If you're talking about VR, if you're talking about immersive experiences, if you're talking about gamification, I then realized that problem statement should come here. To the teams that have their hearts focused on the customer, think without a box. In fact, think very creatively, very disruptively. So we said, let's mull in this. And Andrew, thank you for picking that up. And I throw it to you all. Think about your experience with any service provider and going into the IVR. How can we disrupt that and really demonstrate that AI, technology, immersive experiences, and gamification will truly change the game for us? So I'd like to wish the team coming up good luck, because this is, again, a very true definition of what happens when we put our minds together, leverage technology, leverage AI. Really looking forward to hearing the brilliant, brilliant idea, the impact it has made to our customers, and looking forward to hearing a lot more later on in the afternoon upstairs. Thank you, and back to you. Back to studio.
Fadhali, please put your hands again together. And Lucille, we need to organize to have this after party for the wedding.
Yeah.
I don't know where, but Innovation Friday. So we have a location already. Asante sana, Lucille Aveva. What did you get from maybe the conversation Lucy brought up?
Let me ask you, which
Yes.
is your favorite soundtrack? May I know it is Star Trek?
Star Trek.
You.
I get what you're saying, because I'm imagining if you're getting people into a metaverse, right? They need to be excited enough to feel the experience and to be actually logged into it. And that is actually a good, dope idea. And that takes me to this point. In a space when we're trying to be very innovative and very connected to our customers, we need to ask ourselves, how hungry are we to ensure that our customers get the best service that is available? And that triggers us to be innovative enough. And we have something for you today. Under the Customer Experience Innovation Showcase, we do have a few who will come up on stage and give us a presentation of what they have on their end. First, I'd like to welcome Duncan Kabira on the stage, and he'll be coming, and also together with Clement Ombete, together with Elizabeth Kabeo. This session is a glimpse into the cutting-edge initiatives and advancements happening at Safaricom team, showcasing how optical character recognition technology can be used to enhance customer experience. So I'd like to invite them on stage. Wapigie makofi tafadhali.
Yeah.
Asante sana. The stage is yours.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting us today. Thank you, Ene. So before I invite Clement, who will take us through the session today, I just have a question for us in the room. Have you ever been on a Teams call and then either you're thrown out or you're trying to load things and they're loading slowly? Anyone? Teams? So what did you do when you experienced that? What did you do?
I restarted my computer and started again.
And how was that experience? Because you're busy talking to the audience, and then all of a sudden you're thrown out, or it's buffering. You're trying to load a presentation and it's buffering and people are getting very impatient. So how did that make you feel?
Agitated and confused, and sometimes even like you remember your audience and you're wondering, what are they thinking, at that point? And then you have to always apologize. Oh, sorry, I'm having some issues. I'm having either technical issues. I think they're network issues, because you're not sure what the real issue is really.
Thank you. And I know I'm sure so many of us have experienced what Olivia has taken us through. So Clement here from Customer Obsession has an idea, a solution. Of course, it has evolved over time. So he'll take us through what he's doing to ensure that our customers do not experience an issue in this space. Welcome, Clement.
Hi, good people. Yes, my name is Clement Ombete. I'm from Customer Obsession, and I work with an amazing team. And under the leadership of Lucille. And yes, in this project, it's titled Automating Router Restart. So in this project, we've also been working with Andre Abonyo. Andre Abonyo, not Andrew Masilo. Yes, so I've been working with Andre Abonyo and his amazing team to actualize it. They could not be here because of some pressing engagement, but we hope to get other opportunities to probably, as we go along this journey, where they'll be part of this. So yesterday, when George Njuguna was giving his opening remarks, I remember he made an off-the-cuff remark about meetings, the way there are so many. And I remember him throwing a challenge that if there can be some innovation around that space. And what Liz has just spoken to also is a reflection of what we go through when we are coming to meetings. And I don't know why it's usually the critical meetings, either the meetings that your boss has set or the meeting where you're presenting, the ones that fail on Teams. Yeah, and you have to restart. So our routers also require restart once in a while. And the call center specifically receives about 15,000 calls, which are logged in as either no connection or slow speeds or cannot push traffic calls. And what the agent does at the back end is to do the preliminary checks. So they check on if this customer has paid the bill or the bill is okay. And then they also check on if there is a network outage in the area from where the customer is calling. And once they do the preliminary checks and they find that this everything is okay, they usually auto-restart the router from the back end. And you find that in most cases, up to 90% of these callers, they don't call back. So meaning that their routers just required to be auto-restarted. Now, what are some of the reasons that cause a router to need auto-restart? Probably connection difficulties can occur where we manifest slow speed, where we have many open running applications on the background. You could find a situation, probably you are working on your laptop in the sitting room. You have Outlook on, you have Google Chrome on, and so many windows open on Google Chrome. You have an Excel sheet that you're working on, probably doing a report, and you have so many other windows open. Then in the bedroom, your son is probably gaming. In the other bedroom, probably your daughter is on TikTok or doing something else on the phone. And so you find this consumes a lot of bandwidth. And you might start experiencing slow speeds based on that. The other reason could be probably running malware, running antivirus or applications that have been installed and need the router to be auto-restarted. So these are some of the reasons. There are several reasons that could cause a router to need to be restarted. And that's the reason why we experience this many calls. So what is the journey to address, or what are we trying to address? We have come from a position where we used to blanket restart routers remotely after every 90 days. That is about 3 months. So currently, routers are being blanket auto-restarted after every 14 days at about 2 weeks. But where are we going, or what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve a situation where the device manager, which is the tool that we use on the back end, auto detects a particular problem with the router and then auto restarts it before the customer calls. So this, we need to set preconditions on the device manager. So for example, memory utilization. If your device is detected, probably you are in Kitengela, your device is detected to be achieving probably 80% memory utilization, the device manager will auto restart your router without you prompting it, or without you having to call, or without you knowing. Another precondition would be overheating. If we set probably a certain threshold of overheating, which is required for the router to restart, the device manager will detect and then auto restart your router. Another condition would be uptime, based on uptime. So if your router has been on for a certain duration, probably 72 hours, in the dead of the night, the device manager will auto detect it and then auto restart it. Lastly, probably we also would wish to have a speed test. If you are on a 5 Mbps package, but you are experiencing 2 Mbps as a threshold or lower, then probably the device manager should be able to auto restart your router so that it sees if it can pick up the speed that is required. So these are some of the conditions that we envision to have as a preconditions to have the device manager restart routers remotely, and therefore cut off the demand that is driven to the call center by our lovely customers. So what are the expected benefits if this comes to life? Of course, I'll speak to where we are, but the expected benefits would be the cost to serve. If the cost to serve a call is 120 shillings at the call center, if we cut the 15,000 calls per month by half, we will be able to save at least 900,000 shillings monthly. And that translates to slightly over 10 million shillings monthly. But that is a conservative estimation, because we are looking at FTTH only. This will be scaled up to even LTE and FTTB. So we stand to save a lot of money in that area in terms of the cost to serve. Secondly, obviously, we will also cut on demand, and the agents who are receiving these calls will be free to handle other other technical issues once we have cut off this demand where they auto restart. And of course, definitely to our customers also, they will notice there's an improvement in terms of speeds, in terms of connection. They don't need to call as either often as they used to. And of course, that will trickle down to the NPS, in the NPS area. So what is the current status? So currently, the device manager is undergoing an upgrade. And this would have been Andrew, I keep calling him Andrew Masi. Andre would have wished to speak to this, but I'll just speak to it as in layman's terms. But what is currently going on is that the device manager is being upgraded to be able to handle these preconditions. And then we also expect part of the upgrade to be that has been done, actually is ongoing, is moving it or migrating it to open source Java. And that has worked well. And the current status is probably deploying the device manager on the new Java version, which is ongoing. And then there will be tests. So in terms of timelines, we are still way behind. But what is the ask? The team that has been dealing with this have been working on it under maintenance. So probably a dedicated squad and Agile would make this process faster, or this delivery or innovation delivered faster. So I think that's all. Probably
Good afternoon. Duncan here, Kabira. In digital IT. So I just wanted to bring in some elements of what the team here is making use of in terms of technology. And he's spoken about a couple of items that they'll be looking at. In this day and era, we have a lot of data, yeah, that we pick from our systems, from our users. There's a lot of data that we have around. So one of the things that this solution will bring on board is analytics, right? And analytics is, there are some KPIs that we'll be looking at, yeah, to determine the experience of the user. Like he mentioned, sometimes you have slow speeds, sometimes your router is overheating. All these are data points. So the solution is bringing in analytics into the space, which is one of the things which is really growing when you look at the tech space. We also bring in some element of automation. Yeah, we talk about making sure that we are leveraging on robots, on automations, machine learning. Yeah, so this solution will bring in some element of automation in that space where, after we do the analytics, we have different KPIs that have been set, and when our models look at the KPIs, they're able to know there's a trigger point that I need to act on. If it's days, number of days the router has been running, if it's the number of the bandwidth that I'm experiencing, or the temperature, or any other KPI that will require to look at, then we'll bring in the analytics space in that. Then the other thing that we are going to leverage on from a technology perspective is what we'd call IoT. Remember, these routers are sitting in our homes, in our offices, in the customer premises. It can be anywhere. And that requires a remote intervention. Yeah. And this is one of the things that we can bring out strongly when it comes to IoT, where I don't need to dispatch a human being to go and do a simple restart, or I don't have to wait for the call center agent to get a complaint, then now they restart. So this solution brings on board 3 key areas from a tech perspective: the analytics space, automation, and IoT, which is really the right step in terms of where we want to take our innovation to be. So I just wanted to shed some light on that, so that this solution is fit for future. It's leveraging on new tech, it's leveraging on automation, and this is the right direction that we are taking. So maybe we can go to the Q&A.
Let's have Lucille ask the question.
Yeah. So thank you for the presentation. And just thinking of the home pillar lab we had this morning, there's an opportunity in terms of the work you started, especially working with the device manager, the data analytics, and the refresh of the router to solve for a problem that is a big pain for home experience today, which is manual provisioning. Because if you're talking about the resetting and bringing it back, I think it's almost the same journey. And these are really elevated, especially when customers have changed their homes. So my ask is that with this one process that's really looking at the performance of the router, whether it has been moved from one location to another within the same home, another home, it's restarting, there are many things that would have changed in terms of the router speaking to the network. If you could build on that, maybe speak to Paul Mbaka, Edward Masika, Henry, and who was the other person? Is it Winnie? Yes. Okay. Because I think you're onto something that's addressing a really big pain we were listening to this morning.
Awesome. I think Diana will chip in with a comment from the floor.
Thank you so much, Duncan. So on behalf of Franco Charo and Nyangitari Bosire, managing the home team, so I'd just like to give you a brief of the progress. So we have a SOC no need to call pillar that actually addresses most of these items that you've talked about. First, being the slow speeds and also being the router restarts. So what we are doing in that space is that we are now developing actually the essence of integrating SOC 2, which actually has that functionality of detecting the slow speeds even before the customer tells us they have slow speeds. So that's what we are developing right now, automatic detection and router restarting. So we have also enabled the customers to be able to restart this on their own. We have a DIY on the app. It is just maybe the education that needs to go out more to the customer, because on your app, you can do the restart yourself. You don't even need to call Safaricom for that. And then the third thing that we are doing, and we're going to be rolling this out very soon, Lucille, look forward to it, the relocation. So we are going to sort you out very well with the relocation issues, whether it is in-house, within the same building, within different buildings, we are all integrating that. So that is the next big thing to look out for. So thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so
very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We do appreciate you all. Thank you for the presentation. As you can see, Bana, these guys are working very hard, right? Wapigie makofi tena tafadhali. Thank you so much. And I know we are from lunch, and some guys are not really together. Kuna tu bado wana digest. So I'd like to give a challenge. And I don't want you to look at the people that have just come out of the stage. If I call your name and I ask you a question, ujibu tu. And there are people already feeling guilty. So Kennedy, Njoroge, I want to ask, Duncan alikuwa amevaa shati kala gani? Gray. Sawa. Amazing, amazing. But nonetheless, I know you had the information. You shati tu ndo shida. We have colorblind. I understand. Gray is the only color we see. I get you. I get you. Asante sana for that. Thank you so much, the Customer Obsession team. I actually feel part of it and part of the team. Sana, sana, sana. What did you pick?
Hey, 10 million. Did you hear that? 10 million calls.
10 million
monthly.
Calls. It was shillings.
Shillings.
Yes, saved money is 10 million shillings.
We are going to save 10 million shillings.
That's a lot of money. And
per
I think,
month.
Yes, imagine. So I think I'd like to mention that that is actually a very good innovation, and it really puts us into perspective, the kind of work that we do and the kind of lives that we're going to transform going forward. So customer obsession, innovation, one and the same. And when they were standing here, I was actually noticing, I think the wedding is ready to start. We are seeing one word that is very pertinent. And that word, I'd like you to say it with me. The word is collaboration. Say it with me one more time.
Collaboration.
Amazing. So we're seeing the IT space together with the customer experience team collaborating to give us amazing, amazing products and solutions. So we're moving on to the next segment where we'll have another one of our own chief speaking on consumer business. That is our consumer business officer, Safaricom PLC. That is Fauzia Ali Kimanthi. She will be giving us insights on how we have progressed this far. But that will be coming up in a few. Just mentioning the name so that we stay together and wait for that time to happen, right? So don't go nowhere. Hold your dials. But for now, we're going to be having a small conversation with Lucille. I'd like to invite you on stage. That's an impromptu conversation. It's an impromptu conversation.
Premarital.
So maybe just to pick your mind, in the space of customer obsession.
Yes.
I know that we are very passionate in terms of what we're giving, the solutions we're giving to our customers. What is the plan for our internal customers in terms of being customer obsessed and innovation, just from your perspective?
Marriage.
No, I think if you're going to innovate for the customer, if you're going to solve for, and this is for internal customers,
Yes.
If you're going to enable the internal customers do their work as well, we must think about the internal customers and therefore start working in collaboration, break any silos, because there are a lot of interdependencies. We spent half a day yesterday at JCC.
Yes.
With the different product owners, customer journey experts, agile coaches, the care center leadership team, the customer obsession team. And it's all about the customer.
And the journeys, you know, are interconnected.
Yes.
So to sort out the internal customers first, we must make sure that there's an environment to be able to innovate and think. Because even in your own, in our solving for our own things, if you do it in a hurry, normally what happens? Shambles. Or you're just touching the surface.
Yes.
If you immerse yourself into that state when you're truly thinking about a different way of doing things, because it's about what can we do differently to disrupt this. So for the internal customers is what can we do differently to let go of the shackles that hold the teams together. Because when you speak to the teams, they tell you, Lucille, we're passionate about the customer. We want to do the stuff for the customer. Lakini hii shiko nimeshikwa na numbers.
Yes.
And we ask ourselves, who brings those numbers? It's the customer.
The customer.
How do they bring those numbers, or how do we get those numbers? It's the product and services working. The equation is very simple. So if the products work, or we innovate and we get them to choose us,
Yes.
the numbers will come.
Yes, for sure.
If we remove the challenges that the customers face, that commercial number we keep chasing of churn will not be there, because the product is always on and it's working as far as the customer expects. So for our internal customers is to ensure, do they have the tools to do their job? It's really that basic.
Yes.
Do they have the space to share their ideas and their thoughts? Do they have the freedom to challenge the status quo without, let me speak for ourselves, leadership feeling, but why are you telling me that?
Yes.
So as leadership, our role in supporting the internal customers will be to give that platform, to give that space, to actually say, let's go do this for the customer. We set direction and the teams to execute.
Maybe just to pick your mind on this, and just from the feedback, you talked about collaboration. And I'm thinking, do we see ourselves moving to a space where Innovation Fridays not only happens here at HQ2, but we go even up to the call centers in Eldoret, we go up to the call centers in JCC. Do you see that happening? And is that a good place to pick from?
It's actually a must do. And this is why very deliberately yesterday, the workshop with the CJEs, with the product owners, with Agile, CEO was done at the Nerve Center. And it should not just be internally, it's also with our customers. Go to where the customers are. You know, one of the visits that I accompanied the Chief Enterprise Officer to Kisumu, and it was a clinic that were already innovating to solve all the problems that we are not solving for. So imagine, and I remember speaking with the IT guy, he was very innovative. We already built an ERP to sort out M-Pesa payments, connecting to our different platforms. And we said, actually, what would really be great, and we spoke to him at that time, is to co-create, to collaborate and ideate. And I know we do forums, and sometimes we bring the customers here. But imagine ideating to solve for a customer problem in their premises, because then it comes to life. And you solve for one, you're solving for many. So it's a must do in terms of that, bringing that collaboration, Innovation Fridays moving to different areas so that it comes alive. And then definitely the teams experiencing that they've been allowed to innovate. And this comes to us as leadership, because one of the feedback I got yesterday on Innovation Friday, not Innovation Friday, a team member was here yesterday, was marked absent. But okay, we pushed back and said, what could we have done differently in terms of allowing time? So we've got our commitment, or rather the teams, you have our commitment in terms of supporting to put the customer first and allow those innovative ideas to disrupt what we know today.
Thank you so much, Lucille. We do appreciate you. Nataka tumpige makofi vizuri. There's a gentleman who left the stage and had these government claps, the 1, 2, 3, 1. Sawa. So I'm going to say makofi. Moja. Mbili. Karibu. Fungua. Funga. So I think I should be sent back to the Moi era, right? Sawa sawa. So, like I mentioned, we have one of us, the Consumer Business Officer, Safaricom PLC, who's here with us. I'd like to invite the one and only Fauzia Ali Kimanthi to the stage. Karibu sana. Mpigie makofi tafadhali.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I understand we've got many more online. So good afternoon to those who are joining online. For me, I'm so excited about this. Let me tell you, whenever the hackathons happen, I'm always looking out because I know that some of those solutions will benefit who? Me and my customers, isn't it? So that's why I'm excited about it. So congratulations to you all for another successful launch of this new round of hackathon. I can't wait to see our ideas just going and beating all the rest in Africa when we actually go to the finals. And the reason I say this is because, you know, when we look at the Safaricom spirit, we say it has 4 pillars. And one of those pillars is innovation. And I know we've really gotten a sort of a beating over time that we are not innovative enough. But I think it's because probably how we were doing it was not in a structured way. I can say that now we have a very good structure of innovation, and it stems, of course, in our BD team, of course, led by brother here, Masila. And now we even have, which is yet to come, they have now gotten funding to build what is called an innovation, what was the word we called it? Hub. An innovation hub. What does that mean? When you go to, for example, if you ever have a chance to go to Huawei or any of these countries, you'll find that they'll have sort of like a floor where they showcase the innovations that they have had. It's so important if you want to become a technology company to have that, because if you want your customers to believe that we can actually provide a solution to them, they would want to see it. They would want to experience it. So by having that hub, wherever it will be, so it will be a space. It will actually be a physical space where we will be able to showcase the innovations that we have. We will be able to invite our customers to come and experience the things that we are doing. I think it will benefit a lot of our enterprise customers. It will benefit a lot of our SME customers, because sometimes they have to see it to believe it. You know, you can tell them about this thing, but when they see it, they believe it. I can give you an example. When we were doing a showcase for smart meters, the interest we got was amazing, because we kept talking about smart meters, but people were not understanding. So actually our biggest customers for smart meters, you wouldn't believe, are the county governments, because they are saying they are providing this service to their customers, but actually they are collecting maybe anywhere between 10 to 25% of, for example, if it's water. So they want to start replacing their smart meters because they have seen that this will give them control and will help them to manage their revenues. So I'm really excited about this because, like I've said, first I have a personal interest, but the other thing why I'm actually particularly interested, especially this week when we'll be celebrating International Women's Day, is that I hear 40% of the participants in the hackathons are women. And I know it might seem like a small thing, and it doesn't reduce, I can assure you, gentlemen in the room, it doesn't reduce the space you occupy. Don't worry. But remember, this has been a journey. It has been a journey of actually starting the work through women in technology, going to the high schools, visiting at high school level, encouraging. Thank you, you're there. Encouraging girls to be courageous to actually take the STEM subjects. And let me tell you, the best way to do that is to take young engineers, young technical people, to speak to them, because they'll be seeing this is a young person. They've actually gone to campus, they've done engineering, they're employed by Safaricom. This is what they do. I can do it. So just encouraging the girls to start taking STEM subjects, because only if they do that at high school will they now be able to get through to campus to take those technical courses that will now allow us to have the pool. So this work, let me tell you, has been a labor of love. It's been many years, but now we are starting to see the fruits. In the technology team, I remember there was a time when we were below 10% of women who were in technology. The last time I had, we are almost getting to 30%, but it's not only at technology as a whole, it's at leadership level, because it is important. I keep saying the world is 50% women, 50% men. The voice of the female person is important because you bring a different perspective. So just want to congratulate all those ladies who have participated in the hackathon, raising the number to 40%. We celebrate you. We will continue to use you in our quest through women in technology in all the efforts as we go on. When I was in the coast, I really saw this coming to life. You know, when you're sometimes in HQ, you're busy, you don't see this thing coming to life. Those high school girls, boys and girls, used to come, we used to take them to an MSR. We actually show them how we actually route calls. We take them to a site. They see how we actually manage a site. We let them to sit with our IT teams. So it demystifies this technology thing that seems difficult. And now we start to show them that actually it's about providing solutions. So well done on achieving that. I understand last year we were below 15-20%. So to get to 40%, well done. Of course, the third thing that I'm celebrating, I hear we are top third in terms of the submissions that we did. So we had 97 submissions. Can we clap for ourselves? To understand we are top 3 in the continent, which is very, very good, because if you don't have the pipeline, let me tell you, to get to the finals, it's a fight. So we need to have a big pool so that we choose the best of the best that will go and represent us in the finals. So I understand we're going to get to 21 eventually. Sorry, 21 have already been selected. We'll work that number down to about 9. And then 3 will now represent us at that Africa stage. And we hope that one of us will actually come to become a winner. Why am I excited about what this hackathon presents for us? The first thing, for those of you who remember, the last time we had the hackathon, we had some interns who actually won. Do you remember them? And they went to Dubai. I saw some pictures here and there. They were flossing. I was excited to learn that we actually onboarded 7 of those interns, and they are now working with us. Guys, let's not take this for granted. When people come, we inspire them, we show them what we do in Safaricom, and they become excited about what we do here. So for us to have even onboarded them, I think is just fantastic. So well done about that. I think the second thing is that actually these ideas are not pegged on nothing. The reason I love the agile way in which we are working is because everything is about the customer. It's about identifying the customer need and making sure that we are actually delivering to a user story that when the solution comes to life, it will make a difference in the customer's life. I'm glad to hear that 6 ideas so far have been commercialized. 6, you clap for ourselves. You're not excited? Let me tell you the one I'm excited about, the one that just went live this week. There's something that I have been waiting for, and I can tell you since when. I think it was 2019 when we started talking about M-Pesa standing order. It's finally here. It has taken forever in terms of getting approval from Central Bank. We finally got that approval. The development has happened. I went into, have you guys tried it? Ebu, remove your phones. Go to the M-Pesa app. We have to be excited about these things. If you go to the M-Pesa app, I think under the first option, which is, sorry, am I taking too long? I know I had a time limit. I'll be quick. I just want you to see, because these things were done by us and they've come live. So see, we become excited about them. So when you go to M-Pesa under financial services, just the first tab, the first thing you'll see there is Mali, M-Shwari, KCB, Faraja. Do view all. You'll see there M-Pesa Ratiba. When you go there, it will actually allow you to put the payments that you want to be recurring. So for example, kama you know your water bill, unalipaka kama mangapi? You guys are very young, so tano. 500, usually. Yeah, so 500. You just put 500 there, and every month it does what? And then what I also loved is that they have another section here called My Reminders. So that maybe you can even put others there with a date so that it reminds you. Because what do you have to do in your standing order ended through? You have to put money in the M-Pesa account. So if it triggers you like 2 or 3 days before, you put money so that at least the standing order does not go through. Let me tell you, we are very busy people. Sometimes we forget Sometimes we do what? We forget. But now there's a system that will allow us. Let me tell you where I'll use it in CBU. Our postpaid customers, over 90% of our postpaid customers pay with M-Pesa. Between the 20th and 25th of every month, we disconnect customers, and 99% of them reconnect on the same day. So it's not an issue of money. They're looking for convenience. They're looking for convenience. We will use it there. Home connections. Ask Frank Ocharo. Every time when it's an anniversary, especially for month end, which is where most of our anniversaries for our customers are, we in call center, it's like we get ready to support customers because we know they'll call. Now they can put their bill there and it will automatically just do the payment. They just need to get a trigger to remind them, put the money on M-Pesa. So there's so many spaces. In content, we have some content services, like for example, if you want to sign up onto Showmax, you might forget, but you want Netflix. Do we remember when it renews? But it's a very small group of people who now Netflix because it's card-based. With M-Pesa, we liberate and open it up. So I'm already seeing how this fantastic service that came through a hackathon, we can be able to actually deliver fantastic experience. We can use that solution. For me, I'm not even looking at it from a revenue perspective, but from an experience perspective. We can really improve experience. So I was looking at some of the services, some of the projects that are coming through the hackathon now, and I'm eyeing a few. I saw something around, there's a project around how we can simplify SIM swaps. The person who will crack SIM swaps, let me tell you, you will go down in history. Let me tell you, I'm telling the truth. 50% of the customers who come to our call center come because of a SIM swap. Why should they come? Calls in the call center, number one is M-Pesa reversals, number two is SIM swaps. Why should they come? Why should anyone call? Remember, we said why innovation is important is because it has to solve existing problems that we are experiencing. We can dream, which is great, but when we solve problems that are currently there, then we make a difference in our customers. So really looking forward to that one. Really liked quite a few that were around inclusivity. So I saw a solution for M-Pesa around helping customers with various levels of disability. I saw something around a project that was around sign language, which I thought was quite interesting, because we imagine if you get a customer who comes into the shop, and if currently in the shop the person who does sign language has gone for lunch, because in each shop we have one or two, they are not there. What happens to that customer? They are our customer. So now we start writing, we start texting, but now we'll have a solution. So you're actually solving existing problems, and actually those are our customers, and we need to serve them the way in the language that they understand. They understand sign language, so we need to help them in the language they understand. So I'm very excited about the projects that are coming through, and we'll also be looking forward to seeing how we can commercialize those. I just have 2 more points and then I'll be done very quickly. Where are my notes? Oh gosh. Yeah, so I've had this something we're going to introduce, because remember, for us to embed innovation, the first thing is, of course, we need to have the right structure, which I think we have. The next thing is that we have to have the right support. Now we have the support to do the hub. But the other thing is we need to make it almost something that happens naturally. So already Agile has already sorted it out for us, because every day we are innovating new things, isn't it? But I think there's pride in being able to showcase, your peers coming to see what you've done. So I'm excited about this idea you brought about Innovation Fridays, because I can tell you the cluster for CBU will be there, showcasing the stuff that we've done, because the guys have done some amazing stuff. So please tell us the time and where we will be there. I hope there'll be a day for CBU, a day for FS, so that we just come and learn from each other. Honestly, the teams are doing amazing stuff, and it's important for us to see what others are doing, because we will learn from each other, we'll encourage each other, and we'll motivate each other in everything that we're doing. So really excited about that. Let's start. Even if it's not perfect, people will give you a lot of feedback. Let's just start. Eventually, we'll figure it out the agile way. You've done 6 already. Oh, so we are missing out. Team CBU. Oh, what it is. Okay, so I'll pass there. I'll go and see what it is. So finally, I just want to pose a reflection. And I was just giving someone a reflection of how life was before Agile and how life is now, and then how it connects to what I believe this is the right time to become a software engineer or someone in tech or someone in Agile, whatever role it is that you're doing. So previously, for those who've been here for long, so I've been in Safaricom for 17 years. What used to happen is that we used to be given, these are your numbers for the year. So of course, when you're given your numbers, you come up with activities in terms of this is how I'm going to deliver this number. Then we'd sit in a room and say, these are the projects we are doing. So all of us are there, all commercial units with technology. Then there would be a team that would do prioritization based on the revenue that will be generated. So if you're a new business, like content, that is looking, for support, and the revenue per month will be like 2 million or 3 million, not in a bad way, you will rank where? Down there. Secondly, even once the projects are identified, the technical person who is working on the project has not been told who the customer this solution is for, what need is it meeting. They've not been involved. They've not understood the issue, but they'll do it anyway because that's the way we were structured. And it was okay, it served us as it did then. But now I can tell you, when we went Agile, I realized the technology people whenever we used to have the stand-ups or the tribe reviews were very quiet. And they would just watch, which I guess is the nature of techies. You're figuring out how you're going to give us a solution. But because now we involve them in the market visits, we go to the call center, they hear the problems the customer is having. They are now so energized. They give ideas, they speak up, they're contributing. But beyond that, they know why they're building the solution. And there's so much excitement when they've actually brought to life the solution. Then when we go to the market, they can actually see the product being used by the customer. And the customer is saying, I'm excited about this. And I want you to understand honestly the impact you're making to society. Because one of the things I will leave you is one task. So on Monday, I was in Kakuma. And we went to Kakuma because those are our customers. Same way we go to visit, we go for a market visit in Mombasa or in Kericho or Bungoma. We went to Kakuma. And the reason we went to Kakuma was to actually understand what is the situation there, are we making a difference, and what more can we do? So we went with UNHCR and Equity because they are a big partner there. And when we went to Kakuma, the situation is dire. It is dire. The house is sticks and a plastic cover. Parents are raising their children in that situation. Those are our customers. They're in Kenya, 600,000 of them. The good thing is we have taken our network there. We have 24 sites that have a very high level of utilization. In fact, we have to add 2 more sites in the new financial year. So first and foremost, through our network, we are providing an opportunity for our customers to connect with those they have left wherever they've left them. Most of them are coming from South Sudan, 50% of them, others from Somalia, but others from around DRC, Congo, etc. They are here. They are now our customers. Most of them have actually grown in the camp. In some camps, they've been there for over 20 years. So the only country they know is Kenya. If a child was born there, they're 20 years old now, isn't it? So what I saw is that the things we do here do make a difference. We have taken network. We visited a school there that we are supporting, where through technology, we are offering them tablets, what we're calling instant network schools. We offer them tablets so that they're able to learn both using the normal curricula, but also visually. So it removes the barrier of that child. If you look at that child and a child in Nairobi, it's like the same. But it's a very small percentage that is getting that access. So how can we leverage our capacity and capability and technology to provide hope? And education is one of the ways we can start to provide hope for those children so that at least their life is better than the lives of their parents, isn't it? So what is the one ask I'm leaving with you? The work you do for for Safaricom makes a difference. The work you do for Safaricom makes a difference. And I want you to start listing the things that you're doing, because sometimes you might not realize what you're doing. So for example, think about it this way. By providing fiber to a school, you're enabling students to learn. You need to be able to ask yourself, how many students have I enabled because I've pulled fiber? By ensuring that we have the right quality of education content, you're helping to change the life of a child. By improving the experience, by working on solutions for fraud, you're eliminating pain for our customers. You're making a difference. So we might be here thinking about it's just a hackathon. We are just a technology company trying to make money. But I think what I love about Safaricom is that through our products and services, we can honestly make a difference in people's lives. So please start writing the things that you do and ask yourself, this thing that I did, this is what I've actually done, and it's making a difference. Don't just pass. Just move from one project to another very quickly. Is that what we do? Is that what we do? So do you know what you did last year? It's important that you do, because the only way, I keep saying, the only way this badge makes sense for me, Safaricom, is when you know that your work is beyond commercial. It's about transforming lives. And through technology, we have the ability to transform lives in an amazing way. And we've just started. So just encouraging you that the future is bright. And for you who are techies, it's your time to shine. It's your time to shine, because you're enabling us to deliver great propositions, experiences for customers that make a difference in their lives. So I wish you all the best. Can't wait to see who come up tops on tomorrow. Yeah. And then we will continue to support you as you progress to the next stage. But even for those who don't win, you're all winners, because you've worked to try to solve an existing problem. And our role is to try and see how many more projects we can commercialize. If we can move from 6 to 20 in the next year, I think that will be a great success. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That is Fauzia Ali. And when I was listening and I was thinking about it, I was like, if you've noticed, everyone was listening keenly, right? And I was like, why is no one is talking? And I realized it. It's her voice, right? It's her voice, right? I think I'd love to be chastised by her, because I'll still listen. And then number two, I think you should start thinking of opening a podcast, so that you can all subscribe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Content is king, and I think you'd be an amazing podcaster. So what did you get from all these conversations?
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
I'd like to pick your mind also on what has been commented in the comment section. Could you read for me what has been said in the comment section?
Now, thank you, Ken. Ken Owino is saying, great solution, automating customer pain on the router restart. And Carol Zuo, you are celebrating 40% women participation in the hackathon. One more from Eneth Kubai. On the M-Pesa Ratiba, it will assist in preventing the pilferage of income to businesses due to forgetfulness of customers.
And earlier on in the day, we actually had like a mini launch where the guys who actually made the platform for Ratiba came here. We celebrated them and we enjoyed the stage all together. And guys actually went through the process of opting in. So it's happy and it's nice to see that not only in our level where we actually do the work, all the way up, we are one and the same thing. And what I'm getting so much from you, Fauzi, again, is one thing: excitement. I think you should just say the word excitement with me.
Excitement.
Exactly, because we need to feel the excitement that we're actually changing lives every day. And that's something I also pick from you, Fauzia. One more thing is we had some games happening, and there were some few games that happened today earlier on in the day. One, there was a soccer game, and the second one, there was a quiz. And for the quiz, I have the winners with me here. And I'd like to read out the winners of the quiz segment. And one, we have Rosalind Mungai. Mpigie makofi tafadhali. And number two, we have George Kiarie. So you will be getting something. Mpigie makofi pia. You will be getting something from us. But now I'd like us to move into the Consumer Business Innovation Showcase. This is where we'll discover some of the innovative projects and strategies driving growth at Safaricom. Consumer Business Development Innovation Showcase from our very own Brenda Kioko and Felix Mene. Karibuni sana.
Good afternoon. Glad to be back and to see you guys. And enjoying every moment. Fozia, that was powerful. Lucille, that was powerful. Thank you all for gracing us and sharing wisdom that will go a long way for all of us. Things I picked, innovation is what we do to solve existing what? Yes, so let us think about what is the problem we have with our customers and how do we solve it. And then we have an amazing team. How do we leverage the team that we have to ensure that we get value? And then providing hope for the underprivileged, very important. And then the work you do makes a difference in people's life. So always ensure that whatever you do has that. So the team I have here are young innovators, very sharp minds, guys I work with, guys I fully respect. How many guys know that we do have music and video and gaming and education on our platform? How many guys here? The numbers are pretty worrying. But yes, we do. Yes, we do. But there's been a problem in terms of how we do the discovery of this. So what we did earlier on as part of innovation was to see how do you bring all this together? How do you build a mold for our content to ensure that you can be able to discover it, you can use it, and increase engagement? So the initial plan was to go and do an RFP and get a provider to do this work. But then we were challenged. We're like, okay, why do it? And we have a team that can do it. And we agreed to do what we call co-creation. We brought on board AWS, and we worked with them hand in hand with these developers here to ensure we were able to build a solution that we were able to drive engagement. What we learned from our chief Fozia was that we need to get it right from the get-go. So we've been refining it, adding partners to ensure that by the time we hit market, we hit it with a very good score. So there's something we are trying to do in terms of just ensuring we get it right. But just to give you a feel of how it looks like, I have Abdi and Brenda. Brenda is our top talent architect. Abdi is our backend engineer, and they're all great. So I'll give them the stage to just walk you through what we've done, and then we'll leave it out from there. Thank you. Karibu.
All right. Thank you so much, Felix. Hi, everyone. So I'll just walk you through. I hope everyone can see the screen and just have a feel, of what our customer shall see once we fully go live with the project. Is it very visible? But anyway, so our customer will see this page whereby they just get to see that the platform is called Base, and then they select Get Started. So once they select Get Started, we give them some few options of what content they want to interact with. So if we can just select a few, maybe 2 or 3, then we do continue. Okay, I think we have selected the skip option. So when you select to skip, you're taken directly to the platform whereby you're seeing all the content that we offer. Then just as Felix has said, we are working on onboarding more and more partners. So this way we enrich the content that is there for our customers. So on just scrolling the platform, you'll see the different categories. So there's video. Then when you go back again down, you'll see music. There's education and games. So yes. Until there, we are good. So on the platform, we have some paid for content and we have some free content. So maybe we can just see a journey of one of the free content that we offer. So that one falls under the category of music, whereby we have Base Radio, we have podcasts, we have different things. So here, when they land here, they have 2 options. And the most important thing we've told this customer that it is free content. So they know they don't need to pay anything for them to interact with the content. So when you select free content, you're taken to the Base Radio platform. It's the pink button. Yes, you see now you're taken to where you want and you're able to now scroll through their platform. And right now there's some music playing and the customer will be able to enjoy it.
Having said that, I think Brenda has introduced much about the business aspect of the product. Me as an engineer, she's also a solution architect and engineer. So I would like to take you through the technology and architectural design of the product. So basically, in terms of architecture, we were serverless, although we had some downstream services running on-premise on OpenShift. So serverless functions on AWS. So one of the core services of AWS we use was the CloudFront for caching resources, network delivery to optimize the performance on the consumer side. And also we had the API gateway as our routing service. And also we had the DynamoDB to, as our data store for authentication and data persistence. So file storage, we used S3 packets. So those are the core technologies we used. We used also Cloud Search for searchable objects. So those are the core services we used on AWS. The beauty, one of the interesting things we did, we were able to, to deploy all those services just in less than a minute, using infra as code to provision the infrastructure and to automate the process. So one of the infra as code technology we use is CDK. So that is a technology on top of AWS. Yeah. So those was it. I think those are the overview, a quick overview of in terms of engineering and technology.
Thank you so much. And as Abdi was speaking, sorry Abdi, I didn't introduce you, but I'd like to appreciate you, Abdi and Brenda. And as they were speaking, there were some guys, when some words started coming through, all they could do, there was this. So everyone was like, serverless infrastructure, and they went down. They were like, what's happening on Twitter? So we do understand you. And that's why we always have the customer experience guys, because they actually get what you go through and try and demystify these things in words that we can understand, right? So we appreciate you as the engineers. We appreciate you, all of you guys. And that is an amazing showcase there. Did you have some more comments from that side?
Oh,
or
yes.
Did you have the results of the winners of the soccer team?
Oh, no, let's see.
Amazing. So we have the results for the winners of the soccer game that we played. And the names are?
Naomi Wariara.
Naomi Wariara, mpigie makofi tafadhali. And the second winner of the soccer game that we played is?
Kefa Okelo.
Kefa Okelo. Asante sana for participating with us. And we have gotten to that point where I would like to get your feedback. What can we do better? What can we improve? What can we do to be able to get to be a better Innovation Week session? So you'll be able to see the screen, and in the screen we'll have a QR code which will be projected there, and there we'll be able to have some feedback. However, before we leave, we do have the closing remark, and the person who will be doing the closing remark is a friend of mine, someone who's actually passionate about innovation, about technology, about going digital. And this is a lady who, again, tomorrow we'll be seeing her hosting the stage, being the MC, being everything and being beautiful. I'd like to welcome on stage our one and only Edna Mwihake. Mpigie makofi mazee. Nimechoma. Siwezi choma. Hi Edna.
You guys have done an amazing job.
Thank you. The stage is yours. Here's the mic.
Feedback is the breakfast of champions. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. So now you see it, now you don't, the QR, but I guess all of us have seen it and we are giving feedback. We keep getting better. For those of us who are here in 2021, for the Africa Cup of Nations hackathon, you can see the improvement, right? Because you gave feedback. That time it wasn't for 500. Kipchoge was Kipchogeing. So it's back. It's back. So also for those of us online and those joining us from other markets, we'd like to hear your feedback. Did we speak too much Kiswahili? Did you learn more Kiswahili? How are our MCs? Did you enjoy the showcases? Can any of the showcases be replicated in your market? Wonderful. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. As Safaricom, we love feedback. And so just take a moment, scan, and give your feedback. So as Emmanuel has said, my name is Edna, and I have the privilege of representing my boss, Donna Rege, to give this closing remarks. And so I'd like to start with us today. It's not every day or in every company that we get to see a week that is just dedicated to people showcasing the things that they do every day. A company that allows us to test the waters in terms of new tech, in terms of ideas, in terms of what we can bring, what more we can bring. It's like, the decisions are not based on our leadership. They allow us to come out and give other ways of doing business, give other ways of providing services to our customers, and that is why we are where we are. My boss, my other boss, Mr. George Njuguna, likes saying that those who tell their stories rule the world. And we've had the stories that Fozia has given us. Right now, I guess tomorrow morning when I wear my badge as I get into this building, I will reflect on what my role means. When we started looking at mission, we spoke about the NASA and when America was going to the moon. And the story was when the CEO spoke, when the CEO of NASA spoke and onboarded everyone into this journey of going to the moon, like all Americans were excited. They wanted to beat the Russians. They wanted to be the first ones to go to the moon. And so the mission is the mission, and the whole company adopted it. So when the CEO once asked a cleaner, what do you do in this company? They said, I clean so that the environment is clean, so that the engineers get a conducive environment, so that they are able to do the mathematics and all that, so that we can all go to the moon. And that is how we change lives. I do my back-end engineering so that this product can go to a customer and we are able to solve problems, right? So that we are able to become Africa's leading technology company by 2030. And that's how we need to think about our daily job. And so I would start today by thanking Felix Mene, who did a wonderful opening of today. He spoke about the spirit, basically just took us back to what the spirit is: innovation, collaboration, purpose, and customer obsession. And luckily, the pillars of this hackathon are simplicity, growth, and customer. So at the end of it all, as much as we grow, we never leave our customers behind. And then Kanye came to represent Boni from public sector, and he talked about the government's digital agenda and the things that we are good at. We are Kenya's strongest network, right? And so if the government wants to disband money to Kakuma, who do they go to? Us. We have the biggest financial services. We are the biggest financial services providers, the biggest innovation from Africa. And that's us. And so how are we leveraging these opportunities that keep presenting themselves? And then after Kanye, we had Michael Mutiga from BD, and the showcases that came in from IALA, from EDAC, sorry, about our devices and how we are revolutionizing access to connectivity through the devices, affordable 4G devices that we are putting out into the market. And then we had Samo Ching coming to represent Nicholas Mulila, talking about how we are keeping it safe, because we promise our customers an always on, always secure experience. They need to know that the data that we take, they need to know that when they sign off on our services, our terms and conditions, that their data is safe, that their money is safe in the case of M-Pesa. Now we are going to Mali. Now we are talking about Ratiba, you know? So, and there's that, the team that is innovating around stocks, stock exchange and asking guys to invest. So our customers need to know that they are safe. And so I also acknowledge what that was. And then would also like to thank our sponsors and Accenture and Deloitte for keeping us all here, people are dressed well, and for supporting innovation across the markets. I guess the speaker from Accenture also mentioned Masoko and some of the things that we are doing to create marketplaces, to make services accessible to the masses, and also moving with technology, because right now everything is ordered at the click of a button. I'd also like to acknowledge Lucille and Fozia, very inspiring women. And tomorrow is Women's Day, and we're talking about empowering the woman in order to accelerate progress. And that's what we're doing right now. 40% women taking part in this. Looking at our EXCO and 40% women in Band F and above, it's pushing that inch so that even as we grow beyond the borders, we are the company that represents what gender or what inclusivity should look like across the board. I'd like to thank all those people who came here to do their showcases. We acknowledge the time taken. We acknowledge all EXCO members that came to give their keynotes and to work with our developers and our hackers, understanding them, understanding their ideas, and giving them valuable pointers to how to pitch and how to make their ideas even more elevated. We'd also like to thank all the innovation team members, all our volunteers for raising your hand. I'd like to thank our sign language interpreters for doing an amazing, amazing job. We are talking about inclusivity. And last year we were asked somewhere, who is missing at your table? So as you sit, as you innovate, as you build that product, who have you missed out in your customers? Those silent stakeholders that need to walk with you this journey, then you need to reflect upon that. Lastly, I'd like to thank our production team. I'd like to thank DJ Mish. I have danced over lunchtime. It was hectic, but we danced. Thank you for the music. Thank you to all our online audience for keeping with us throughout the day and for sharing valuable insights and for asking questions, because without that, we would just be doing a vain work. And I hope that next year we get to have more hands raised and we get to push most of these ideas to production so that when we come here, we are talking about having moved the ideas to production to 20-30%, just as Fozia has challenged us. And lastly, to our hosts, Emmanuel and Karweda, you've done an amazing, amazing job, and keep doing what you're doing, you know? Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for keeping us entertained and for hosting us today. You've done an amazing job. And for Lo, for keeping us true. And I hope that as we push the needle to become African champions and group champions, we will support the teams all the way. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Edna. I'd made a request earlier on. And first of all, I'd like to thank you. Thank you so much for thanking us. And I'd like to thank you for thanking everyone and thanking everyone for thanking you. Asante sana. Tomorrow you're emceeing, right? We'll be so happy to see you tomorrow, doing what you do best. Excited for you. Our day is done, but I'd like to give a chance. You want something to say?
Nothing. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your
Siende.
feedback. We're glad you joined us. We're glad you graced our event. See you tomorrow.
Amazing, amazing. Asante sana. I've been your MC, Langat Minor, together with
Doreen Karweda.
And I have a request with the DJ and Cheze. Hii t-shirt ni ya white. Hii t-shirt. Cheze song ya mine tukifunga.
That's
how done. Show me how to dance. How to do it. You know it.
Keep this down. This down. Keep this down. This down. Keep this down. This down. Keep this down. Calling up this hit the check me out. 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 Hit the check me out.
Hizo kona moto mbele, gine yende rembe. Paila, yoni ganjerende. Zungusha kiuno alafu wacha iende. Zungusha huyo mblena alafu wacha wacha aende. Vijana wanarada mtaa, tukakuja nao kwa show. Promoter na teta mbaya, ati kume chrome. Ukinyesha ni goda na kam, ndo maana vitu hugrow. Pesa ndo inafanya matamecha na toanga ball.
T-shirt me a white, T-shirt me a white, T-shirt me a white, T-shirt me a white, T-shirt me a white.